Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to everyone, depending on where you're joining us from today. Welcome to Engineering for Change, or E4C for short. Today, we're pleased to bring you our monthly E4C seminar series, which is spearheaded by ASME's Engineering for Global Development Research Committee, with a purpose to intellectually develop the field of engineering for global development. Each month, we have been hosting new research institutions to learn more about their work in advancing United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and global development more broadly. Today's seminar is with Dr. Evan Thomas, and we'll hear a little bit more about him, his group's work later in the seminar. The seminar you're participating in will be archived on the E4C website, as well as our YouTube channel. Both of the URLs where you can access the recordings are listed on the slide in front of you. Information on upcoming seminars is available on our seminars page, and E4C members will receive invitations to upcoming seminars directly. If you have any questions, comments, and recommendations for future topics and speakers, please feel free to contact our team at research@engineeringforchange.org. And if you're following us on Twitter today, please join our conversation with the dedicated hashtag E4C Seminar Series. Before we move to our presenters, I would like to share with you a little bit of information about E4C. E4C is a knowledge organization, digital platform, and global community of over 1 million engineers, designers, development practitioners, and social scientists who are leveraging technology to solve quality of life challenges faced by underserved communities around the globe. Some of these may include access to clean water and sanitation, sustainable energy, information and communication technology, agriculture, and more. We invite all of you to become E4C members. Membership is free and provides access to news, thought leadership, insights on hundreds of essential technologies, professional development, and current opportunities such as funding, calls, jobs, fellowships, and more. And E4C members also receive exclusive invitations to online and regional events, as well as access to resources aligned to their needs. We invite you to visit our website to learn more and sign up. Our research work cuts across geographies and sectors to deliver an ecosystem view of technology for good. Original research is conducted by E4C's research fellows annually on behalf of our partners and clients and delivered as digestible insights. We invite you to visit our research page, the URL is listed on the slide, to explore field insights, research collaborations, and review of the State of Engineering for Global Development, a compilation of academic programs and institutions offering training in this sector. If you have a research question or want to work with us on a research project as a fellow, please contact us at research@engineeringforchange.org. And we're also pleased to share news about our current challenge on E4C, focused on expediting solutions related to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals of zero hunger and clean water. The Innovate for Impact Siemens Design Challenge aims to nurture breakthrough ideas and apply human-centered design to engineer innovative hardware solutions that help achieve SDGs 2 and 6 by 2030. Learn more and sign up on our website. The URL is listed. Applications are open now to all E4C members. Given the current pandemic, the deadline for submissions has been extended through May 4th. I encourage all of you to apply. Now, with that, just a couple of housekeeping items before we get started. As always, we like to take a practice round with using our WebEx platform. So we invite you now to type in your location into the chat window. As some of you have already done this, obviously have been part of these seminars before. We have folks from Cameroon, from Sweden. I see folks from New Jersey, a little closer to home, North Carolina, New York City, Barcelona, Portugal, Alaska. Oh, that's the first one. Welcome, Alaska. Kathmandu, the Rockaways in New York, Kenya, Ghana, a Ghanaian from Turkey, Nigeria, Dayton, Ohio. Welcome, everyone. We're so pleased to have you here. Welcome, Ann Arbor. Welcome. So with that in mind, do please put your questions into the Q&A window, which is right below the chat window. If you do not see the chat or the Q&A windows, please take a look for the two icons that are located in the bottom in the middle of the slide to have those open up for you. I see some answers coming up in the Q&A window. Welcome, friends. If you have any comments that you would like to share with your fellow attendees, please use the chat window for that purpose. Questions for our speakers today, we invite you to please put them into the Q&A window so we can keep track of those. If you have any issues with WebEx during this time, please make sure to email our admin. The Engineering for Change admin can be directly IM'd in the chat window. And if you're listening to the audio broadcast and you encounter any trouble, try hitting stop and then start. And you may also want to try opening up WebEx in a different browser. So with that and those instructions, and again, welcome everyone from Mombasa to Pakistan to Montreal. We're very pleased to have you here. I am pleased to introduce our presenter today, Dr. Evan Thomas, who is the director of the Mortenson Center in Global Engineering and holds the Mortenson Endowed Chair in Global Engineering at the University of Colorado Boulder. He's a tenured associate professor, jointly appointed in the Civil, Environmental, and Architectural Engineering and the Aerospace Engineering Sciences departments, and an affiliate faculty in the Environmental and Occupational Health at the Colorado School of Public Health. Evan is currently a member of the NASA and USAID Surveyor Applied Sciences team. He has a PhD in Aerospace Engineering Sciences from the University of Colorado Boulder and is a registered professional engineer, as well as having a master's in public health from the Oregon Health and Science University. We're honored that he is also the co-chair of the ASME Engineering for Global Development Research Committee, and really thrilled to turn it over to Evan to share his insights. All right, Evan, I'm going to pass over controls to you. And then I also want to introduce today's moderator, Dr. Jesse Austin Brenneman. If you've joined the series before, you would have heard his bio, and I will spare you from reading it. It is also equally extensive and illustrious, and you can see it on the slide right now. Jesse is going to take us through the Q&A session and provide his insights as well. So with that, I turn it over to Evan.
Thanks, Yana, and thanks, Jesse. It's a pleasure to work with both of you and to speak with all of our attendees today virtually. I'm going to share a little bit today about how do we measure impact in global engineering, and even before that, what is global engineering? What does it mean to be an engineer working to address global challenges of poverty reduction, both these persistent challenges of access to safe water, safe sanitation, safe infrastructure, safe energy, but then also how some of these global changes, including climate change and COVID-19, are impacting some of these communities around the world, and what's our role as engineers in trying to assist with solutions. This is our world. I'm sure this looks very familiar to everyone. What's neat about this is it's not a graphic. It kind of looks like a graphic. It's actually a picture. It's a bunch of stitched satellite imagery of everywhere on Earth on a cloud-free day. But we all can see where each of you are around the world on this map. Here's another way of looking at the planet. So you see two different images here. One is electricity, lights. So you see in North America and in Europe, and you can see the Nile lit up in North Africa. You can see India and China outlined. That's where there's electricity use, and it's contributing to light that you can see from space. But then the more orange colors, or the more red colors, those are biomass fires. So some of those are forest fires, but most of what you see there are people cooking with wood fuel and charcoal. We still today, even in 2020, about half the world's population still uses firewood for their daily energy needs. And many of those people live in the global south, and in particular, sub-Saharan Africa. And this contributes to some of the leading persistent causes of illness and death globally. We have one of the leading causes of illness and death is respiratory disease, which is tied to both indoor and outdoor air pollution. We still have over 1 billion people in the world that lack access to safe drinking water, 2 billion people that don't have safe sanitation. And many of these people live in areas of the world where climate change is making these problems worse. So in sub-Saharan Africa, you're seeing early effects of climate change. You're seeing increased variability in rainfall. So wet places are getting wetter, but dry places are also getting drier. So drought that used to happen in East Africa maybe every 5 or 10 years is now effectively every single year. We also have rainfall variability. So rain's coming at different times of the year, which impacts crop yields. So crop failure is increasing, and risk of famine and food insecurity is increasing, and water insecurity is increasing. Climate change is also impacting disease. Malaria has killed more people in human history than any other single cause. And the one saving grace of malaria is that the parasite, which lives inside mosquitoes, couldn't live above about 5,000 feet. So population centers like Nairobi, Kenya, actually evolved, came into being because people realized they weren't sick from malaria. And now, just within the past few years, as the average mean surface temperature warms, there's now persistent and chronic malaria in Nairobi and other major cities around the world. So we're actually seeing disease patterns being resurgent and changing. This is another way of looking at the planet. These are aerosols. So you see here in Africa, a lot of these aerosols are associated with biomass cook stoves and charcoal stoves. In North America, a lot of those will be forest fires. In North Africa, those are dust storms. And out in the ocean, you see typhoons and hurricanes. So one question that we have often as engineers and as development practitioners is simple. Is development working? Is the entire field of global development, which includes nonprofit organizations like Engineers Without Borders, all the way up to multilaterals like the World Bank and UNICEF, or national entities like USAID, all of this energy and activity and professional work poured into poverty reduction, is it working? Are people getting healthier? Are they getting wealthier? Are we strengthening economies? So one thing you look at is disease and morbidity and mortality. So this chart here is global mortality among children under 5 over the past basically 25 years. And you can see that for every cause, mortality has decreased over the past 25 years. So respiratory infections have dropped precipitously, diarrhea diseases, neonatal and preterm issues, malaria, HIV and AIDS. Even though there's some bumps in the 2000s, overall, those major causes of mortality among children are decreasing. So often you can look at this kind of data and say development is working. But the benefits are disproportionate. And I want to highlight that here up front because, you know, while it's important to be optimistic and it's important to want to contribute to some of the solutions, it's also important to be realistic about where these changes are actually happening and where chronic poverty is not necessarily being addressed. So here's another way of looking at the planet. These are CO2 emissions per capita. So you can see that the United States, even though China recently passed the United States as the biggest single emitter globally, by far the United States is the single greatest emitter per capita. Here in the United States, we use more CO2 and energy per person than anywhere else in the United States, in the world. Plus, we've used more energy and had more CO2 emissions as a country in aggregate of any country in the world. But you can see that China, Russia, Europe, North Africa, North America, Australia are big users of energy and the associated emissions per capita. And sub-Saharan Africa has practically no emissions per capita. So this is energy use. Here's another map. This is the global burden of disease today. So these are the people in the world that have the greatest burden of disease per capita. And a lot of that disease burden, which is still environmentally, a lot of environmental hazards like air quality and water quality and sanitation and malaria and other diseases, is happening in sub-Saharan Africa. Most of the least developed countries in the world, about 50 out of the 70 least developed countries, are in sub-Saharan Africa. So you still see that there's a concentration of poverty and disease and a lack of economic activity is reflected in energy use in sub-Saharan Africa. This is the proportion of populations with access to basic hand washing facilities. Now, we don't have data for Europe or for North America or for much of South America. So the gray is an indication of no data. So just look at where you see the color bars. This is data from the Joint Monitoring Program indicating the proportion of households that have soap and water. In Kenya, about 10% of rural households have soap and water. In Ethiopia, 4% of rural households have soap and water. This is relevant right now. The main advice from the World Health Organization, the main advice from the CDC, the main advice from UNICEF on how we can slow and stop the spread of COVID-19 everywhere in the world is with regular hand washing with soap and water. And that is especially evident as the main intervention that is promoted in low and middle income countries. And yet people don't have soap and they don't have water. So there's emerging concern that if COVID does spread in sub-Saharan Africa, it's going to spread very quickly without access to soap and water. 4% of rural Ethiopians have soap and water. 10% of rural Kenyans have soap and water. So this is morbidity, disease burden among all people in high-income countries. So this is the top chart here is high-income countries, and the bottom chart is low-income countries. So I just want to point out that if you live in a high-income country, the burden of disease are going to be things like heart disease, stroke, lung cancer, even things like back and neck pains. In low-income countries, the burden of disease is highly skewed to environmental hazards, lower respiratory infections, which are correlated to air pollution, diarrhea, and malaria. And we're going to look at a similar chart, but only for deaths among children under 5. So if a baby is born in a high-income country and he dies, it's likely going to be a neonatal, a preterm issue, or a congenital defect. If a baby is born and dies in a low-income country, she likely is going to die of a respiratory disease or diarrhea or malaria again. And 99% of the deaths among children under 5 are in low-income countries. So is development working? On one hand, we can say that people are getting healthier, but on the other hand, you can say that we're not necessarily making progress among the lowest income countries. This is, again, 25 years of data of all the people in extreme poverty, which is living on less than $1.90 per person per day in equivalent purchasing power parity, which, by the way, is an extremely low number. Other statistics like to use numbers of less than $5 a day, and you suddenly start seeing that billions of people are still living on less than $5 a day. But still, this illustrates something. So the number of people living on less than $1.90 a day has dropped from 2 billion people in 1990 to projected about 500 million people by 2030. But where is that progress happening? It's happening in India and China. India and China each have 1 billion people. For the vast majority of that progress are national economic activity and economic policies which have brought people into the middle class and has been reflected in decreasing disease burden and increasing wealth. Sub-Saharan Africa is increasing in the number of people in extreme poverty, and is projected to continue to increase over the next 10 years. So I think it's very important that as development practitioners, we focus specifically on the question of whether or not our interventions are directly impacting poverty reduction. While as a world, as a planet, the number of people in poverty has been decreasing and wealth has been increasing, the focus of development priorities in large part remains in sub-Saharan Africa, where we have a stubborn 500,000 people living in extreme poverty. So this is the world today. Some of you might have seen this chart before from Gapminder. We've used terms like low and middle income countries, or global north and global south, or an old term was third world countries. Of course, we don't use that anymore. None of those terms really make a lot of sense when you look at the spread of income and life expectancy in the world. So on the bottom is a log scale of income, per capita income, and on the X scale, or on the Y scale, sorry, is life expectancy. And if you've seen Hans Rosling's animation of this data, the main case that he makes is that 200 years ago, everybody in the world and every country in the world was clustered in that lower left-hand corner, that everybody is poor and died young, and that over 200 years, everyone has moved up to that level 4 area where you have high income and high life expectancy. But I want to point out in particular, look in that level 1 category, in level 1 and 2. It's sub-Saharan Africa again. You still have that stubborn cluster of South-Saharan African countries that are stuck in poverty. And again, this has been such the target of development policy and development practice that I think we need to evaluate if these interventions are contributing to this overall goal of increased health and wealth. One way of looking at this question is how much money is actually going into sub-Saharan Africa. So this is data of financial flows into and out of sub-Saharan Africa over the past 10 years. And up in this top chart, everything above zero are the total added up sources of money. So you can see in purple, it's remittances. These are people living outside of their home country, sending money home. In that lighter blue, it's foreign aid. So this would be the World Bank and UNICEF and USAID. In darker blue, it's foreign investment. So it's corporations investing in industry and in economies. And then you can barely see it. That little green bar on the top, that's philanthropy. That's the Gates Foundation and everybody else like the Gates Foundation giving direct philanthropy to initiatives in Africa. I think there's a couple things that are striking about this chart. Remittances are just as big as foreign aid, and philanthropy is actually pretty small. So even though foundations like the Gates Foundation have enormous influence in the development sector, their contribution is actually a tiny fraction of the financial flows into Africa. But that's flows of money into sub-Saharan Africa. On the bottom, the below zero in orange, this is debt interest payments. These are just interest on debt, not capital repayments, but just interest on largely World Bank debt repaid, getting repaid based on debts incurred in the 70s and 80s in Africa. So it almost basically wipes out foreign aid, is having to send money back to the World Bank again. And then you have trade misinvoicing, that's in red. Trade misinvoicing and tax avoidance. These are those foreign corporations using tricks of the tax code to avoid paying taxes in these countries. And the overall effect of that is that while there might be a lot of economic activity, a lot of that activity is not being translated into income to national governments to provide basic services. So governments not able to provide water, sanitation, energy, infrastructure, transportation, healthcare, education without a tax base. And that tax base is minimized through tax avoidance and trade misinvoicing. So if you take the net of all of these inflows and outflows, you get to about $20 billion a year going into Africa. Now that might sound like a lot of money. It's a lot more money than I have, but $20 billion a year is about $20 per person per year as the net investment of the rest of the world in Africa. It's really not very much money. It's about the budget of NASA or the EPA or USAID. So in aggregate, even though there's a lot of heat, there's not necessarily a lot of fire around economic development and investment in sub-Saharan Africa. So that's a little bit of context setting. That's the world that we live in today. So what is the role of engineers in trying to address these chronic challenges? Historically, engineers have liked to work on a project or a product level. We like to invent a new water filter or invent a new cook stove or do a project in a village like rainwater catchment. And that's been our contribution, at least over the past 20, 30, 40 years, is project and product level focus. But these are not solving these chronic underlying problems. A product is not solving the root cause of poverty in a village. And inventing another water filter does not address the reason why people don't have clean water. So as engineers, we need to elevate our contribution. We need to be more concerned with the determinants and causes and ultimately try to address solutions to global poverty. So what do we mean by that? This is a non-comprehensive list, just a list of examples of where engineers can contribute. One is standards development, something that the professional societies like ASME have a really great history in, is engineers coming together and saying, this is the criteria for water treatment. We're not going to let everybody invent a new way of doing this. We have to have certain standards for water quality, certain standards for air quality, certain standards for structures. System science, looking at systems level interventions, not just is a water filter working or is a water pump working, but what is the entire system behind water service delivery? Impact evaluation. Impact evaluation has been big in the past 15 years in the development sector, led by economists and by public health professionals. Engineers also have a role in designing experimentally rigorous evaluations to see if technologies and interventions are actually addressing problems on a long-term basis. Another example is instrumentation and remote sensing. Our team in particular focuses on this work. How can we use satellite data and sensor data to monitor food security, to monitor water security, and to use that information so that people can act on it to improve water and food security? Pay-for-performance contracting. This might sound a little arcane, but a big area of emphasis today is how do we actually incentivize services? Let's not give money to a nonprofit to install another water pump. Let's incentivize delivery of water services and use contracting and monitoring mechanisms to ensure long-term support of service delivery. Professional and graduate education, of course, this is what Engineering for Change does in part, and what our program here at the University of Colorado does, and along with a lot of other universities, trying to train engineers to contribute to these global challenges. Of course, environmental health, those hazards of dirty air and dirty water and sanitation are not going away yet. We need to continue to innovate in that space. And structures and settlements. As engineers, how do we build safe housing, safe transportation for both developing areas as well as in emergency response? So how does this all come together in terms of actual interventions? This is a little infographic of how foreign aid flows today. Money often comes in, as indicated on the left, through organizations all the way from Engineers Without Borders to the World Bank to go into projects that often have a technology component, a water project, a cook stove project, an off-grid energy project that's designed to try to address a symptom of poverty: dirty water, dirty air, unsafe sanitation. But the lasting impact is often not there. About half of water and sanitation programs installed every year with foreign aid are broken within the first 18 months, and they often never get fixed. Now, an engineer might say, well, I need to build a better water pump. But the economists and the public health people and the public policy people will say, we need to look at that entire system. We need to look at who's paying for water, where are the subsidies, how do you professionalize this service, what are the supply chains? It goes way beyond training a local technician to fix a water pump. So how do we close this loop? How do we actually make sure that the impact, the long-term service delivery, is tied to the payments and to the performance of the service? This is the positive feedback loop we're trying to create, where you have a water pump or a water service, you monitor that service, you use that monitoring data to enable maintenance activities. So you go out and fix a water pump, and you tie that fix to payments. So you actually incentivize using money payments for basic services and not for just coverage. So I'm going to give you a few examples of how our team is trying to operationalize this. There's a number of different ways that we can measure things. So if we just look at water and sanitation, the goal is improved health. The mechanisms for improved health is better water, better hygiene, better nutrition, better sanitation. The way we measure that is whether or not people have soap, whether or not people have access to water, what the quality of that water is, what the cost of that water is. But way out here, way outside these rings, are how we actually measure this today. We use surveys and observations and sensors and test kits. And these are really not sufficient. In many ways, we're not directly measuring the impact of a service on health, which is the actual goal. So this is Rwanda. I'm going to give a brief overview of one program that we have in Rwanda. Rwanda is still about 80% of people live outside of urban centers and are subsistence farmers using biomass, wood primarily, for their daily energy needs. And that wood contributes to these emissions that you can see. Now, some people cook outside, as in this picture, but many people will cook indoors and be exposed directly to that indoor air pollution. We ran a program over the past, well, I've personally been working in Rwanda for the past 16 years, starting with Engineers Without Borders all the way to a national health program that we ran over the past few years, where we provided interventions and behavior change messaging to address the two leading environmental health hazards, dirty water and dirty air. So we provided cook stoves and water filters covering about 2 million people in Rwanda, combined that with public health behavior change messaging, continuous engagement with households, and a financing model that let us pay for this using private finance, and we were incentivized to continue upkeep and monitoring of the program through revenues that were earned under carbon finance, which I won't spend too much time on today. I'll spend more time just talking about the intervention itself. So this is Rwanda. Over on the left side in yellow and blue, you see the western province of Rwanda, and on the green side, a couple of northern districts and the eastern province. In 2014 through 2016, we reached about 2 million people with water filters and cook stoves, covering the entire western province of Rwanda and the eastern province of Rwanda, the poorest households in each of those regions. And we ran a randomized control trial to evaluate if the program impacted water quality, air quality, and health. So over in the western province, the districts in yellow didn't receive the interventions at first, and we compared environmental health in both, compared between the yellow areas and the blue areas. So this is a cook stove. It's the EcoZoom Dura. It's a biomass cook stove that reduces wood fuel use by about 50%, reduces indoor air pollution by about the same amount. By itself, that's not enough. The cook stove by itself actually doesn't reduce emissions enough to have a health benefit, nor is it viable if you don't combine it with behavioral messaging to discontinue use of the previous stove. So even something as simple as a stove actually needs regular engagement with households so that you don't accidentally or unwittingly increase emissions and increase fuel use. Many people will get a new stove like this and use it in addition to their baseline stove, which can have the effect of increasing emissions, increasing fuel use. Plus, if you use the stove indoors, you don't really reduce indoor air pollution enough to have a health benefit. So we had to do a lot of messaging to get people to use the stove exclusively and to get them to use it outdoors. And this is the water filter, the LifeStraw Family 2.0. Great water filter. It eliminates microbial contamination to the highly protective rating of the WHO. But by itself, that's not enough. It needs maintenance. It needs regular cleaning. It also needs to be used exclusively. If people combine use of clean water from the LifeStraw with dirty water that they're getting from other sources, you can actually lower a natural or an acquired immune response and make people sicker. So again, a water filter by itself is not necessarily a break-even proposition. It can cause problems if you're not careful. So this is how we ran the distributions. This is a partnership between us and the Ministry of Health in Rwanda. It was called Tebeo Neza. It means to live well. We had about 900 community health workers working with us across 7,500 villages, distributing these products and engaging in households. We had a radio signal on the radio stations that everybody knew across Rwanda for a couple of years. So this was all part of our behavior change messaging. We also provided messaging directly in homes. Every one of our community health workers went door to door repeatedly over a couple of years to train people in the use of the stove and water filter, to maintain and fix and replace if necessary the products, and to customize the use for that particular household. So on the right, this is a poster that was provided that was customized. A community health worker took a Sharpie and would fill out the poster to customize it for that particular home. And the home signed a contract between themselves and their local elected cell secretary, agreeing to participate in the program and to use the products and to not sell them or give them away. We also measured use using innovative methods. So this is one of our sensors that we installed directly inside both the stoves and water filters. And what we were interested in doing is measuring if people actually use the stoves and filters. Plus, we wanted to know if the sensors themselves caused any reaction among households. And for the water filters, we saw a pretty dramatic impact. Using survey data, which is currently the most common and most widely used method for evaluating things like water filter interventions, people report using about 1.5 liters per person per day, which is also exactly the right answer. When people know a sensor is watching them or is in their water filter, they're using about 1 liter a day. And when people don't know that a sensor is there, which is our best estimate of actual behavior, it's only about 0.5 liter a day. So we see big reactivity. We see a disparity between survey data and what people actually do, but we also see a big difference between what happens when people know a sensor's there versus when they don't know a sensor's there. So we've expanded on this recently. This is an ongoing study applied to cook stoves in Rwanda, where we took advantage of the fact that we'd actually used sensors to cause people to engage in healthier behaviors and adapted it for monitoring indoor air pollution. This on the right is a indoor air pollution sensor, a PM2.5 sensor that monitors air quality, and it shows that air quality as a kind of a barometer in the child's lungs here on a scale that goes up to the WHO 24-hour mean exposure for particulate matter. Then when we detect a cooking event, if we detect people using an indoor cook stove, a biomass cook stove, it plays an alarm. Now it's not like this is basically a smoke detector, but it's not a smoke detector alarm. It's some Rwandan drums that were recorded. It's a behavioral reminder, a nudge to use a clean cook stove indoors. So in aggregate, this program had a big effect on health in Rwanda. We nearly doubled the number of households with clean water. We reduced indoor air pollution by 73%. We reduced diarrhea among children under 5 by 30%, and respiratory disease by 25%. And in aggregate, we're able to estimate that about 90 children, we avoid their death every year that the program is running, and we save 7,500 disability-adjusted life years. So 7,500 years of avoided illness in aggregate across the program. So there's a few other mechanisms that I'm going to explain now that we've used in other contexts. So we've tied things like interventions, environmental health interventions, to payment systems, carbon credits, health credits, pay-for-performance impact bonds, as well as instrumentation, using things like sensors to monitor an intervention and to try to create that closed loop where service delivery is incentivized. I'm going to go through just a couple other quick examples of where we've done this. We've used sensors to monitor latrines. This is Sanergy's operation in Kenya. They're a franchise-based sanitation model in urban areas in Nairobi. We put sensors in these franchise toilets to monitor fill rates of the toilets and to help franchise operators communicate with Sanergy to ask them to come and service the latrines. We've used these same sensors in India to try to monitor behavior and to try to correlate that to health outcomes. And we found over and over again that what people actually tell us they do is not really what they do with sanitation behaviors. We've also linked this type of data to sanitary inspections. Sanitary inspections are a survey tool to monitor, to estimate risk of exposure to microbial contamination at water points or at other kinds of wash interventions. We've actually shown that sanitary inspections have almost no predictive power for water contamination. So we're trying to influence the measurement tools that are used in the sector today. And we're using this across infrastructure as well, not just environmental health, but environmental resilience. This is a program where we are evaluating, run by Bridges Prosperity. Bridges Prosperity puts in pedestrian footbridges that link isolated communities to things like clinics and schools and hospitals, and most importantly, markets. And we are running the impact evaluation where we're looking at things like health. So we're measuring health in homes, we're measuring market access, we're measuring livelihoods like increased wage earnings. We're even measuring bridge use. So we have cameras monitoring bridge use, and we're correlating that to these health and livelihood outcomes. And then one of our biggest initiatives now is DRIP. It's called the Drought Resilience Impact Platform, where we're trying to help reduce and ultimately end drought emergencies in East Africa. About a quarter of the world's population is facing increased water insecurity, and as I mentioned earlier at the top of the presentation, in East Africa in particular, drought is essentially an annual occurrence now, and they're becoming more severe and more frequent in part thanks to climate change. This is a very arid region of the world where people used to use surface water, but are now increasingly reliant on groundwater sources. So they're drilling holes in the ground to extract water as a resilience effort during times of extreme drought. So that's what you see here. These are from northern Kenya. We're operating across northern Kenya and across northern and eastern Ethiopia, monitoring groundwater supplies and trying to improve drought resilience through the maintenance of these water systems. So what happens is, during the rainy seasons, people will get water from streams and rivers and holding ponds and other rainwater catchment methods. During the dry season, people will migrate to these groundwater sources and access water from these pumps and these storage tanks. But often these systems are broken. About 40% of them are broken in the middle of the drought. And it's not necessarily because the groundwater supply runs dry. A lot of these are deep aquifers, they're ancient water. So it's actually the infrastructure itself that breaks. And that can lead to a drought emergency where people are displaced, livestock die, and crops fail. So our effort, I'm just going to skip ahead because I just mentioned this piece. Our effort is trying to link groundwater management to drought resilience. Sorry, I'm just going to jump ahead here to our theory of change. We link monitoring of food and water security. So we have sensors monitoring groundwater pumps. We have satellites monitoring food security and rainfall. And we create models that can forecast groundwater demand and forecast drought. Our partners include the Famine Early Warning System, the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development in Nairobi, and we're part of the NASA and USAID SEVERE program, which is about linking satellite data to decision aids in low and middle income settings. So we're taking all of our sensor data and the satellite data, creating models that forecast food security and water security, and then engage in pay-for-performance contracting, where we pinpoint activities where we need to go and fix water pumps before the drought happens. We've done this before. These systems that we're currently monitoring are big borehole systems, but we've done this across examples like hand pumps. These are hand pumps in Kenya and Ethiopia, where we installed sensors to monitor those hand pumps and actually tell us when a hand pump is broken so you can go out and fix it. The idea is the sensor is monitoring the pumps, it identifies that a pump is broken, and you deploy a technician to go and fix it. We've seen a huge impact on WaterPoint functionality. Typically, these hand pumps are broken about half the year. They're broken for about 200 days, any given failure, and on average, a group of pumps, are only about 50% of them are working. We were able to get about 90% functionality and get repair intervals from 200 days down to 20 days, proactively using sensor data to go out there and make a repair. So now we're doing this at scale. This is a map of the Horn of Africa. Every one of these dots is a groundwater supply serving on average about 5,000 people each. And we have a satellite connected sensor monitoring every single one of those water points on a continuous basis. And we're linking that data to local operators, local governments, local ministries of water, but also national entities like the National Drought Management Authority and international entities like UNICEF and USAID, who can collectively act to try to improve water security. This is not some simple story of a local community locally maintaining a water pump. Water is subsidized for everybody in the world, including everybody on this phone call. And this area of the world is some of the most resource constrained and feeling the earliest impacts of climate change. So this isn't about making a local community fully maintain their water supply. It's about aligning incentives and responsibility and accountability collectively to make sure that people have access to water during drought. The colors that are underneath the map are the Famine Early Warning System's food security classification for the same region. So we also see the direct relationship between climate change, rainfall, and groundwater demand. We've seen this across the region. We're currently monitoring about 3 million people's water supplies on a daily basis for the past 4 years. We have about 250,000 site days of data over the past 4 years. It's a big data set, and we're able to compare the use and function of those groundwater pumps to climate variability like rainfall. And we see that as rainfall decreases, there's increasing demand on groundwater resources. So that's where we are putting our focus. So just in conclusion, so we have time for questions. The point of measurement, and improved and continuous measurement, doesn't exist in a vacuum. You know, data by itself is not that interesting unless it's actionable, unless it's acted upon. And for it to be acted upon, you also have to care about the incentives. So I am an engineer, and I like working on things like sensors, but I have to know about contracting. I have to know about policy. Our team has to be engaged in those conversations. We don't just throw it over the fence to an economist or throw it over the fence to a policy person, who, by the way, are also domain experts. This idea that engineers should stay in our engineering lane is kind of silly when the economists like to talk about engineering and the public policy people like to talk about public health. We need to be at those same conversations, at those same tables, bringing in our expertise, but also calibrating our contribution against what is actually needed to address the underlying causes of poverty, not just the symptoms. All right, thanks. I'm happy to take some questions.
Thank you, Evan. It's very valuable. Jesse, I invite you to take us to our discussion.
So just as a note, I've been taking some notes on the questions that have been coming in the Q&A. As I'm asking, so I'm going to try and synthesize those into a few questions for Evan right now. Evan, thanks again for really an inspiring talk. I always read your papers, and then just to see it all in this one sort of comprehensive, bigger picture view is really great, especially within the context you said at the beginning. A lot of the questions, so as I'm asking, please continue to write in the Q&A, and I'll try and address those as we move forward. A lot of the questions come up around building this team. You've just talked about in your conclusion, having all of these ministries. It's a large cost to be able to do this sensor and evaluation over years, multiple years as you're talking about. How do you build that team and convince that team, or at least get consensus among the team that this type of evaluation is necessary, or what is the best way to do it? Right, so you talked about both disciplines, but also across organizations, right, and countries. So what does that process look like for you?
So everything I described today is our consortium efforts. Each of the examples I provided have many different organizations involved. You know, I'm just speaking about some of those projects, but you know, we're not doing all of that work as just our organization. If I just use DRIP as an example, DRIP itself as a concept is a number of different USAID programs funded through a number of different implementers, including the Millennium Water Alliance in Kenya and Lowland Wash in Ethiopia. We have NASA funding some of the technical work. We have the National Science Foundation funding some of the instrumentation work. So a lot of this is about putting the pieces together from different funding sources and with different organizations towards a common goal. In terms of convincing anybody, generally people don't need much convincing that we should increase our focus on service delivery. The big challenge has been changing the incentives. When historically big funding agencies fund infrastructure, you'll have smart professionals and engineers who are there saying, yeah, I know I'm building a pump that's going to break in 2 years, but that's the contracting mechanism. So it's less about convincing people that these are challenges and more about trying to offer collaborative ways to change the status quo. So introducing new ideas, introducing instrumentation, introducing pay-for-performance contracting. And, while we have had some successes in our team and there's lots of great promising work out there, everything here is a work in progress. We have not ended drought emergencies in the Horn of Africa. We're monitoring a lot of water supplies right now. I can't prove to you that we've improved water security yet. So these are long-term efforts that require frankly, some courage on the part of the implementers and funders to support. And I think the other thing that's challenging, Jesse, is this balance between wanting to be innovative and the rewards we get in our sector around innovation, and also not being too fickle. And we also know how to deliver water, and it doesn't take another invention to do that. So how do I resolve that in my head? Our sensors, while being innovative and are introducing this technology into the sector, the purpose of them is to help get the water pumps fixed. By themselves, they don't do anything. So there's a tricky balance there between innovation and doing the hard, long, expensive work of delivering basic services. We've looked for gimmicks and products and innovations for a long time to solve poverty, and we've avoided making the expensive, necessary investments to ensure service delivery in the same way that we do in higher income countries.
Sure, great. Yeah, I think that you rephrased my question exactly in the direction I was looking for. Could you speak a little bit more? Someone who, let's say, is a researcher in a university or somewhere else, how do they go about building this? So you guys have a whole center, you have a whole group of people, these consortiums, you have past relationships with. I guess, could you talk us through sort of the trajectory of someone wanting to build something that ends up, several years from now looking like DRIP, looking like one of these projects? How do they start and get on this process working with their local partners? They're working right now, as you said, in the status quo of I'm working with a village, I'm working with a community, I have one NGO I work with, right? How do they then, if we want to move everybody towards this more system level impact and evaluation, what's the trajectory, what has the trajectory look like for you? And what would you suggest it to be for other people? I think that's what a lot of these questions have been asking.
Yeah, I think I wish I had a simple answer. I think that there's a few different things that come to mind. One is different institutions are good at different things. So, in our program, sometimes we are the university, sometimes we're a small company, sometimes we're a nonprofit, sometimes we're partnered directly with government. So each of those types of institutions have different value and different skill sets they bring to the table. But it's also not necessary to, again, only stay in your lane. If you're an academic, it's okay to also be an entrepreneur and also work with a nonprofit. And in fact, the counterpoint is that it can be quite limiting to only stay within your domain. If you're only going to stay in your world, you're not adding a lot to those other worlds. So it's important to not necessarily be a dilettante, but at least be conversant and have relationships in those other areas and be able to work with them. The other thing is that it takes a long time. I mean, any entrepreneur will tell you this. Like, you come up with an idea, the starting point of an idea to address a problem in an actual product or a solution is way longer than anybody thinks. It's not one cycle of the iShow. It's not one cycle of an SBIR from the government. It's not one funding round. It's not one project. It takes a long time. SweetSense is our sensor spin-off company. We founded it in 2012. It's now been 8 years that this company is still in startup mode. It might be because we're terrible at it, and it might also be because this stuff is kind of hard, and it takes a long time. And that iterative process sometimes also bumps up against the other modalities of foreign aid development, where USAID wants you to write down your 30-step milestone Gantt chart 2 years before you start a 5-year project. And that's not really how innovation and iteration works. And both of them have strengths and weaknesses, and they're both appropriate in different places, but sometimes you have to figure out how to play that game a little bit of different types of organizations contributing in different places. Now I'm forgetting the question, but hopefully just part of this.
No, that's good. I think that, I think when I said convincing before, and then you took it in the direction I actually wanted to go in, was this idea of building this team of different organizations. How do you, as someone in a particular lane, go about getting to that 7-year time horizon where we now have a consortium of everybody that's all working together towards this objective? I agree that everyone has the same objective. I think that you guys have been very successful in building these teams. And I think that that is a little bit unusual when you look at the other players in these spaces, right, that are very much sort of in their own lanes as you're talking about. So breaking out of that, having the skills to be able to break out of that. One of the things I wanted to ask you was across disciplines, you were just talking about being conversant in other things. You talked about public health. You talked about development economics. How does someone who's a research engineer, let's say myself, and wants to work with these other groups, they're asking different questions, they use different methods. How do I begin to become conversant in those other ways? What is the way you have found to be able to get these teams to work effectively together?
So I think, in our program in the Mortenson Center in Global Engineering, we are trying to be very explicit up front that our body of knowledge includes engineers knowing about development economics, knowing about public policy, public health, history, the history of colonialism all the way through the SDGs, and not only jumping straight to, I'm going to build something. We still think it's good to build things and to invent and innovate and test and iterate, but they should be done in the context of solving underlying problems or generating new knowledge, and not just symptoms. And if your symptoms are easy, it's easy to say this village doesn't have clean water. It's harder to talk about why, and what can we really be done about the why. So in my career, I started as an engineer working on the symptom side, and we realized quickly that that wasn't enough, that what really mattered was the health world. And the public health and the global health community is a lot more sophisticated than the engineering community in terms of thinking about how they contribute to global poverty reduction. So our team started working closely with the public health world and doing a lot of our work within public health. But more recently, we've also been working with economists and with public policy people as well, and of course government, and teaching our students about those topics. We have a World Bank economist who teaches a class called introduction to introduction to development economics for engineers. You know, I got an MPH after my PhD in engineering so that I could talk with, you know, some legitimacy about how engineering and public health intersect with each other.
Oh, that's great. And I think you've also touched on some of the questions on pedagogy and how do we have students be incorporated in this, because we know there's a lot of energy and effort being with what you're talking about there at the Mortenson Center. Could you maybe plug some of the things you guys are talking about? There's a lot of questions here about I'm an engineering teacher or professor and I want to raise my students' awareness. I want to move towards more of a model where we're talking about some of these other topics and concepts. Maybe you could talk about some of those efforts just briefly so that other people can connect with you on that topic.
Yeah, and you know, for us, this has been evolving too over the years. Engineers Without Borders USA was started here at the University of Colorado, and I think many of you probably on this line are involved with EWB or have been in the past. It's how I got started too. EWB is a great entry point for becoming aware of some of these issues, but we also need to not just work on a project level. And we've been moving our pedagogy and our curriculum away from projects to trying to address the longer term issues, as I mentioned before. So how do we actually do that with a student experience? You know, you don't just get to go play doctor in Africa on spring break as an undergrad. And we really shouldn't go play engineer in Africa on spring break either. You know, we need to have gates, we need to have training, we need to have vetting, we need to have professionalization of acting as engineers in global poverty reduction, because messing with somebody's water system is just as important, is just as risky as messing with somebody's health clinic. To do that, we embed our graduate students with development agencies. So at the graduate level, a requirement of our program is a field practicum where all of our students, or nearly all of our students, are embedded with an international NGO or social enterprise or multilateral, usually for 3 to 6 months, to actually get work experience. And on the one hand, it kind of looks like an internship. On the other hand, it's a field experience. And it's very different than designing and running your own project. You know, before you're ready for that, we need to actually understand the state of the art and best practices in the sector. So that's a piece of what we're trying to do. Now, at the same time, we don't want to run off students. You know, we're taking over here at the University of Colorado a freshman level residential program next year. We're going to have about 150 freshmen who are learning about these things for the first time. And the goal is not to say, you know, to scare them into not doing anything. It's to try to put them on a track where they can best use their privilege and their technical skills towards addressing these long-term problems we have as a planet.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for that. Yana, I think we're approaching the end here.
We are.
I'd like to thank myself again for your answers to the question, and I'll switch it over to Yana for the response.
I'm actually going to, if you allow me the liberty, there is one question that came in that I think is a tricky one, and you addressed to some extent, Evan, but this particular listener asks, for nonprofits, how do you balance this long-term process of change where they need to show supporters that progress toward impact is being made? I think that is such a difficult balance. And Evan, any reflections for us to close out the seminar on that particular front?
Yeah, let me give 3 quick examples. One is Bridges Prosperity. Bridges Prosperity is one of our partners. They install pedestrian footbridges, and they used to do a lot of this through volunteer organizations, student chapters, professionals coming from industry, and they still do some of that. But they've been taking donations to build bridges all over the world. Avery Bang, who's the CEO of Bridges Prosperity, and Christina Barstow, the Chief Operating Officer, they pivoted in the past couple of years to try to focus on pay by results, pay for performance contracting in a narrower geography so that they can go to scale. So today they're trying to go to scale in Rwanda, putting in 300 pedestrian footbridges across Rwanda, with the government paying for 40% of those costs, investors paying for some of those costs, and donors paying only after the bridges are not only completed, but have been proven to have an impact. So actually paying for the impact and the performance of those bridges. And for Avery and Christina and the rest of the Bridges Prosperity team, they had to bring their donors along with that. They had to bring their volunteers along with that story, a harder story, a longer story, a more uncertain story, but one that seems to have a much more significant impact longer term. So that takes leadership, and it takes commitment to doing it the hard way. Another example is Water for People. Eleanor Allen at Water for People, and even in the recent history of that organization, pivoted from the same thing, projects all over the place that were focused on technical solutions to focusing on district level sustained water services. So they're working in fewer geographies, fewer places, with longer term commitments to make sure that there's district scale water access. And they also had to convince their donors that this was the better way of doing it.
Those are excellent examples, and I think it's actually part of kind of the golden rules for social entrepreneurship as well, is to be laser focused and really bound the scope in concrete terms like these. So I want to thank you, Evan. I know we're all at time. Thank you to Jesse. And I want to give a shout out to our upcoming seminar. Next month, we'll be joined by Professor Amy Bilton from the Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering at the University of Toronto. She'll be sharing some of the insights from their research group. They are also doing phenomenal work in this space, and I encourage all of you to join us for that presentation. Thank you to everyone who has joined us today from all around the globe. I know there's many questions that we didn't get to address directly. We will share them with our presenters, and certainly feel free to reach out to us or to the presenters. They shared their contact information. And with that, I'd like to wish you a good morning, good evening, or good afternoon. Please stay safe, wash those hands, get access to soap if you're in a region where there is lacking, to stop the spread of.
We explain creativity in the workplace. This is Sean, a product manager working on the launch of a new sailboat. The presentation has to be ready by 9 a.m. tomorrow. Sean feels stressed because he's missing the big idea. Sean's supervisor, Vincent, wants to help him. He's read that creative spaces lead to creative work. So, Vincent decides to build the best workplace on earth, with open plan offices, common areas, and wellness areas for Sean to be resourceful. But Sean still doesn't feel creative when he's at work. Sean has his best ideas outside the office while running, chatting with friends, listening to music, or having a shower. Like Sean, the majority of people are not creative on the job. The main reasons are too many distractions, having no time, being too focused, or feeling stressed. So is it ever possible to have outstanding ideas at work? This is Lisa, Vincent's daughter. Lisa works on her startup in a garage with her two friends. Surprisingly, Lisa has her best ideas in the garage. Vincent wonders why. The garage isn't the best workplace on earth. Furthermore, he knows Lisa is stressed too. Being an entrepreneur is like jumping from a plane without a parachute and trying to figure out how to make one on the way down. So why does Lisa have her best ideas in the garage? What matters most for Lisa is her team. 1, they inspire her every day. They share their thoughts openly and have respect for their expertise. 2, there is a creative atmosphere. It's okay to be yourself and do whatever you want. Sing out loud, do a workout, or daydream. 3, they know creativity is required for their startup to survive and grow. How can Vincent help his employees to be creative? He works in a big corporate balloon. Vincent realizes that creativity in the workplace depends more on the people and the energy between them than on the environment. He identifies 4 key elements behind Lisa's creativity. First, surround yourself with people on your wavelength, folks you would like to go sailing with. These are people you are more likely to communicate with, which builds trust. Trust is a major element for creativity because people are more likely to give honest feedback and come up with daring ideas. Second, allow time to not focus. Under extreme time pressure, people are likely to focus too hard and hold on to a narrow point. Not focusing helps to widen the horizon. For instance, informal talks with colleagues help to see problems from a bird's eye view, offer different perspectives, and thereby open the horizon for unusual solutions. Third, demand creativity. To accelerate creative thinking, get a genius on board. A genius places high standards on himself, is passionate about his job, and inspires others to deliver creative excellence too. And finally, have a common purpose. If people are driven by the same goal, they help each other to have great ideas. 6 months later, Sean, Vincent, and his new colleagues go on a sailing trip to test drive the new boat. Like good friends, they have the time of their life, and they keep one promise. What happens on the sailboat stays on the sailboat.
So today's session is on, what I've been asked to do is on body image and self-esteem. And I think everybody at some time in their life goes through this, goes through with being conscious of how they look, how they feel about themselves, and maybe experiencing low self-esteem. So what I wanted to start with, rather than myself just come out and give you a lecture, normally the way I work is in a group setting and on a one-to-one basis. So the clients or the students who's with me will tell me what's going on for them. So this is where I'm asking you guys, what does body image mean to you? So I gather you're going to do the message on the chat. What does body image mean to you? How you view yourself, your own feelings of self-worth, okay? And is there anything you want to share about how you do view yourself? Or we can do that later. So that's open to that, okay? Anyone else about what does body image mean to you? Because it could mean different things to different people. It doesn't mean it's a set concept, just one doesn't fit all. And this is when it comes to mind. Mind doesn't work like that because it's from our own experience, what gets stored in our subconscious from the day we were born to the day we're here today. So everything gets stored like in a hard drive, and that's what actually creates our values and beliefs and what we learn about who we are and what we learn to believe about other people as well. So body image can be translated by, as one of the viewers said, is how we think about ourselves. So it's about, what do you think about you? What do you really think about yourself? And then our thinking relates to how we feel about ourselves. So how do we feel about ourselves, about our body, and how we believe others see us? It could be from judgments from others. I've got here judgment according to external standards, example in media and an environment, yes, but that's true. But mainly, you know, what is body image? What is it? It's about what we think about ourselves. Your body image to you is going to be completely different to how we feel about ourselves. How I feel about me is going to be completely different from how you feel about you. How we believe others see us. And do we know that for a fact, how people see us? Do we know that for a fact? Are we just making up those stories in our head? Or is it because of somebody had a comment you made, and that comment, you've made it into something else, and it might not even be true. Maybe they mean something else. We don't know this yet until we get into it. And so I've got a comment coming through. It's mentally draining comparing ourselves to others. Of course it is. Of course it is. It is draining because it's all going on in your head. It's going all in your mind. And what you're thinking, which mentally is the thoughts create your feelings. So where you're just saying is you feel quite drained, right? That's a feeling. And it's from your thoughts that you will get those feelings. So how do we think about ourselves? What's the things that people say about themselves? So this is just a few examples. How we think about ourselves, we might say, you think you're fat. Maybe when you look in the mirror, when you try something on in clothes, you're overweight because you're maybe not the size. Is it as a model walking past, it was I think it's a size 6 or an 8 in the magazines. And when you look at your clothes size, or even clothes sizes within the shops, different shops have different sizes, that you might be a 12 in one shop and might be a 14 in another. And when you pick up that item of, say, jeans or a dress, and you're thinking, oh my God, that's a size 14, but I was a size 12 just, I don't know, 2 months ago or something. And then you start thinking, it's just all these thoughts start going through your head. When you look in the mirror or you compare yourself to others, you might think you're ugly. And what does that mean for you? What is ugly? What ugly is? What's that comparison to? And then Islamically, can we be ugly? Allah's created us perfectly. The things we might think about ourselves is too short, or not tall enough, or too tall, can't wear heels. Some people talk about how they don't say, I think this about me, but they just say, I have bad skin. I have too many spots. Or look at all this pigmentation on my face. Everything is turned into a fact. Too skinny. I mean, I've started off with fat and overweight, but then there's people out there that say they're too skinny, they don't have any shape on them, they can't even look nice in a dress, or in this jeans, or if it's I don't know if there's any men on the call, on the session today. If there is, please do let me know, so it's related to everybody, but mostly I'm saying dress and jeans, people feel they're too skinny, they're just falling off them, they don't have the hips for it. All these things we're thinking about ourselves, and I've only picked a very few. I'm sure you guys can give me some more here, because this is meant to be interactive. So do please feel free at any time just to send your messages through, and I'll relate them to the presentation. But all these things, what you're thinking about yourself, aren't they negative already? Yes, they're negative. And then, as I said, thoughts create feelings. So the feelings are got to do with these thoughts. So then we feel sad when we're trying to lose that weight, when we're fat or overweight, or when we think we're fat and we think we're overweight. So we start doing the diets, or we start doing cutting down meals, whatever we're doing, we try to make this effort to maybe reduce the calories or reduce what we're eating as the junk food to shift that weight. And then we get sad when we stand on the scales, or sad those jeans still don't kind of fit as nicely because you've not shifted that weight that you were looking at that's bothering you. Then you begin to feel unhappy. Unhappy is a feeling within yourself, and you're thinking it's because of my body shape. This body you own, this amanat that's been given to you by Allah. And it's amanat. It's only for this time and this earth and the dunya for you to look after. And what do you think happens to it when you have all these negative thoughts and negative feelings regarding your body? What do you think happens with that? Okay, I'll wait to see what messages we get through. And gratitude. We're negative towards our bodies. Yeah, but why are we negative about our bodies? Let's come back to that. Why are we very negative towards our bodies? So feeling less than perfect in size. We're in size. What is the right size? Who says that's that size? Who says size 6? I don't even know, what is size 6 really? It's a kid's, sometimes it looks like a kid's size, but if somebody fits in, if their bone structure fits into a size 6, might work for them. But why is that the perfect size? Or why is size 8 or 10 the perfect size? And then we all strive. When you're saying we're comparing ourselves, yes, the media, exactly, we see it everywhere. But then you see it, but if you're seeing it everywhere that that's the perfect size, yes, it's training your brain. We get learnt those behaviors that this is the perfect. We start telling ourselves, we start believing it. And then what we do is just, if we're not that size 8 to 10, the perfect size, then we just beat ourselves up. Mentally, we beat ourselves up. So then because of that, we start feeling not good enough. I'm not good enough because I don't fit into that size. I don't look like that magazine. Or nowadays it's the Instagram or the Facebook or the Snapchat now with all the filters. Everybody looks perfect with filters. Who doesn't? Clear skin, gorgeous eyes, and the Snapchat filters. And I've only recently discovered Snapchat. So the Snapchat, you get makeup put on and they change your face shape or, funny things. But it could be okay if it is a laugh. You're doing it for fun. But if that's covering up how you really feel about yourself, that's still internal. You're feeling not good enough. That's something that needs to be addressed. Then you start feeling unworthy of love, unworthy of acceptance, unworthy of self-care, self-love, unworthy of being who you are. And then that brings you down even more. Then you start feeling unattractive. What is attractive? What does attractive mean to you? Do we have a set right or wrong what is attractive? No, what's attractive to me might not be attractive to you. What's attractive to you might not be attractive to me. It's all individual. But what really makes you attractive is your nur, is your inside, is your beauty from within. But we sometimes forget that, or a lot of the times we forget that. And we forget it because of the society and the community and the environment we actually live in. Another thing we've got about body image, what body image means is how we believe others see us. We don't know by fact that others see us like this, but because I've got here, these beliefs can be what we think of ourselves. So if you go back to the first column here, if we think we're fat, we think we're ugly, we think we're too short, we think we've got bad skin, we think we're too skinny, or well, we think that these beliefs, because we end up believing that, we're thinking that's what other people think of us. That's the way they're seeing us. Now, I don't want to go to that party now because I don't look that great in this dress or this outfit. And it's like, well, everybody's going to think I look fat. Everybody's going to think it's, I don't know. I keep coming up with fat. If that one doesn't work with you guys, you just send it through for me. I've never had the issue of being too skinny. Okay. However, this belief about how we believe other people see us. Another area is here. These beliefs can be constructed by what others say about us. It could be family, growing up with family, or with friends or students. What do your friends and your students say to you? It might be just small comments, but what do they mean? So at this point, if you can put in some messages there about what do you hear from others? What about school? What about in school when you were, in primary school and high school? I know you guys are at university now. So, however, that doesn't take it out the scenario of what was said to you as growing up in your household, even from 0 to 5, 5 to 10. you know, while you're at primary school, and then when when you're big transition for you when you're leaving primary to go to high school. That is huge when you're the smallest people there because you're in first year. And when you're in first year or even at primary school, you know, there's a lot of bullying going on at school. And the bullying becomes verbal abuse. And what is it? Taunts that they say. Maybe you were in the back end of that. Maybe getting the taunts with with these things where we're saying you're fat, you're ugly. This could be racial taunts, etc. as well. These things you start storing all in your subconscious. And even when you don't really realize why you behave a certain way consciously, subconsciously it's all stored. Subconsciously is all stored there. So even within family, and as my cousins, I was discussing this when I was doing the information for this webinar, and I remember my cousins, like we were like one of us in each family was just by fun or by love, you just call Fatty, come here, Fatty, whatever, however they say it, they call him Fatty. But when you look at the pictures and you look at them and you're thinking, oh my God, they were nowhere near fat. But maybe, you know, they say that they call them out of fondness, but just because my cousin, this cousin on this side, was the less thinner than her sisters and her brothers. And then the same with the other one. It was just because she was less thinner, but she was still really thin. She was nowhere near fat. But they've grown up with this self-image of being fat. No matter what, they still feel fat. And actually one of them is a size 8. The other one must be a maximum of size 10, even if she is she did a size 8. And till this day, she's like saying, oh, my tummy is out to there. I've got fat. Where does that come from? Where does that come from? It's because I remember those days that they were just called that just for fun. And that is not even the bullying at school or taunting by anybody else or even your friends. This was family because you're being in that family on a daily basis. Is anybody out there relating to what I've said so far? Is this what has happened to you? Okay, so yes, a lot of adult insecurities do with body image, but do you mean that for yourself? Your adult insecurities has got to do with that? Are you meaning, yes, but are you meaning that, yeah, you're understanding what I'm saying, or you're saying for yourself? Because it would be good to know, and that way I can address for yourself. Okay, great. So this is where this point is, this next slide. I'll address everything as I go along, and don't worry, at the end I'll give you contact details as well, because the work I do is working individually with people who, and we can go back to that time or that area in your subconscious mind, because it's all stored in your brain, your mind. Alhamdulillah, it's such an incredible place of how it can store and create things for you, but unfortunately it can do all the negatives for you too. So look at the next slide here. Other than the absolutely gorgeous, cute baby here, you know, we were all like that one day. So innocent, carefree. We weren't born with these. We weren't born with self-esteem issues. We weren't born with worrying about body image. Where did it come from? Where did it come from? Just look at that picture. That's a sweet baby. This is how we were. We were born like this. We grew up, and growing up within that environment, growing up with that negative self-talk, growing up with what people have said to us, what we're seeing in the TVs, what we're seeing in adverts, what we're seeing in the billboards, what we see in social media, what we see in magazines. all that starts creating our values and our belief systems. But if you look back, really, this is where we started. This is where we started. So they're all learned behaviors. They're all learned values and belief systems. And they get stored in our subconscious mind. And with storing them in our subconscious mind, that's how they impact into the feelings and how we're going to do how we think, and then our behaviors and our actions. But really, body image, real body image, has nothing at all to do with your size. Can you believe that? Body image has nothing to do with your size and your shape. Right now, this moment, how do you feel about your body? How do you feel about your size and your shape? From 1 to 10, or 0 to 10. 10 being amazing, awesome, feel great. 1 being not so much, not good at all. So feel free to put your comments through. Okay, a 4. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, sure. I'll repeat that. How do you feel about your body just now? Your body image. So 10 is you feel great. At the higher scale, number 10 is I feel great, I feel awesome, I feel amazing, I feel fabulous. 1 is you feel the opposite, not great at all about it. It changes. Okay, right now, today, how do you feel about it? Where are you with it just now? Okay, sometimes 6 and sometimes 2. Okay, we'll come back to that and we'll look at what changes that. Why do you feel sometimes 6, which is above 5, so it's coming closer to the 10, which is more positive, but 2 is very low. Okay, and the other comment was 4. And do you feel, is it normally 4 all the time you feel like that, or does it change for you? Okay, pretty stable. Okay, so we've got a 4, and then we've got a between a 6 and a 2. Okay, and if anybody else wants to jump on saying how they are. Okay, 3 to 5. Okay, I'll just get them in. Okay, so that's interesting, isn't it? And have you thought about it that way before? It's taking that moment to stop and consider how you feel about yourself. So body image hasn't got anything to do with your size or your shape. It's actually a product of peer pressure, of social concepts, of cultural values and family values. I'm not sure what the cultural background of the audience is here, but growing up in a Pakistani environment, and I'll give you an example of when people were looking at prospective marriage partners, and what I've heard and what I've seen with my friends, and even with myself when we were getting married, you know, it was when you were I know it's changed by the time when I was going through all this, but it was very traditional that the male's mum would call the house, and the cultural values of the ladies, or the cultural values of this community was they wanted to know the size of the girl, whether she was tall, whether she was fair-skinned, you know, everything was got to do with looks. So your body image. But this is not just the teenagers or the kids. This is adults. Is the adults, is the community, is the culture, is the families that are having that pressure. So never mind just peer pressure, it's pressure from them. That are you good enough to be even considered as a proposal for within the family, as in marriage? You know, where they're saying, is the girl A, B, C. Okay, whether it's fair skin, tall, slim, etc., etc. But you can see it happens daily. It happens all the time. It's all around us all the time. And because of these values, this starts beginning to influence our self-perception, how we think of ourselves and how we feel about ourselves, our self-worth, our self-esteem. And what do you think that happens with this? Okay, it drops and then it drops and it drops. If all the influence you're getting is all negative and it's all on just the way you look, then it does begin to start putting you in a dark place and feeling like you're unworthy, feeling like you're not good enough, feeling like you're not pretty enough to get out there. You start feeling pretty rubbish about yourself, which leads to then depression. So these negative influences that I can't even see my screen. Negative influences. Look at I've just put a range of people, you know, youngsters, adults, like siblings. These negative influences, that's what allows our lack of confidence. If we're already feeling low in confidence or low self-esteem, this makes it fester. It just takes it deeper and deeper into this dark hole. And if it's constant negative, if you're not getting positive in it, if you're not getting anything better out of it, how is it going to get better for you? How are you going to start feeling more confident? How are you going to start feeling high self-esteem, feeling good about yourself? Would you like at this point to say what your negative influences are? So I've given you some examples of negative influences of within family, within cultural, within even school, being bullied. Is there anything that you would like to share? You can feel free to do the messages and I'll go on to my case study. Overly honest, friends. I'll come back to that one. So this case study, I was just talking to one of my friends and I was saying, you know, when you were growing up, what issues did you have at primary or high school? Was there anything that affected, knocked your self-esteem, etc.? And he goes, I was bullied. I goes, what were you bullied for? And he's saying he was bullied and he was called Bugsy. That's a first picture there, what's with the teeth. Bugsy because he had big teeth or unlined teeth and he had to wear braces later, but Bugsy Malone or something, he said, and it was about his teeth. The other thing name calling was Concord. It was called Concord, and that's about his nose. But then again, this is the nose Allah has given you. If we appreciate or understand that there's a reason why we're designed this way, Allah has created us perfectly. You know, no one person is the same. Nobody's got the same fingertip prints because we're all unique. Yeah. So all these little things about facial, even the next one was Becky Four Eyes being called that. You know, these little things, they're not little at that time though, is it? When you're at primary school, this is at primary school up to high school, he was saying this was happening to him. You know, and I said, what did it do for you? How was the results of this? And he said, I was really insecure about myself. I started feeling really insecure. And then he goes, I was scared. And I goes, what were you scared of? And he goes, for anybody, just even a gang of boys just jumping me. You know, if I'm walking across the road or walking in the street and I see a bunch of boys, I would cross the road to get away from them, even if they've not said anything. He was that insecure with himself because of all these taunts that it created this another level of fear of getting beat up. So he used to cross the road, and then the hard thing hit home. Okay, all this stuff knocks your self-esteem. Yes, but he said hatred. I goes, what hatred for these people that were saying these things to you? He goes, hatred of myself. Hatred of myself. And that's scary to hear. If someone really hates themselves, what does that result to? Hating yourself. These are the things we're hearing nowadays with youngsters, teenagers, due to Instagram, due to bullying, that unfortunately people are taking their lives. Unfortunately, they're committing suicide due to bullying. But bullying's the outer product. It's what the bullying is doing internally. Okay, this is your part, guys. I think I've talked enough. Can you share your negative influences? So we've got here overly honest friends. So what are these overly honest friends saying? What kind of things are they saying? We've got Instagram, where I suppose they're negative Instagram, because what happens with Instagram is that you're seeing people only put up pictures that are perfect. And that's with Facebook as well. If you look good, then you put that up. If you don't feel that you look good, you won't put it up. You don't really share it. So with any of the social media, they're all about looking good. But when other people put up their pictures of looking good, if we are strong within yourself, then we would not compare ourselves to other people, yeah? We wouldn't compare ourselves to Instagram. We wouldn't compare ourselves to Snapchat. Let's compare ourselves to ourselves. If you're going to compare them, but okay, unnecessary honesty. Honest friends say you've gained weight. Okay, compare your body to theirs openly. All right, okay. Yes, so basically you're not asking them, how do I look? Do I look fat in this, or have I gained weight? They're just uninvitedly telling you you've gained weight. And they're telling you because they think they're being your friend. They think that they're being honest with you. And how does that make you feel? Have you ever spoken back to them? Have you ever told them? Have you told them that, I really don't like what you're saying to me, or I've not asked for your opinion? Have you communicated? No, because it's not too nice. But why is it not too nice? Okay, I don't know what the situation in that time is when your friends are saying it. Skin is a huge insecurity. I don't know what BC is. BC people? Because people, because people will always tell you you're tired when you don't have makeup on. And do you wear makeup all the time? And I suppose makeup is amazing in one way as well, because it does cover up if you are tired. You put a bit of concealer under your eyes, and it does clear up imperfections, etc. But also sometimes it's a way of feeling good about yourself. Naturally, a lot of people don't need makeup. I have seen lots of gorgeous, beautiful girls, and sometimes I don't understand why they've got so much makeup on, because they're actually stunning without it. They're stunning without it. But then that again shows about self-esteem. Or sometimes, okay, fine, you put makeup on because you're going out. You're going out and it's, a night out, you want to get dressed up. But you have to wear it daily. So we've got skin, you've got, do they comment on skin? Okay, they do, because they say you look tired when you don't have makeup on. I suppose it's something what they're used to. Okay, so skin and feeling overweight. However, see if you can become so confident in who you are, then no one's opinion, no one's rejection or behavior will be able to rock you side to side. You'll be firm. You could, wash it down, like they say, on a duck's back. It wouldn't waver you. Does that make sense? Inshallah, that is definitely the goal. Become so confident in who you are that no one's opinion or rejection or even behavior will rock you. And that's the focus of you, this focus of they're all external. The comments that people make, the Instagrams, the social media, the billboards, the TV adverts, they're all external. But what's happening when you have the low self-esteem and body image issues, they're all coming internally. They're coming from your mind. So you have control over it. You are in control of that. You just have to learn how to overcome that. And you have the power. You have the power within you. And we just need to tap into it to connect you to it. So how can we do this? You don't have to have a perfect body to have a good body image. Do you? No. You don't have to have a perfect body, and whatever perfect body means to you, to have a good image, body image. When you like your body as it is, right now, right this very moment, right now, today, that will boost your self-esteem. When you like your body as it is, right now, that will boost your self-esteem. So how are we going to do this? Self-awareness. Know yourself. Know your body. Be aware. Make a list of the things that what you like about yourself. Okay, fine. If your skin doesn't look so good, but do you have gorgeous eyes? And nice lips? What is it about yourself that you like? What do you have? What traits or what things about you that are just so unique to you and are stunning and amazing and beautiful? Please do put them in the comments when I say this. I'm just looking to see if any do. Make a list of them for yourself, yeah? But tell me here too. And accept compliments. How good are we accepting compliments? Are you any good at it? And someone says, oh, you look great today. Oh, you look, never believe that. I'm terrible. That's not a good start, but that shows already about your self-esteem. Okay, so you never believe them. Why don't you believe them? If somebody's saying it, so somebody will say, oh, you look good in that dress. Oh, you look like you've lost weight. You will say, oh, no, it's just because it's black. I wore this today. It's just this top. Is this shape? Or no, it's just because of this. You make excuses. You start making excuses for even the compliments, to not accepting the compliments. So when the positive influence is coming, don't push it away. Accept it. Own it. Say thank you. Just say thank you. And soak it in. You look great today. Thank you. Oh, wow, you look amazing. Oh, your eyes are so gorgeous. Thank you. Know and understand your qualities of what makes you good, who you are. You are not what the outer shell is. You're not the person just because of the way you look. True or false? You are the person that's within. And when that glows out of you, when you're strong and confident as that person from within, regardless of what size you are, whether you're size 20 or a size 10, that's what makes you who you are, your qualities, your other qualities of being kind, generous, always smiling, or, looking at the good of people. These all start shining out of you. Your smile, your laughter, making other people feel good. That's who you are as a person. And that's what makes you beautiful. Look at the beauty that is within you. And always focus on the positives of yourself. Some people don't like their upper body. Some people like the lower body. Some people say even if they're focusing on their tummy, but they've got great legs, then focus on your great legs. If you're focusing on if you've got bingo wings, I've heard people going on about bingo wings, and I'm like, I didn't even notice that. I didn't even see it. I didn't even think about it. Just the person is giving the negative talk that's normally internal to them out loud to other people with something they've not even thought of. Other people are not even seeing. So rather than doing that, we do self-awareness of all the positive stuff about us. We rewire our brains. We rewire our brains from all the negative comments that you say to yourself, all the negative comments that you might get from other people, and start creating new ones, new positive ones. And from these new positive comments, then you create new neural pathways in your brain. And that makes the new connection for your subconscious mind. And then build on them, and that will start generating the ripple effect of the behavior and your thinking and your feeling and your behavior, because it will start from the subconscious mind. Does that make sense? Rewire your brain by creating new positive pathways. So start thinking about things that you can say about yourself. So it's like that first bit there, self-awareness. Make a list of what you like about yourself. And when you've made that list, I want you to start telling yourself about it. Telling yourself, oh, I do have great hips, or I do have gorgeous eyes, or I'm not even sure where to go with this one. Whatever it is for you, I do have all the great things that you've got, even the great internal things that are not body related. Say them to yourself, say them out loud, like they say affirmations, say them to the mirror. Tell your friends if you want. Let them know you actually love this about yourself. Then be kind to yourself. And that's a part of being kind, is actually giving yourself those positive messages. Don't rely on others. Don't rely on the family. Don't rely on your friends. Don't rely on the culture. Don't rely on Instagram. Rely on yourself to be kind to yourself. What makes you feel good? If makes you feel good to going to the cinema, makes you feel good going for a spa day, makes you feel good going for a bath, even simple things like moisturizer. If skin's not great, what can you do about it? Look at what's practical things you can do. You can cleanse, tone, moisturizer, maybe eye creams, serums, whatever it is. Do something that's a routine, and that routine makes you feel good. It's not the effect of the actual creams. It's about the procedure of it, what you're doing, and you're stopping and taking care of you. So that's where it says self-care and self-love actions. Do things that make you feel good. Take a note, make a small list of things that make you feel good. Could be simple things, even if it's reading a book. What makes you feel good? Do them. Do more of them. And then lastly, I think you need to cleanse your environment. If social media is not any good for you, not good for your mind, not good for your mental health, your mental well-being, then maybe take a break from it. Take a small break or cut them out. Do what you need to do for you, because you're the most important person. You are the most important person. If you can't be in a great place yourself, with yourself, you won't be able to help others. Maybe cleanse your environment of negative friends. If they're not any good for you, possibly consider moving away from them. If they're making you feel worse about you, maybe they're not worth being around. Do they value you as an individual? Do they value you as a person? If they don't respect and value you, maybe they're not the ones that are right for you. I'm aware of time, but I'll try to speed it up a wee bit, okay? And spend time with people who make you feel good about you. So cleanse off the negativity and then inject the positive. And those people that are giving you the compliments, spend a wee bit more time with them, but also spend more time with just you, being you, writing a journal, Write stuff every day. That a gratitude journal. That's an amazing thing, and it's really good. Not just the simple things of saying, I'm grateful for a house or food on the table, alhamdulillah for body. You know, we actually got 2 arms, 2 legs. We can walk. The basic things that sometimes we take for granted. But actually, what are you grateful for? Maybe in a journal, just write every night 3 things you're grateful for, and try to make them different, of course. And that's where you're spending time with you. And you can make yourself feel better. As soon as a negative thought comes into your mind, rather than letting it spiral and adding to it, and this whole spiral goes round and round and round and round and deeper and deeper and deeper because you keep adding to it, figure out how to stop it. Take it like a scissor. Just cut. Don't let it spiral down. Cut. Be aware of it. Cut. You can do that. I've taught many people in coaching and counselling and therapy to do these things. So just try. You can do it. Lastly, be in positive environment where you are accepted for who you are. Now you know what that is for you, because this is about you. You're all unique. Your positive environment might be completely different from what my positive environment is. But another thing is really great is being in nature. Being in nature, take your socks off with bare feet and walking on the ground and really being grounded with nature and taking deep breaths, really slowing down and meditating, as they call it. But meditating could be even, you can do zikr, you can do your salah outside when the weather gets a bit better, or even as long as it's dry. But that is incredible feeling when you put your head down for sujood on the earth. Absolutely amazing. You're really connected with you. You're connected with your soul. You're connected with your purpose. What's your purpose on the earth here? What's your purpose of you? You as an individual. What is your purpose? And then you start feeling that strength and that energy through that ground, coming right through your feet, into your legs, up, right over to your head and to your mind, especially when you put your head down. All of it so connected. And it's an amazing, amazing experience. This is something you need to really do. Try it out. So this section is for question and answers. I'm not sure about time. Just now I know we're way over time because we started late, but we do have, I think it depends on what, 5 minutes. Okay, fabulous. Okay, 5 minutes. We've got 5 minutes for question and answer section. So I've just put on the last slide. So please feel free to send your messages through with your questions. And but in the meantime, I have put on the screen here what the website is, so you can have a look at the different areas I work with. And the Facebook page, I think we've got the link with FOSIS anyway, and it's Ash Coaching. And then I've put my email, and I've just noticed there's a typo in it because I did it so quickly. So Virgin Media, I don't know if I can just change that just now while you're on there. Okay, how do you balance having body positivity and being healthy and fit? How do you balance body positivity? So I think you need to start from the beginning. Okay, one of the things would be, how do you feel about your body? So with yourself, we had sometimes you're 2, sometimes you're 6, right? So that, that's quite a big. It's like sometimes you're feeling not too bad and then you dip to quite low. What is it that making you do that? What's happening? So we get the signal of it. What is it, a trigger? Has somebody said something you've seen? Is it something something's happened and you feel like you drop down to 2? Okay. So when you get that core thing, then you work out from there. Being healthy and fit, I gather that would simply be being healthy would be looking at the way you eat. Okay, being healthy is about your routine. So either too much sugar is not good for you, not just because of putting on weight and calories, also because it gives you that high. You get like the energy going straight up, and then straight away you're going to feel the slump off it. So that's not very good for mental health either, because you're feeling that drained after it as well. Fit, you need to see where you are in fitness. How fit are you right now? Do you work out? Do you exercise at all? Do you go walking? Do you go to the gym? Do you have a daily routine? Do you have a weekly routine? Do you do yoga? What do you do just now? So we have to really figure out where you are and then add on, because I don't do a generic message. And generically, you can find this anywhere. You know, you can find it on Google or Instagrams. Being healthy is eat well, eat healthy, good salads, you know, portion sizes, still have all your food groups of carbs, your veggies and your protein, and then being fit. Of course, being fit, then it's about exercising. So go out, and I would say, if you're going, don't make things as a task. When it's coming to fitness, do things that you enjoy. So do you like yoga? Go and do it. If you like running, go and do it. Or even a dance class. Have you been to dance classes? You know, there was a dance class and it was called Clubbercise, and I accidentally went to it, and you had glow sticks and it was all dark, and oh my God, it was incredible. It was incredible because I didn't mean to go to it, but I had so much fun. It was so much fun. I didn't feel like I was exercising, and it is something I took on from that class as well, where I noticed that nobody cared how they looked because the lights were off. Nobody cared about somebody looking at them. Nobody even cared about if they were doing the moves right, if they were going the right direction or not. They end up, as long as they were moving and waving their arms and going to the music, they were having a great time. So they enjoyed it, and the people were coming back every week to that class. And that's what was helping them keep fit and feeling good about themselves. So you need to find things that you actually enjoy. Yes, you know, we do become human nature, we become impatient for waiting for results. But this is where maybe we look at, what is the results? Are you looking for physical results? Are you looking for the results on the scales? Is that what you mean when waiting for results? Is it for how you feel in that pair of jeans? Because remember, your time of month changes how the jeans are going to feel if you're bloated. Also, if you when you've eaten something, if you weigh yourself in the morning or you weigh yourself later, that might change the numbers on the scales. They're not really real results. So it depends what results you're actually meaning. I would suggest focus on the results of how you feel. How you feel. So when you go out for exercise class, if there's a friend you can get joining in with you to do something with you, or even netball, you know, some sports, do something that you enjoy and you can have a laugh at. It feels fun, because when you do that, it doesn't even feel like you're not waiting for results. You're not there for a number on the scale, or fitting into by the next day or the next week, fitting into that pair of jeans. You're actually just enjoying yourself. And when you're enjoying yourself and endorphins are releasing, good serotonin levels in your body, then you're going to feel good about yourself, and that's going to bring your self-esteem right up. I started the gym, and after not seeing results for a month, I gave up. What were you doing at the gym? First of all, how often did you go? How was your eating when you were going to the gym? But actually, are you aware it's actually probably after the month that when you go to the gym that you start seeing the results? Because even though you need to know what results you're looking for, the results you might be looking for is you might be firmer, you might be more toned up, or you might be building a bit of muscle, and because you're building muscle, it's not going to change on the scales. There's lots of things when you need to see the results. There's not one magic answer here, but don't give up. That's where I'm getting here. If you don't see the results, you've got those expectations. So maybe take a step back of what your expectations are, what you're actually looking for. Don't give up on yourself. If you give up on yourself, how can we expect others not to give up on us? We can't give up on ourselves. It's like that body has been given to us by Allah. That's your amanat. We're here to look after it. And if a way to look after it is fitness and health, but the way you treat your body, of how you feel about it, I gather that's amanat as well. How we feel about what Allah's given us. I don't know, it's just something to think about. However, the thing of gym, fitness, healthy, they're all external again. They're actions you can take. But before you take those actions and have them going on continued, you have to go back another step. You need to go back. It's like motivation. When they say motivation, where is the motivation coming from? It's coming from the mind. It's coming from internal. So what will motivate you to go and look after your body? What will motivate you to be healthy? What will motivate you to sustain it? So one thing you're saying is results. But what if we change the results over for you? And I'm happy. I know this is very, like, as a webinar is different when we're with one-to-one, maybe do a consultation and look at what's going on for you, because it might be something completely different than what you think it is. And then doing a few sessions, whether it's the stress or the anxiety off about the body image and self-esteem, if we just get that connection switched over from the right part, from the root cause, the rest will just fall into place. Then it's easy. And this is where we fail when we're looking for the external, when we're looking for the external results, when we're looking for the external approval of others. That's all external. If we can sit down and look at ourselves and sit down and think about all the things we're grateful for, all our good points, all the wonderful things about us as a person, as an individual, that is our body image and that's our self-esteem then. And that will give you what level you're at. And that level isn't determined by anyone else. It's determined by you. And only you can change it. Only you are in control of this. So if anybody's in a position, please seek help. Help isn't a bad thing. It's not, I know sometimes it's a taboo about going for therapy. If you need it, then get support. Go to someone and get it from the root cause, and then life will be easier for you. Okay, Jazakallah for that. I have just had a message come through, so if there isn't any other questions, I can tell you, I've been asked to give a small description of the coaching and how it works, so if you're okay with that. So what packages at the moment I do, so the areas I concentrate on, and you can have a look at the website for lots of areas I've worked with people. I mean, I've worked from children from the age of 10, to the last gent I was working for, he was probably in his 60s, but they're all in different areas. But anxiety relief therapy, I do that. That's over 2 weeks, and we clear the anxiety right from the root cause within that 2 weeks period. So it's a 2-hour session and another 2-hour session the week after. I have a life coaching program, which is a transformational life coaching program, which is on a 10-step program. And this 10 steps area covers everything. So like the things you're talking about just now, the physical things, the body image, the self-esteem, the eating, the emotional energy that you have there that you get drained with, the energy you feel physically. All these areas are all covered, and we look at where are you going in life. So the coaching is all about, it's not performance coaching, it's all about coaching about how you, where how you are about yourself. So it's all about self-awareness. And when you learn about yourself, then you can take the relevant steps. So I become the facilitator to take you through that route, take you to that path. And why the program's specialised is because I add in all the counselling, the NLP, the hypnotherapy. It's a bespoke service depending on the client that's in front of me, the client that's come to see. It's all designed around them. So I don't do a program that's one fit for all, because it's not the way it works. It's not the way it works. The other thing I do is empowerment events. So recently I've had lots of empowerment events. I do monthly empowerment events. So it's called That's for Women. It's Women Empowerment Tribe Meetups, and it's on the last Thursday of every month. So the next one's the 25th of April, and it's at the Glenhill Hotel at 9:30 to 12. And that's for everybody. It's for any woman that's there, and we do self-development workshops within it. And it's a good networking element as well. You don't need to talk about your problems if you don't want to. If somebody wants to discuss things, we can look at it. But it's all about networking and being in that environment, that positive environment. That's what I've created, a safe place for people to feel comfortable to be who they are and learn how to be better with themselves, be empowered to be them, be a better version of you. Okay, so that's the 3 areas I'm focused on, and obviously I do the one-to-one sessions too, but really the packages are the best thing. So you can contact me on any of these, the Facebook, you can follow the page, you can have a look at the website and email me. On the website there is a contact me page, and you can complete it of what area that you want to look for help, and we can do a 15-minute consultation free over the phone. And then we can arrange a meeting if you like. Is there any other questions before we close for today? And I want to say a big thank you to the team who've invited me along to do the webinar, as it was my very first webinar. I'd never done it before, didn't even know how to work a webinar, but alhamdulillah, we got there.
Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I'm joined by somebody very special today, my very good friend, Jenna Bay, and she is phenomenal. All the guests that I bring on, they have a tremendous amount of value to add. That's why I bring them on. And everybody has their own special area of expertise. And on the show, what we try to do is we go down memory lane essentially and find out their story, their journey. Jenna, I mean, she's just phenomenal. She is an expert on neuroscience, epigenetics, quantum physics, child development, and she's also a virtual coach. She has a specialization in nutrition. She actually started her career as an elementary school teacher, and she built up her virtual coaching practice from there. And she now supports women and children in terms of child development. So her main goal is to empower women, especially moms with kids. So if you're a parent, you're a mom, then this is the interview for you. This is going to be an amazing conversation, and you're going to find a lot of value from it. She has her own book series, which she's promoting right now, because that book series really helps you understand child development, and it essentially just takes off the pressure from you as a parent in terms of learning about how you can help your child develop and nurture them, etc. It takes the pressure off, and you can go ahead and just have those books available to you. So it helps you to help your child grow into a complete person. So with that, please help me welcome Jenna to the show. Jenna, thanks for being here.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure to have you on. Jenna, I mean, we connected before. We had a call before, this one, and you blew my mind. You were so passionate about what you do. You really want to help women with children, so specifically parents and moms. And I know you work a lot with women, but you also help men in terms of, understanding child development and nutrition, etc. So remind me of how you got started down this path, because you were actually a teacher in elementary school, right? So how did it all start from you being a teacher to where you are now as a virtual coach?
Yes, great question. We all have our origin stories, and mine started when I was really young with having a learning disability and not knowing how I would be able to have a full life. And there was times where they thought I wouldn't even get into college or university and even get into the next grade. So that started out with low self-esteem. And as I built my neurological system and having the function of the brain coming up to my proper age, I learned a lot about the brain. And that's kind of where it started. Then when I was 15, I lost one of my best friends to suicide. And I hit an all-time low. And I really needed to discover for my own benefit why someone would do this, why this was something that needed to be done. Why did this seem like it was the only option? So that really started my investigation into the mind, and I started learning and researching about neuroscience at that time. And then that led me into learning about quantum physics and just how the whole world works. And this was just in high school. So it became just one of those passionate things. And sometimes when you're going through grief, some people will go to faith as a way to move through it, and others go to different outlets. And this was mine. Mine was motivated to figure out, why does someone like country music and someone like rock? Why does someone think this way and others think this way? I really, really was on a quest for this. When I became a teacher, I decided to go through for a teacher because of my experience at a younger age. I really wanted to build kids up, and I wanted them to know how good they were, because when I was young, I didn't feel that way. I felt like I was stupid. I felt like I was ugly. I was also very chubby. So it's just had all of these issues that I brought with me to my adulthood. So I really wanted to see if I could knit that for a future youth that were growing up. So I decided to do teaching. Once I got there, I just realized that I couldn't do the things that I really wanted to do because there's so much you have to do as a teacher. There's the curriculum that you have to follow. Then there's a whole bunch of other rules and regulations that are there to help support your growing the child, but it wasn't really what I wanted. So I decided to open up my own business where I was working with families on building nutrition, because through my experience with neuroscience, I learned how valuable nutrition is. So that's when I went back and got my degree in neuroscience and nutrition. And this is a degree that is ever flowing. I find that I'm a continual researcher, which is why that's kind of how I introduce myself. I'm not stagnant with any degree, because in science, we're constantly changing. We're constantly learning new things, and same with child development. But that's always been my specialty. And as I was building this practice, I was learning all these different fears that parents have. And I work a lot with women, but I also do work a lot with men too. Men are also parents and coaches and teachers and leaders. And what I learned from all of this is that we're so similar, and that we are going through so many different things, but they all relate back to the same, that we all just want to feel good, and we all want to raise thriving children. So I went through this quest of how do we do that? And as I was a nanny as well, so I come from a different experience. I'm not a parent yet, but my experience of being a nanny, a live-in nanny, and also a teacher has a different perspective on child rearing. And then throwing in my educational background in it, I felt like I had so much value to add to families. So through my experience, I'm learning that I do, and that the things that I'm able to share with them and guide them with and support them with helps with thriving in themselves and their lives, as well as in their children. And that led me to this. This led me to my book series and helping women thrive. And my website basically is the hub for all of this. And I really feel like in order to have children that thrive, are the parents, the leaders, the teachers. If you're a parent or you're an influencer of children, you are a leader. That developing those leadership skills is one of the most important things. And that's what my book series does, as well as my nutrition courses and all of that that's on my website. That was really long-winded.
No, it was great. It was fantastic. I mean, first of all, you're into everything. I mean, I love that. You know, everything from neuroscience to quantum physics to nutrition to child development. I mean, there seem to be very kind of unrelated fields.
Yeah.
But actually, if you think about it, they do integrate quite a lot, right? I mean, there's
A lot.
yeah, there's huge intersection there, especially when it comes to child development. I mean, if you put that in the core, then the quantum physics and the neuroscience and the nutrition all make sense, right?
Oh, big time. Everything is in a relationship. We're in a relationship with anything and everything. So that's even our phones or our cars and of course the people in our lives. And one of the basis things of a relationship is your interaction. And the basis of an interaction is action. And every action is followed or is created through a thought, which creates your emotions. And through neuroscience and quantum physics and epigenetics, what everything will tell you is that we're all made up of cells, and these cells are constantly vibrating. And this is the energy that creates our worlds, creates our lives, creates everything. So when we get that under control, which is what the book series is all about, is how to handle our emotions and become so emotionally intelligent that we're able to use our minds to create the reality rather than facing it.
Right. Wow. I love that. Absolutely love that. So your book series, Jenna, I mean, what is the ultimate goal of that book series? What's your mission behind it? What are you hoping to achieve?
Yes, that's a great question. So every book is just one strategy. So instead of creating a thick parenting book or a leadership book for an adult to read at the end of the day, I've never met a parent who said, oh, I have tons of time at the end of the day. So I wanted to create something that you could do with your child and learn at the same time, immerse yourselves in it together, and build that neurological wiring for emotional intelligence. So here's the thing about the emotional intelligence is that it's something that we're constantly working on. It's not something that you can have and then you have it forever. It's you're exercising your mind like you exercise your body. And that's what each of these concepts in the books do. So one of the ones that we're going around right now with is superhero powers. And it's one concept. And the concept is just that every single person on this planet is here for a purpose and they're valuable. Even in those moments when you feel depressed or you feel like there's nothing worth living for, or those times when you're struggling or when you're comparing yourself to someone else because they're the better mom or they're the better this and or their body's better than yours or something in that moment, when you can come back to your individual superhero power, you remember that you're here on this earth for a reason, to add value, and every room you walk into is different because you're there. Anyone that you interact with, one conversation, the conversations that you have on this podcast, one conversation can change your life. And if you walk into the grocery store and you think the cashier is going to be so excited that they get to meet me today, because you're going to add that little zest that no one else has but you. And when we understand what that zest is, that's our superpower. And we have a lot of them. And it's celebrating that everyday superhero. You know those times when someone holds the door open for you or gives you a smile and it makes you feel like you matter. That's a power. That's because everyone matters. And we forget that. We get so busy in our day-to-day lives that we forget to think about what's going on around us or what other people are going through. So having this concept, and I hear now the testimonials coming back from parents saying that their whole life has changed because they're focusing on what their child is doing right rather than what they're doing wrong. And having that simple mindset shift of just constantly looking for what your partner's doing right rather than what she's doing wrong or he's doing wrong. And it makes life a lot more fun. And when you get to use your unique talents or your gifts or just be the best version of you that day, it makes life a lot more fun. And that's the bottom line, is we're supposed to have fun. Life is supposed to feel good. And so it's really about, that particular book is just about finding your uniqueness, owning it, and then using it to better the world.
Wow. I love the message. That's really powerful. And you're right, people do need to hear it, because a lot of the time you are so kind of busy dealing with the day-to-day routine and the day-to-day chaos that you forget to step outside of your normal environment and think about the higher level stuff, essentially. So, and especially when it comes to parents, I mean, parents, as you said, they don't have time. They don't have any time. They're always busy. They're always doing something.
Always,
so yeah, it's so amazing that you created this book series for them.
There's like they have been told, like I've been told a lot that they're called parenting books disguised as children's books, and I just want to premise that I'm not at all ever suggesting that this is how you parent, or that any parent needs help parenting, because I'm a firm believer that every woman and every man that I work with that are parents, they're naturally become leaders. It's just innately in them. And for me to come in and say, this is how you should parent your child, is totally absurd, because every child is so different and no one knows your child better than you do. My whole intention and goal with all of these strategies, and that was just one book that I went, there's like 15 that are coming out, and more to come after that. And they're there just to uplift you and to remind you of your power, because you don't necessarily need anything else outside of you. You got it inside of you. I'm just there to remind you of what you already know.
Wow.
And it's important that the parents feel supported, because especially moms and dads, of course, that it can feel so lonely and so overwhelming, because you can have these moments of pure bliss and everything's great. And then the next moment it's, am I doing this right? Is this the right thing to do? I don't know. Is this what I'm supposed to feed my child? My child won't even touch a vegetable. What do I do? Like there's always this panic. So my goal is just to answer these questions that all parents have, and have a hub for them, so that they can just know that they're not alone, and everything's going to be okay. They've got this, and here's our just added strategies you can take it or leave it.
Awesome. Well, Jenna, yours is a beautiful mission and an amazing message, and your book series sounds absolutely phenomenal. And for people in the audience, if you are a parent, or if you know anybody else who is a parent, then you have to check out this book series. If one of your friends, neighbors, colleagues, if they're about to become a parent, well, this will be an amazing present, wouldn't it? I think so. So go for it. Check the book series out. It's absolutely amazing. We'll put all the links below in the description, so you can just go ahead and click the link below in the description. You can find out more. But let's talk about your nutrition course, because I know you're a specialist in nutrition as well.
Yes.
So you're passionate about child development, and you've done a course in neuroscience and nutrition. So tell me, how can we combine these three very kind of far-fetched, unrelated fields into something that helps us learn more about who we are and empowers, especially the parents? How does it actually empowers the parents?
Absolutely. That's a great question. Thank you for bringing that up. I am really passionate about helping maximize human potential. And if we want to help our children thrive, then we also need to thrive. And the bottom line of being a leader and being in a parenting or a teacher, like being a family, you are a leader. And I work a lot with companies too with that, and we'll get into that in a bit. But working in the leadership, you are an influencer, and rather than a dictator. That's how you'll get a lot farther. And in order for you to thrive, you need to love who you are and own who you are and be confident in who you are. And that's challenging. And after you have children, you lose touch with who you are. Your identity shifts completely. You're no longer who you were. You're someone even greater, but we lose that oh my gosh, like this is who I was, now who am I? And there's a different connection between you and your partner now, and there's another being who's so dependent on you that we forget about nourishing our own bodies and nourishing our own minds. And when we become stable in our nutrition, where we feed our bodies, we're feeding our minds, we become able to equip ourselves with being the best leader and model for our children. Also, we go through this transition in our bodies as well. We tend to have extra weight when we deliver or give birth to a baby, and that's natural, but we forget that, and we put these high expectations on ourselves that we need to get right back into that fit body we had before, or even a body that is more fit now, or whatever the case may be. And a lot of times we don't have time for that, and we're exhausted. So feeding our bodies is really important, having that self-care. So this nutrition course is really to help with that, with helping you thrive so that your children can thrive, understanding what foods help support you and your brain function as well as your child's. And it's really catered for disordered eating. I work a lot with compulsive eating, anorexia, bulimia, all those types of terrible, hard habits that we have in these mindsets. So this course is about that. It's about shifting that mindset, helping you relate to your body, how your body works. Because here's the thing. We often eat according to what our mind thinks. So we read about a paleo diet, or we read about being vegetarian, or see the videos, and it makes sense to our minds, but not necessarily to our bodies. Our minds don't eat. Our brains do, but our minds don't. And yet we give our mind all the power. So this course is about coming back into your body, listening to what your body needs, and eating from that rather than from a diet piece of paper or rules and regulations, deprivation, restriction, and all of that. We're eliminating that and moving more in towards, what does your specific bio-individuality need to thrive?
Wow. That sounds really amazing. And you know what? You are absolutely amazing. I mean, you're blowing my mind by how you're linking these very kind of unrelated, far-fetched concepts very elegantly, and explaining, the whole kind of thing behind child development, and, how you actually form relationships and energy, and, what people are, focusing on what people are doing right, and how do you actually build a relationship with your child, and then, how you need to thrive as a human being. So you need to achieve your full potential by eating right and helping your child eat right. It's absolutely amazing. I absolutely love it. And for people in the audience, I mean, if you're a parent, then, come on, this has just been absolutely phenomenal. Jen has added so much value to us, already. And, she really understands this stuff at a very deep level. I mean, you can just sense it just by the way she's linking things, just the way she's explaining things. She's really passionate about it, and this is what she's here to do. This is her mission. So seriously, I would highly encourage you guys to reach out and check out her book series, her nutrition course, and reach out to Jenna and start a conversation. Jenna, you talked about something that I think seems to be a recurring pattern. I mean, I've had some really amazing people on my show. I've been blessed to, have them on and have conversations with them and go deep. And the one kind of underlying theme I've noticed, the fact that they have at some point all experienced a deep level of pain in their life. But what they did was they were able to use that pain, they were able to use it as fuel, and essentially achieves a transformation where their pain helped them achieve, actually see clarity in terms of what their mission in life is, what their passion is, but they discovered that through their pain. Would you say that happened with you as well?
I would, and that actually brings up a really important point for being a parent. Is one of our major goals, and when we're influencing children in any degree, is that we want to protect them. We want to make sure that they don't go through what we went through. So we want them to have a better life than we had. And sometimes when we do that, we become overpowering, and then we create codependency, and we don't allow them to have their own experiences and their own devastations. And same within, like with high school, I'm speaking about this right from personal experience with families, is that when you're working with that age group, they're craving independence. That's their time to move away from the nest. And when we try to protect them and try and regulate everything that's going on for them, that's when we get even more rebellion. And even in your personal life, I know that you've had some pain points, and you almost, when I was talking to you, use that as your launch pad. It was something that made you who you are today. And although it was painful and something that you wouldn't want to experience again, or even wouldn't want to wish it on your worst enemy, it's something that you experienced, and it helped catapult you to become the person you are and have that compassion. And that's the same, that I would totally agree with that. When suicide was a huge shock to me. I didn't even know what it was, and I felt guilty for having joy after that. I felt that if I was happy, and it was me not honoring Michelle, my friend's life. And so this has it's been such a journey, it's made me who I am. And I'm also, instead of focusing on suicide prevention, my books and series and website and all that is on happiness promotion. And that's one of my biggest passions. And that started because of what I've experienced. So you're totally right. And I think everybody's story is so fascinating. And that's why I love listening to your podcast, because you hear such amazing stories, and the people that you attract, which makes sense because of the energy we talked about earlier. You give off this amazing energy, and when you think of who you are attracting, that does also indicate how you are vibrating. So you're doing a good job.
Well, thank you, Jenna. You're very kind. This is really amazing. I mean, the fact that, everybody who has achieved a high level of success, kind of can, point to their pain at some point in the past and say, this was the thing that helped me, become this person, or, find my mission in life, or, find my passion in life, etc. So it's really amazing. This is kind of like a recurring theme that, I've noticed. But also the fact that, what does it take? What do you think it takes to really use that pain as as you call it, a launch pad, rather than break down, give up, or fall into a deep depression?
Great question. And that is, again, the motivation for my books. It's building that emotional intelligence. It's one of the most important, impactful things that we can do as influencers. So that's influencers of children, that's influencers of our teammates, of our employees, of our employers. It's us becoming so emotionally strong. And what I mean by that is understanding emotions, that anger is not bad. It's just when we deny it, that's when it gets pushed down and we enter either into depression or we lash out. But when we allow our anger and we learn ways on how to handle it, then we're able to move through it and allow for it, and then grow from it and become who we're going to become. So when we have these strategies and these tools, which my books teach you, you have them at younger ages, then the life that you are going to lead is going to be absolutely incredible. And it's never too late to learn these. Like I have a lot of adults that buy my book series just because they're helpful for everyone. And when we learn them, we are now able to influence and teach those who are depending on us or looking up to us. And then this whole world shifts, because when one of us is in alignment, it influences a lot of the other ones in our lives to be in alignment. And that's my main goal.
Wow. Yeah, I love it. And you're absolutely right. The fact is that, your book series, it talks about higher level stuff. So it's not just talking about this one very specific strategy that will help you to solve this one very specific issue. It's bigger than that, it's broader than that, and it actually helps you essentially achieve, you know, that transcendence, which helps you to, you know, grow and think at a higher level, at a higher plane. So, you know, I will highly encourage the people in the audience, especially if you're parents, to go and check out those books, because it'll help you, again, develop emotional intelligence yourself, but also, you know, help your children, you know, achieve that as well, to help them develop emotional intelligence. Now, Jenna, that kind of brings me to the next bit. Are there any strategies that, you know, parents can be using to help their children develop that high level of emotional intelligence?
Honestly, immersing them in the strategies. So when you work on one of the strategies that the book outlines, there's lots of companion materials. So there's things on that they can hook into once you get the book that will help with, like, there's videos and activities and all of that stuff. If you do homeschooling, there's curriculum there for it. And it's just immersing them and being excited about it too. So it's one thing for the child to read it, but when you read it with them repetitively and you immerse them, so after the book's over, we practice that, like how at the end of the day, asking those questions, how did you use your superpower today? Or at the beginning of the day, how are you going to use that superpower? Or what's your, you know, like having those really great conversations. And then from these books too, there's a ton of inside jokes. And these are kind of my favorite ones to read when they send them to me through my website. So if you ever have any, send them over, because they're so funny. And when you create an inside joke, you create that bond. And there's a whole lot of neurological science that I could go into about that. But the main point is, when you have those connections, that development, so much happens. So immersion is basically my number one, and just having fun with it, just exploring together, and that quality time is so important.
Awesome. Now, are your books for a specific age range, or do they have a limit on age?
They don't. They are great for kindergarten to grade 5. They are in some classrooms, and they are poems, so they're repetitive. So they help with word recognition. They also help with memory, and the novelty of it helps create this excitement for it time after time after time. So a lot of adults will tell me, we have to read the same book over and over. So this is created in a way that when you do, it's actually really good for your neurological development. So we're building that foundation for our children, but also in ourselves. So when we repeat it, it's actually a really good thing, and our brains won't get too exhausted about it. And so they're really for anyone who wants to increase their emotional intelligence and learn how to become a better leader and influencer. They're good for probably kindergarten. Younger than that, they do actually. I do have some book readings with like 3-year-olds, and they're great too. Like I have some that are remembering the affirmations, and they're walking around their kitchens saying it. So really, I don't want to put an age limit on it, because every child, every person seems to be benefiting.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Jenna, what does it mean to you when you get those parent testimonials on how they have actually grown themselves, or help their children to grow into a fuller version of themselves? What does it actually mean to you when you receive them?
It means the world. There's nothing better, because when I think of a child or a family thriving, that is my ultimate goal, my ultimate passion. And there's nothing in the world that I would rather have than having a healthy family and having individuals in this life know how important they are, how worthy they are, and how good they are just because they're here. I'm a firm believer in that, and I believe in maximizing the human potential in every single one of us. So that brings me so much joy.
Awesome. And to be honest with you, I can sense your passion. You know, it really is there. It's real, and you know, I'm sure the audience can sense it as well. You are coming from a very genuine, deep place, and I love that. That's awesome. Jenna, in terms of actually going forward into the future, you're doing this book series, etc. But I know you also work with you know, parents in terms of you coach them, you have retreats organized. Can you talk to us a little bit about that? And for people in the audience, again, you know, Jenna is a virtual coach, so it doesn't matter where you are in the world. You can actually reach out to Jenna and start a conversation and see where that goes. But she does a lot more. So let's go down there, and you can maybe talk to us about what other things you're working on.
Yeah, so they're called Executive Pursuit, and their retreats. There are some for families, for couples, for just individuals. Then we go into different organizations and different companies. So last week we were just at one of our biggest companies, Nike, and what we do is we help increase the innovation and collaboration within a company to help catapult them forward and keep them at number one or make them number one. And that's one things I'm really passionate to when it comes to being a leader. You know, it doesn't matter if you're in a family or if you're in a business, it all really equates to the same thing. It comes down to being that amazing influencer and not a dictator. So simple things of just a prime example. If you recently, one of the families I work with, they couldn't get their 5-year-old to brush his teeth, and it was really important to the mom that he brushes his teeth, and he hadn't lost his teeth yet. So his dad was thinking, well, it's not a big deal because he still has all of his teeth. So like whatever, he'll just lose them, and when the adult teeth come in, then we'll really tackle it. But her idea was, well, no, I want him to get that habit now so that when it does happen, he doesn't have to establish it. So as a leader, it's really important for us to be influencing that. So we have to model it. We can't ask those who we are trying to get them to do something that we're not actually willing to do ourselves. So they did. The two of them modeled brushing their teeth morning and night in front of him and just talked about how fresh their breath smells and how good it feels. And then he wanted to be just like his dad. So then he naturally picked up the toothbrush himself. So when the desire becomes something that's inside you or inside your child rather than an external motivation, it's an internal inspiration, they're more likely to continue to do it on their own.
Wow. I love what you said there about internal inspiration versus external motivation, because I think parents especially struggle with that quite a lot, because they're trying to get their child to do something like eat their food, tidy up, you know, make sure they get dressed on time or brush their teeth. And, you know, the child is clearly not, you know, following those instructions. So what do you do? I mean, there's just like, come on, get on with it. Or there is a better approach where you try to instill that internal inspiration. I absolutely love that. And that's a great strategy.
Thank you. Yeah, there's tons of free videos on my website too that parents can just find some value there maybe. And I invite them to go check out or check it out, jennabain.com, which I know is in the link below. And but any way that I can support too, like I'm happy to answer questions or anything like that too. So I'm here to support.
Awesome. I love it. Now, Jenna, I am one of my previous guests. He said something really amazing. And I'm wondering if you shared the same opinion. And he said that actually children read energy. They understand energy. They're not very good at communication. They're not very good at sorting out through emotions, but they do understand energy, and they can read your energy. They can, you know, read what sort of what's going on, the environment, and etc. But they might not actually know what's happening, but they do understand the energy. What do you think?
100%. And I would even go back further, just in the research studies that I've done, is we have indication that they can read energy through the womb. So they're already getting vibrations there. So when they are come out to the world, that's one of the main reasons why it's so important for women. I love to coach pregnant women because their nutrition needs to be on par, but also their mindset, their energy, because their baby's actually also eating that. And I would totally agree with all that he said. And I would even say that we all are that way, not just children. And so when you have a child and their caregiver yelling at them and saying, "Don't you know I love you?" They aren't reading the words or listening to the words. They're reading the vibration. So if they know the words, they're thinking, but your words do not line up with your actions. So I'm even more confused now. So we have to remember that absolutely and I mean, that's the same with like our pets too. And even when we go into another country, we might not know their language, but if someone smiles at you, you know that vibration. You can feel that happiness. If you feel a scowl or you feel like you're not in a protected area, you feel that too. Or when you're facing the other way and you can feel someone looking at you. I don't know if you've ever had that experience where you're at a store or something and you're like, oh, and then you turn around and someone is looking at you. And it's that same thing. We read vibration. We are all made up of energy, up of these cells. And so absolutely, I totally agree with that. And that's why again, the series is just one of my biggest passions, because it will definitely transform families and leadership skills in major ways.
Oh, wow. Awesome. I love that. Now, Jenna, I'm very conscious of your time. So very quickly, before we wrap up, where can people go to find out more about you and how can they connect with you?
My website's the best place. You'll get all my social media handles there, and there's books and my videos and everything. So blogs, all that's there. Just check out that and send me a message if you ever need or want to chat with me and ask me a question. I'll do a take it or leave it video on it and help better society and all the way around. We're all in this together. I firmly believe in that.
Awesome. For people in the audience, make sure you go and check out those links below in the description, and make sure you do go and check out the book series, you check out the nutrition course, and you actually reach out to Jenna and start a conversation. She's absolutely phenomenal. Especially if you're a parent, you have no excuse. Seriously, you have no excuse not to reach out to Jenna and start the conversation. She added so much value. I mean, the stuff that she talked about, it's just phenomenal. And before we actually started recording, I talked to Jenna and I said, you know what, there are times in the interview where sometimes I get goosebumps. And I'm actually looking forward to getting some today. And I did. I ended up getting goosebumps. And one of the things that she said was super powerful, and I loved it. And I actually got goosebumps for the fact she said anger is not bad. It's only bad when you oppress it. So wow, I mean, just absolutely amazing. But imagine teaching that to your child, understanding that yourself, embodying it, but also sharing that with your children and helping them understand that anger is just an emotion and it's how you express it that really matters. So powerful. And that was just one golden nugget. And there were many, many, many of them in this conversation. Everything, where she talked about the interaction and how that requires action and how energy links everything, and what people need to focus on is what other people are doing right, and the nutrition, the stuff we talked about in terms of child development. It's been a phenomenal conversation. And Jenna, you know what, I'd love to actually stay on and talk more and go down different rabbit holes, but unfortunately due to time we have to cut this short, but I'm definitely looking forward to round 2.
Me too. Thank you so much. It was such an honor to be here.
Thanks, Jenna. Guys, make sure you share this conversation with other people who are close to you. Maybe they're your friends, your colleagues, your brothers, sisters, cousins, whoever, especially if they're parents or they're actually, hoping to become a parent, then I think this conversation will really help them. So make sure you share it. Also, guys, subscribe to the channel because it helps us grow and it allows us to actually have more amazing guests like Jenna on the show, so we can talk to them and we can actually dig deep and find out more about their lives, their journeys, and their expertise. So,
all right. Well, welcome to the show, Karen. It's great to have you with us.
Thank you so much.
And we're excited today to talk about leadership. And I know it's something that Johnny and I hear a lot of questions around, especially with our clients who are now moving into leadership roles in their career. And it's one of those areas where there isn't training in school. Of course, a lot of times we get placed in these leadership roles without a clear understanding or even witnessed good leadership, right? So oftentimes we have bad bosses, we have mentors who maybe don't have strong leadership skills, and now we're in a role where we have to lead people. So we're going to unpack the science of great leadership today, and I'd love to just kick this off to hear a little bit of how you got involved in leadership training and what leadership really means to you.
My story into leadership development is kind of an interesting one. So my doctorate's in marriage and families. I'm actually a registered therapist. I still practice 1 day a week. People actually often ask me if I still practice, but I do. For a lot of reasons, I still do. One of them is that I just love it. But I started my work 25 years ago. I was in my early 20s, and I was asked by a local doctor to set up a practice within his medical center. And because I was so young, I was 22 at the time, and I had all these teenagers as my clients. And I learned very quickly that a lot of therapists don't like working with teenagers. It's a niche market. They're very particular. And I love young people. I love their curiosity and their passion. And because also my focus was very solution focused, I love to address what's the problem, let's try to fix this head on. And so people saw results really quickly. And so the word got out, 200 doctors started sending me their patients, and my practice literally exploded. And so in Canada, I became quite well known as being a teen expert or a millennial expert. And I started doing speaking tours across the country, and companies would sponsor my work. And it was all super fun. And I did television. I was telling Johnny, I had a music talk show, worked with all the record labels. It was a psychology music talk show, and it was all around kind of teenagers and millennials. And so I did that for the first 10 years. And then it was really interesting when millennials hit the workforce. I started getting calls from companies, and it was the companies that were sponsoring my work. So the Pepsis and the Microsofts and the eHarmonies, and so these companies that I was working with, I started getting calls from those CEOs and the senior leaders saying, Karen, your doctorate's in systems, family systems. Could you apply what you know from family systems into the workplace? Because we're now hiring millennials and we don't understand them. We don't know how they need to be managed. Managers are having a major retention problem. So I thought, why not? I love people, so I'll just kind of transfer that knowledge. And I found it was actually pretty easy. I mean, people are people, right? So I started working with companies of all sizes, a lot of family businesses, Fortune 500 companies, on really helping their managers manage millennials. And as I dove into that work, it became crystal clear that there were certain managers that were crushing it and some managers that were doing a terrible job. And when I looked very deeply at it, it was basically emotional intelligence. So the managers that were doing a great job and had these great engaged teams, they had high emotional intelligence. And those managers who didn't have it, they had, people were quitting, without warnings. Like, where's Johnny? I don't know where Johnny is. Johnny's like not showing up today. No offense to Johnny. That's a terrible name that now that I realize that Johnny's on this call. But, if I've got, so there's kind of this whole sense around, if managers don't have leadership emotional intelligence, they're going to have major problems. So that's where my niche and focus really ended up. And I became excited about the topic because leadership, emotional intelligence are skills people can learn. It's not taught in business school, and yet it is literally the number one predictor of around engagement and retention is the leadership EQ score of a manager. And so that's where I landed. And so I wrote a book called The Three Chairs. It came out last year, that hit number 2 on the Wall Street Journal, and then just did a TED Talk about it as well. But I'm passionate about it because when people learn about leadership emotional intelligence, it benefits every part of their life. It benefits their team, it benefits the company, it benefits the profit, and it also benefits their personal life and their relationship, marriage, and kids as well. So it's been just an amazing journey and so much fun.
I think in that story lies part of why emotional intelligence is so important and why some people had developed it and flourished in that role, and those who didn't kind of petered out and exhausted themselves, which is while rising through the ranks to get to a leadership position, you start to feel very confident in how you got there. So you have a fixed mindset of what allowed you to get there. And so this is how you're going to rule over your team, and you're going to expect the same to them. But people are different, and there's different motivations. And now the most important part is, while dealing with millennials, you're dealing with a generation gap that technology divided further. And so those motivations are completely different. If you have the emotional intelligence to understand you're not leading a group of people like yourself, You're leading a group of people, different backgrounds, different ethnicities, different ideas, growing up in different environments. So that emotional intelligence is going to allow you to speak to each one individually to find out what it is that is going to motivate them, rather than here's how I got here, and I expect the same from you guys, and you're going to need to follow the lead.
No, you're absolutely right. And that's kind of why, we need the education. People often ask me around kind of the focus around education. We still need education. The education's still going to kind of get us in the door. But what we find is the best predictor really for around when people are getting promoted, it's no longer those technical skills, it's those EQ skills. Because you can know, like we do a lot of work with engineers, accountants, law firms, professional groups, people that are super bright. You can have very, very high IQ and very low EQ. It actually uses different parts of the brain. People think it's not correlated. So that's why, it's fascinating. So you can have this incredible sense of skill in this one part of your life. You get into the workforce, you get into your job, you're doing really well at this, and all of a sudden you get promoted. But when the second you're promoted and you are now managing people skills are a totally different set of skills than the technical skills. And so that's why you can do really well on the technical side and do really terrible at the managing side. And this is why we get hired. We work with companies in 7 countries around the world, different industries, to help managers learn how to successfully manage people, because it's a totally different set of skills.
Well, you talk about this in the book, and I think it's such an important observation that many in their career look at the title as granting them leadership. So it's like, if I just get to this upper management level and I get the title, then people will listen to me, they'll give me respect, and all this is going to fall into place. But actually, it's the opposite. It's the real work begins when you become a leader, because you have to work on your own self-awareness. And as Johnny said, yes, there are some leaders who know how they themselves are motivated and how they got there, but oftentimes they don't even realize it, because to your point, a lot of these technical skills, these highly developed skill sets, don't often involve interaction with other people, don't involve motivating teams. It's you siloed working with a computer. It's you siloed working with your hands, getting very proficient at that one distinct skill set. But then all of a sudden you're asked, well, you have to lead a team with that skill set. How does that translate over? And how do we actually learn those soft skills? Because Johnny and I completely agree, and it's why we started The Art of Charm. But I know there are still people who listen to this show who are like, some people just have it. Some people have IQ. They're born with it. How do we actually really develop it if we've now recognized that this is a gap, and I know that my company or management's not going to give me the training necessary? I'm on my own to develop these skills.
Honestly, this is why I am so passionate about this topic, because once I really did, digging in terms of what exactly is emotional intelligence and realized these are skills we can learn. This is not like IQ that tends to be more fixed. EQ is simply a set of skills. And here's a fun question. So in a typical business conference, if I'm speaking and I start talking about leadership EQ, and I'll say, okay, put your hand up if you know what emotional intelligence is, almost everybody's hand goes up. If I say, hey, tell me what is emotional intelligence, I am lucky if I get 1 to 2 people's hand to go up, even in an audience of like 500 people. And then if I say, tell me how you change it, nobody's hand goes up. And that's where there's a gap. So there's a ton of research on what EQ is, and Johnny's like bursting laughing right now.
Everyone over indexes on their emotional intelligence. And we laugh and we're like, we're doing this show. We see the research and we see how people interact with that. And also we understand those blind spots and patterns as we've been doing this for 15 years.
So that's where so there's been tons of research that emotional intelligence is a proven science, that it is correlated with engagement and retention, period. And we're seeing this even more so than the internet. I mean, EQ has always been important, but where we really kind of saw a massive shift is when the internet hit, because all of a sudden, you can take somebody who has got drive, who's got goals, that has self-discipline, can get themselves a mentor, and all of a sudden they're crushing it in the workplace. That all of that is they've just used their EQ, right? So before it was more traditional, you had to get the education to kind of quote unquote be successful. What we're seeing now is that education is still important, but it's not as important. well, certainly as the same part, if not EQ is actually even a little bit more important. So to your point, AJ, the first thing is for people to understand what it is, to understand what it is, and then to actually measure it, and then you kind of figure out what are the tools that I need to kind of help expand it. So I like taking a lot of research, finding the patterns, and simplifying in a way that's really easy for people to understand. So for everybody listening, the next time you hear a speaker talk about emotional intelligence, they say, "Do you know what it is?" They put your hand up, and you say, "What is it?" You can actually, very confidently put your hand up and say, "Yes, I know what it is." So what EQ is are 5 skills. It spells the acronym CARDS. It's our own little acronym. It helps people remember it. I like acronyms because it helps us kind of chunk that information. So here are the 5 skills, everybody, and I want you to just think to yourself, how would you rate yourself according to these 5 skills? All right. So the first C stands for your communication skill, your ability to give and receive feedback. It's your ability to build trust with your teams. A stands for your attitude of yourself. Are you arrogant, confident, or insecure? Humility is a huge piece around confidence. Are you willing to receive feedback? Okay, that's all part of the A. It's also goal setting is also part. So it's attitude and goal setting. So somebody who has very high EQ, they know what they want in their life. They've got goals, they've got direction, they know with where they're heading. R stands for your relationship skills, exactly with what Johnny was talking about, your ability to see life from a different lens. Realizing that how you see the world is how different than how other people see the world. That's where cultural differences, personality differences, gender differences all kind of come into play. It's understanding that the way that I see it is going to be different than how AJ sees it, is going to be different than how Johnny sees it, and being able to lean into that and listen. D stands for your decision making and your self-discipline and your performance skills. So that's an interesting one. People don't realize that when you're managing your time, you're using your emotional intelligence. It's somebody who really, with a really high EQ, they're able to say, this is the goal I want, and they're able to be self-disciplined and step on the gas and take initiative. Even though it doesn't feel right, or they don't feel motivated, they do it anyway. So that's kind of a really critical piece around EQ. And a lot of people don't know that. And the last one, which is huge, especially with the whole mental health movement, is your stress and your energy emotion management skills. Somebody who has really high EQ, they understand what emotions are. They can differentiate between a thought and a feeling. They know what they need to do to kind of lower their stress. They have certain rituals and habits and boundaries in place to manage their stress so that they can actually operate at a very high level. So high performers, we work with a lot of high performers, and they really focus on how do you perform at a very high level with actually lowered stress. So those are the 5 core skills. Okay, they're all important. And for anybody who wants to kind of do a little scorecard, we have a free scorecard. You can go to our website, dkleadership.org. And in Canada, .org is not a nonprofit. I get asked this all the time from my American friends. They're like, .org, is that? I'm like, no, in Canada, it's for everybody. So DK stands for Dr. Karen Leadership.org, and you can go and you can download it. It's a scorecard. It's free, and you can do it with yourself. You can do it with your family. You can do it with your team, and it's a really great one-pager to help you quickly identify where are you as a self-assessment tool. According to those 5 skills, it helps you understand, okay, wow, I'm doing really well in these 3, but these 2 I've got to lean into. And so that's a really good first step in terms of helping to build your EQ.
One that you mentioned there was the decision-making aspect. And this is a pattern that we have recognized in a lot of our clients. And when noticing it, I tend to see it going to how millennials have learned to use the computer to answer questions that lead them to take action. And where that breaks down, because of course, if you can find all the information you need to make a educated decision, great, so be it. You would want to do that. But where the breakdown happens is when it's too much information, and now they're overloaded with information. And because of that, there is no clear-cut answer that lights up that they can choose. And then there is a breakdown of wanting to put that aside or come back to it later, or come back to it when maybe that answer will light up, but that answer will never light up. And it's something that I say all the time, that sometimes there's no right or wrong answers, only answers that you make right, or right or wrong decisions, but decisions that you make right, which you're going to have to make a leap of faith in what your goals are and the values that you want to engage in to reach those goals, because in there lies the right answer. And that is reflection that you yourself have to figure out.
Right. And, it's something that is really interesting, and it comes up in management all the time, is around, and you talked about it earlier, around the values. Okay, so this is where everything kind of starts intersecting like a big puzzle piece, right? So you've got emotional intelligence, these 5 core skills. Then now let's kind of add on the generations. And so all of a sudden you've got different, and that's kind of part of the R, the relationship categories in terms of understanding how people kind of see things different. But one of the generational differences, and this is again when I do a lot of training on, is managers. So Gen X managers, they tend to manage according to how they want to be managed. So if AJ's on my team and I'm a Gen X, I'm like, hey AJ, here's the assignment, let me know when it's done. And if you're a Gen X, that will work well. If you're a millennial, that will probably not work well, because AJ might start feeling alienated, and he might not feel supported because they are used to a much more collaborative approach. So all of a sudden that one misunderstanding causes massive conflict in companies. I mean, literally people quit over it. Like I talk about this in the book, example, right? Like in terms of how people literally will quit because they feel not supported. And they need to kind of have that career path. But, so that's why managers desperately need to get this kind of training so that they can understand, oh, okay, this is with what they value. This is with who they are. This is with what they need. And the coolest thing is, like, a lot of the things that millennials want and need are things that are free. Like, they're not even things that actually cost money for companies. It just takes intentionality and time, right? So it's really interesting. Once we kind of dial it back, it's all very solvable, but we do have to kind of lean in and have the growth mindset compared to the fixed mindset.
What strikes me in all of those different parts, the 5 pieces, is the level of self-awareness it takes to really understand your EQ. We sort of talked about this, like everyone sort of overestimates their EQ, but the problem is, oftentimes, if you're lacking in communication, you don't have the right attitude, your relationship skills aren't that great, there isn't much of a feedback loop there. Like, you're not getting graded on this in school. You're not getting feedback from management typically. It's not part of your performance review typically. Oh, you communicate poorly. But people just move away from you. We try to avoid people with low EQ, because interacting with them takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of energy, and then you fall behind in your career, and you may not even realize it. As like, I feel like I'm performing, I feel like I'm completing the tasks on time, I'm showing up, I'm going to the meetings, I'm doing everything, but this EQ really is that roadblock to your career success and moving up the ladder. And unfortunately, relying on self-awareness, right? Your friends and family might be like, you're a great communicator. Oh, you have a wonderful attitude, but they don't see you under stress at work when you have that poor defeatist attitude. You're in the victim mentality. You're not giving the communication its need inside of the group setting in the collaboration that's expected. I love that you have the self-assessment. What are some signs that maybe our listeners might need to pay attention to, or some warning signs around, hey, you might need to work on some of these areas to really move into that leadership role?
Well, I think it's a great question. So, step one is do the self-awareness tool. Okay. It's a great way. You can kind of come back to it every 3 months, 6 months. If you want to get really bold, okay, we're going for gutsy moves here. Take the same assessment tool and give it to your team and say, I would love you to score me on this. And then put those numbers together and see, oh, look at Johnny's eyes just like lit up. Yes, that's what happened. So you see, because we can see ourselves in one way. And then the question is, does our team see us? So we might, let's say I give myself a 9 on my communication skill, and then I give it to my team. They're like, actually, Karen, you might give yourself a 7, right? All of a sudden you're like, whoo, okay, there's a gap. Let's lean into it. So that's a really easy kind of fun way of actually kind of, again, this is only gonna be for people that are like really gutsy with it, but getting feedback, to your point, is exactly the next step. Feedback is critical. And this is why, in my TED talk, I talk about it, in the book, I talk about it, like, it's hard because if somebody is struggling with their EQ, if somebody is struggling with emotion, with security, the very thing that they don't want is feedback. Like, they're what I call feedback fragile, right? So you kind of like, you try to give feedback, and they just kind of crumble because they take it personal. So I think it's really important for everybody listening is, if you really want to develop your EQ, be feedback hungry. Lean into it. Don't wait for somebody to give you feedback. Lean into it. And I usually like to encourage people to ask a couple people at work, because you're right, AJ, people will give you different feedback in different environments. But if you're really gutsy, ask your spouse and ask your children, because you need to have that full 360. We have another free tool on our website. We created it for parents of kids and teenagers. So if you really want to be gutsy and test your emotional intelligence in the communication side, you can download it. Again, it's free. It's a report card for parents. And parents have loved this. So basically, it's a parent saying to their kid, I want to be a great parent. I'd love to know, what am I doing well? What am I not doing well? And let the kids actually give that feedback. Because otherwise, for a lot of kids, they don't know how to give the feedback, like to your point, right? So getting feedback and asking for feedback is what I call the accelerator to this process. It doesn't have to take 5 years. It can take, a few weeks if you kind of really lean into it.
And I know it sounds intimidating, but if you approach your manager outside of the performance review cycle seeking this feedback, you actually showcase that you are a top performer, that you are willing to go that next step. So I know it may be fearful to say, well, I'm going to burden my manager. I'm going to ask him something outside of the performance review cycle that we have, and it will feel awkward. But in actuality, it's a signal to management that you actually have high EQ, even if you might not have it yet, that you're willing to pursue this feedback. And if you don't have a great relationship with your manager, or you just started, then go back to your previous role's manager and say, can I just borrow 5 minutes of your time? I'm looking for feedback in these areas. Please be as honest with me as possible. And we've had coaching clients go and do this with their past managers, and that allowed them to see gaps that they didn't even realize. And oftentimes when you start a new role, you're trying your best to assimilate. There's a lot of new things that you need to learn to understand those gaps going into that new role. That really sets you up for success instead of waiting for the 6-month, 1-year performance review, where oftentimes that feedback is going to be too late to act on, to really change their perception.
And it's actually, you've said so many things I 100% agree with. One of them is from a management perspective, and this for all managers listening, it's not that I'm against performance reviews, but for the love, please just use it as a formality. The real feedback and performance review has to be ongoing. It has to be an ongoing conversation. It is not fair to tell somebody once a year what they've done wrong. It's just not fair. All of a sudden, they need to know on the spot, what are they doing well and what actually needs work. It will save you time. It will save you energy. It gives a person a chance to course correct it. So it's one of the biggest things. Again, I know a lot of companies use performance reviews, but use it as a formality. The real feedback has to be in relationship, ongoing as a conversation. So I think that's a really important piece. But the feedback, if we can just start getting a little bit more comfortable with asking for feedback, I think that's because people are often hesitant to give it, right? So, this is kind of with what both of you are saying. So if you can kind of have the courage to ask whether it's the current manager or previous manager, I think is great. And, for anybody in the business arena, if there is one thing, we do a lot of work with HR managers, and they're like, what are those kind of clues that you look for about somebody who should be promoted? One of the first things I'd be looking for is any sign about growth mindset. What books are they listening to? What podcasts are they listening to? What TED Talks are they watching? When's the last time they actually asked for feedback? How did that go? That's because there's a lot of things we can train. But if somebody is not wanting or desiring to develop their leadership EQ skill, you cannot force that. You cannot force it. One of the things we joke with our clients, because we have an EQ training program, and I tell our HR managers, I'm like, listen, a great way to kind of figure out whether or not you should promote somebody is just offer it complimentary and see who shows up. You will see very quickly who is really hungry, saying, oh my goodness, what a gift. Thank you so much. I am going to put my hand up, versus who are the people going, seriously, do we have to? And talk about an amazing way to filter out people that are not really ready for the next level of leadership. It's a great way of kind of filtering through who is kind of ready for that next step.
Well, it's something we've also talked about on the show before as well, that if you do not have a growth mindset, or you're not somebody who they feel they can give feedback to, you're going to find yourself in a personal improvement program, which they call PIP. And that doesn't mean they're trying to help you out. That means they're shooing you out the door, and that they're taking care of legalities.
Yes.
And it's often too late in that moment. The key in all of this, though, is just saying, hey, can you give me feedback? Right? No specificity tied to it, which is why I love the self-assessment saying, hey, these are the 5 areas I'd like feedback in. That actually gives your manager, your former manager, an idea of what specifically you're looking for. Because feedback is so broad. It's completely broad. And because people don't feel comfortable giving it, oftentimes they'll give you something complimentary or something small just to like answer the question and get away from the stress of, is this person ready for feedback? Can this person handle the feedback? So having a specificity tied to seeking that feedback, you're going to find not only does it increase your self-awareness, but it showcases your willingness to be that growth-minded person and your readiness for a leadership role.
I agree. And I think it's such an amazing sign for everybody listening. Just think about that for a second. Just think about how would it be received if you were to give that 1-pager to your manager saying, I really want to do a great job here. That's my intent. My intent is to be a great employee at this company. And I would love your honest feedback around what am I doing well in these 5 skills and what actually needs work. And I just would really appreciate that honest feedback and to kind of give it to them. And the beautiful thing about it is like it's 1 page. It will take them probably like 10 minutes. So time is another really big one, right? So if these assessment tools are like so lengthy and they're like 15 pages, the first thing that we do is like, okay, I don't have time for that. But if it's something that's only going to take 5 to 10 minutes, I find the secret is 10. If it's more than 10, people are like, I don't have time. But if it's like, it'll take like 5 to 10 minutes, and I would just so appreciate. And then you get those numbers, because I love numbers, because you can measure EQ. It's not this airy-fairy thing. It's you can measure it. Then all of a sudden you're like, wow, okay. And if a number is low, because there will be some surprise. Some you might get rated higher than others. But if the numbers are kind of a little bit low, my encouragement for everybody listening is lean into it. Don't step back, lean in saying, first of all, thank you so much for the feedback. Train yourself to say thank you when you get the feedback. Thank you so much for the feedback. I'm curious, that's one of my favorite lines. I'm curious, this number here, I'm surprised that it was maybe rated a 4. Could you help me understand maybe why you rated a 4 or what did I do that kind of gave you that impression? So you get curious, not defensive. Because what that does is that creates the culture that you are really growth-minded. This isn't like a checkbox going like, oh, I really want the feedback, but I don't really want the feedback. So you take the number and you lean into it. And if you kind of get that understanding, maybe it's something somebody said or they worded, like you can just get so much value back in that conversation. So it becomes so the assessment tool really becomes just a piece to kind of start the conversation, a very meaningful conversation.
What I found in that conversation in my own leadership role here at the company is oftentimes upon receiving feedback, that person will then ask for specific instances. And they're not often asking for specific instances because they want to learn from it. They get defensive and they want to push back and say that, well, actually you have the wrong perspective or it didn't go that way. And they get into this like revisionist history cycle that takes them off course from really learning from what that feedback is. So if you do score low, don't worry about specific instances. Clarify if it's not clear what that is and sit with it. And go back and revisit it 24, 48 hours later, because there is going to be emotion tied to it. Like there's no denying it. Even the strongest among us, and we've had fascinating, wonderful, successful guests on the show who talk about their failures and mistakes and how emotionally charged that was. Understand that those emotions will pass. In getting that, wow, I thought I'm a 7 in communication, I'm really a 2. And don't put your walls up and say, oh, I got to fight, I got to prove them wrong. Revisit it, and then set up a follow-up 3, 4, 6 months later to say, hey, I've really been leaning in this area. Am I on the right track? Are you noticing improvements? That closing the loop is also key, because feedback is only effective if it actually results in a change in behavior, if it actually results in improvement.
It's one thing when you're receiving the feedback to sit with it, but also as somebody who's giving the feedback to know that they're going to have an emotional reaction from what you're about to tell them. And AJ and I have set this up with clients and with people who have worked for us. We're like, listen, I'm going to tell you a few things, and I don't need a conversation about it right now. What I'd like to do is just present you with a few things, give you an opportunity to think about this, and then let's come back and have a conversation in a few days. Because whatever conversation is going to happen after that will be from a heightened emotional state. And the person that you're giving the feedback to, they're certainly going to be it. But if they have an opportunity to rebut that and go off, you're going to go into a heightened emotional state. So it's best to say, I want to present a few things. I want you to chew on it over the weekend. Hey, and let's talk about it Monday. I would love to hear your thoughts.
People like feedback differently. So some like it over the phone. Some like it face to face. Some like it in an email so that they can actually read it and process it before they talk. So I think, when we're talking about how to give like really effective feedback, and again, this is applicable for every relationship, for managers, for teams, for families, is really get to know the people we're talking about. Get to know what is their preferred style, what is the method they really like, because the goal is to come to an understanding, and so hopefully to produce some change of behavior, right? So the goal isn't just to blame and accuse people. The goal here is to really try to move the needle and actually produce positive change. So you really want to figure out, and that's kind of like that whole relationship part of the EQ side, is get to know the people. Like some people you need to give a lot more encouragement to. Other people are like, skip the encouragement, just give me the meat, give me the stuff that I need to kind of work on. Some people like it in email. I've really kind of found the value, like that's why it's so much of an art and a science, right? To really understand who is it I want to give the feedback to, and what it would be the best possible way for me to give that feedback so that they can be the most open to actually hear it.
So when you're receiving that assessment, to simply ask, how would you like me to give you feedback on these 5 areas? Right? If you are a manager, and I'd love to talk about that other side of the coin, because that's one of the most critical functions of a leader, is to give effective feedback. And there's a lot of myths and misconceptions around how to appropriately do that. And of course, there is an art to this. So for those who have now moved into new leadership situations, we know that avoiding giving feedback leads to dysfunction of a team and can really create a toxic culture. And you're going to be called upon as you move into a leadership role to give feedback for someone who's underperforming, who missed the mark, who didn't achieve what you had set out to do. So what does the science show, and how do we give effective feedback if we're in that leadership role?
One of them is making sure timing is really important. So with feedback, you want to make sure certainly that, you want to make sure it's done privately. I literally cringe when I hear around, feedback is given in like a team environment. I mean, if it's team based, it's different, but, certainly for a personal performance, you want to make sure that it's done privately. You want to really pay attention to the time of the day, making sure that you actually have time to talk things out. So even if you just want to make sure that if this is going to open up more conversation, that you're calm, they're calm. So even the emotional state is actually really important. And then understand who you're giving the feedback to, because different generations are going to want it a little different. Traditionals a lot of times like more the performance review, like they like something a little bit more custom, more traditional. Millennials like more informal. They like it more like you're going out for lunch, or you're kind of like going for a cup of coffee. Like it's much more informal. It's more a relationship, kind of a mentoring kind of feel. I'm a big advocate, and I get mixed feedback on this. I'm a big advocate. Let people know what they're doing well first. And this isn't coddling, and this isn't babysitting, and this is just positive reinforcement. Like before you tell a person what they need to work on, let them know with what they're doing well. And what you're doing is you're actually reinforcing, like, keep doing this. This part is awesome. I love this. This part we got to work on. This part, and then being very specific on what it is that the person actually needs to do. So often, like, people are like so afraid to give it. They're super vague, but people need very specific direction. And especially millennials, for everybody listening, millennials get this terrible reputation that they're difficult to manage. I love millennials. They're one of my favorite age groups to work with, because give them lots of praise, give them very directive, specific guidance, and they will be so loyal to you. They are fiercely loyal to really great managers. But you do need to be very directive and say specifically what they need to be doing well, and really set them up kind of for success. And so But it does depend on who your audience is, because I've done lots of management training, and I'll have boomers saying, I don't want any of the positive reinforcement crap. I don't need that. I feel like that's almost a setup. I just give me like more direct. So you do have to get to know, you have to know who is your audience and what is the best way that they're actually going to receive it.
That's every boomer I know.
Johnny included. I can speak from experience.
Yeah, no, honestly, boomers are like, Karen, please do not tell me that positive reinforcement. I can't stand. I'm like, but that's your experience. Realize that other people are different. And if the end goal here is for us to really motivate and inspire change, positive change, you've got to understand your team members and what it is that they need it, what needs to happen so that they're best likely to actually listen and to actually pay attention to it.
I think a big part in our experience, especially with managing millennials, is letting them know ahead of time, I would love to give you some feedback, and not just scheduling a random meeting at a random time out of the blue and dumping on them. Because there is a mental preparation, and some people are going to want it immediately. Some people are going to say, okay, can we do it in the afternoon? Can we do it tomorrow when I get through this other thing? There is an emotional regulation piece to that feedback, and we all receive it somewhat differently. And that's where the art form comes in. But just scheduling a meeting and out of the blue, jumping right into feedback with no context, the other person's not prepared for it, will oftentimes lead to that emotional outburst that we're not really looking for as leaders, is not impactful in terms of the behavior change, the goals that we're trying to reach. And the other piece in our feedback that I've noticed is understanding how this piece fits into the bigger whole, right? Oftentimes, when we receive feedback, it can feel like you're on an island and you're being singled out and you're the only one doing something wrong. And as a leader, it's also on you. It's to say, hey, it was my responsibility. I understand that I didn't clarify this in the email that I sent you. I understand that I wasn't specific in the exact time that I needed this. So for future reference, this is what happens. And when this happens, this is how the entire goal, group, whatever suffers, gets off track. That level of context and you taking responsibility as a leader for the miscommunication, whatever the case may be, that led to them maybe feeling like they didn't need to deliver it on time, or maybe feeling like it was a little bit looser and more free instead of something they should prioritize, goes a long way to them trusting you as a leader upon receiving that feedback.
Absolutely. And that kind of goes to that C part, is the communication, which is taking ownership. So leaders that take responsibility and take ownership in their communication, and I loved your wording on that. It's something that I actually say a lot with my team. I'll say, you know what, I realized I was not clear enough. I'll say that. I realized that I was not clear enough. Moving forward, I'm going to do ABC. So taking ownership and also clarifying what is the takeaway. In any time that we're, especially with conflict, if there's not a clear takeaway, we're likely to actually repeat this issue all over again. So that is a really important piece. And by setting that stage, all of a sudden, we have that sense of humility. My 3-chair analogy, it's somebody who actually sits in the middle chair, somebody who actually, the leader that has humility is acknowledging the areas that they could have actually worked on. You're creating now this amazing culture that allows other people to take responsibility actually as well. It seems so simple, but if leaders do not take responsibility, what on earth makes us think that our teams would take responsibility? Like, we have to model what we want our teams to do. And part of leadership is the humility piece around acknowledging when we've maybe not done such a great job, or we haven't been so clear. And so that all really helps to kind of set the stage and kind of develop that culture.
Well, we can all remember as children those moments of do as I say, not as I do instances, which are painful to watch. Well, why do the adults get to do this? Why is it a different set of rules for me? And that happens in that leadership role where they see the leader never taking responsibility, never admitting fault, never understanding or expressing the mistakes that they made. And with that pointed, directed feedback towards team members, of course, they're not going to want to put their neck out on the line. They're not going to want to put in that extra effort. They're going to feel that they need to self-sabotage just to preserve themselves in this toxic environment.
And that's really the biggest difference between an arrogant leader and a confident leader. Like, a lot of people often ask me, like, what is really the difference, that differentiating factor? And there's lots, but the biggest one, and I talk about this in my book, The 3 Chairs, is the arrogant leader. They think they know everything, and they tend to blame things when things go down on other people. The middle chair leader, or the confident leader, they know a lot, but they also know that they don't know everything. So they're more open for feedback. They're more open to learn and listen to other people and hear from their advisors. And they're more likely to apologize and take ownership because they have humility. Like, humility is the difference between confidence and arrogance. And so for anybody who's thinking, I'm not really good at apologizing, I'm not really good at taking ownership, you got to get over it. If you want it, you got to lean it, you got to do it anyway. It feels uncomfortable. We got to do it anyway. There's a lot of things that are really good for us that feel uncomfortable. So we have to learn to just kind of, I'm going to make the choice to take ownership, even though it feels super uncomfortable, and you got to do it anyway.
If you see somebody who's supposed to be this leader and they're refusing to take ownership over a mistake that it was completely obvious that they have made, it will only be a matter of time before you become the scapegoat and they throw you under the bus. They may not be doing it now, and you might notice that and you're like, well, at least it ain't me. Well, it's going to be you sooner or later. You need to make some decisions now before it is you, because when it is you, it's too late.
These are topics that Johnny and I are so passionate and excited about. And I realize now we've made some references to the three chairs, but I love if you could just set up this visualization, because it is really in the title of the book, and it's so key in breaking down all this emotional intelligence that we're talking about. So what are these three chairs, and how should we visualize that great effective leader?
Yeah, I created the three chairs, 25 years ago when I started really looking at all the different research around confidence and emotional intelligence with what it is. And I realized it was so powerful, but it was sitting on these dusty shelves in university libraries and journals. And I thought, how can I make this come alive? How can I make this really just kind of jump out, because it's just so powerful? So I came up with this concept of the three chairs. Are either of you visual learners?
Yes, big time.
Yeah, you are? Okay. Johnny, are you a visual learner?
I would say more auditory.
More auditory. Okay. So he can have his eyes closed while I'm doing this. AJ's going to be looking at my little my visual. So there you go. I'm off the charts visual too, which is probably why I created it. But basically there's the three chairs, and I talk about it in the TED Talk, but everybody listening, I want you to think to yourself, where do you see yourself sitting in these different chairs? The person who sits in the left chair is what I call the blind attitude. That's the person that kind of really, they put themselves down. They're tough on themselves. They're like an inner critic. This is the person with the imposter syndrome. They can look very confident, but their mindset is they're really critical towards themselves. Okay, so that's kind of the insecure leader. Then you've got the one on the right, which is what I call the arrogant leader. They're cocky, they're arrogant, they're very superior. If things are wrong, they're going to blame it on everybody else. And then you've got the middle chair leader, the person in the middle chair, and that's a confident leader. And that's the person that they have confidence, but not arrogance. They know who they are. They know that they're working on themselves. They've got the growth mindset. They have a really healthy attitude, but they also have humility. And so those are the three chairs. And I've taught this to kindergarten students. I've taught this to Fortune 500 CEOs. It's an amazing concept. It's so simple. It's like crazy simple, but the crazy thing about it is the research that once you know kind of where you sit, the majority of the time, we're all moving around, but the question I would be asking everybody is, where are you seeing yourself sitting the majority of the time? And then how does it impact your decision making? So when we talk about emotional intelligence, the whole book is about emotional intelligence. Somebody who has very high EQ, they're sitting in the middle chair, okay? So the whole book is actually developing the CARDS acronym that I was talking about. But once you know kind of with where you sit, you can make very well-educated guesses on how people make decisions. Everything from risk-taking, decision-making, conflict, who they choose as their partner even, like it's crazy, to in terms of how they manage stress and boundaries. And so it's a great, simple visual to help people actually understand where they're sitting, what kind of leader are they right now, and what they need to do to help themselves move in the middle chair.
There's one distinction between that arrogant and humble, confident leader that I want to point out. And we talked about this on a previous episode, the power of language and the words that we choose when describing ourselves and our team members. And that's the me versus we dynamic. And that arrogant leader will often take all of the credit and talk about themselves, even when there's a team behind them. Johnny's nodding his head because this thing it gets under my skin so badly. It's nails on a chalkboard. And we had a team member in the past who's no longer with us, who that was his entire MO, was constantly me, even in situations where he played zero part in the reaching that goal or making that achievement or that accomplishment. It was always me, me, me. So that is, in my mind, one of those clear indicators. If you are sitting with a manager who's making everything about me, 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 and never uses the word we, never elevates the team behind them. And I had the same experience in graduate school with mentors who there's a team in the lab who's actually doing the experiments, who's behind them, supporting this research, and they make it about themselves. So as you move into the leadership role, it's really important that you acknowledge all of the team members that are functioning behind you, that have got you on that stage, that have got you promoted, that have allowed you to achieve that success. Really effective, confident leaders know how to acknowledge and share in all of that accomplishment with those team members.
Yes. And the interesting thing is they talk about me unless there's a problem, and then it changes to plural, and it's all about you.
You.
You are the problem. So it's like the reason this doesn't work is because you, plural or singular, are actually the problem. And so, it's one of the fastest ways around figuring out with where people sit is in conflict. And how do people communicate and what language do they actually use when there's conflict? Because the person in that right chair, that arrogant chair, they tend to blame things on everybody else. I'm not the problem, you're the problem. We didn't get the goal because of you, right? And so there's a blaming versus the middle chair leader that says, let's reevaluate what our plan was. Let's reevaluate why we did not achieve the goal and what we need to do differently. And so there's a ownership and responsibility. And it's a great way of thinking about certainly the team, who to hire. Once people actually understand the three chairs and then do interviews, and you can ask interview questions to help understand with where people are at, because as long as you've got somebody in that middle chair, they're going to be that growth mindset. They're going to be open to learn. They're going to be open to taking responsibility. They're going to be open for that feedback. You're going to save yourself so much time and energy in any kind of team if you can kind of help. If you can be hiring kind of from that middle chair. Not saying that people can't move, because you can. People are moving from the different chairs all the time, but it just, people can change. You just have to really want to change. We can all get in their middle chair, but we just have to really want it.
Now, there's another acronym from the book that I would love for you to unpack and share with our audience. And this comes up quite a bit on our show in personal relationships, romantic relationships, family relationships, and that's how to effectively draw boundaries. And as a leader, you are going to be drawing boundaries. It is essential to you effectively doing your job in the day-to-day. So what is this acronym that you have, and how can our listeners become more effective at drawing boundaries in their life?
So boundaries are part of the tactic around we think about the cards and that S category, that's stress and emotion management. So leaders who sit in the middle chair, and that can always kind of be our focus and our goal. So leaders that sit in the middle chair, they know how to set boundaries really well. And boundaries are easy for some people and super difficult for others. If you're in the left chair, a lot of times they actually have the hardest time with boundaries. Of all three chairs, they're the ones that actually have the hardest time, because if they're in the left chair, they want to please people so badly. So they have a very difficult time saying no. They really want to win the approval of other people. So setting a boundary is completely opposite to that. So they tend to say yes, 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 and then they burn out. And people in the right chair, what they often do is their boundaries, sometimes they actually say yes too much, but a lot of times they're not considerate of other people's boundaries. That's where I really see it with team. It's like the manager that says, well, of course you're going to stay past 5 o'clock because I did it for 50 years and now I expect you to do it for 50 years, right? And that, okay, talk about a generational difference. That is one of the big topics that come up a lot with generations and teams, is the boomer that says, if you're not willing to stay past 5 o'clock, you're not committed. You don't want this badly enough. And the millennial is, if you expect me to stay past 5 o'clock, you're not respecting my boundaries. And therefore, I don't know if I really want to work here. And so boundaries literally can be the topic that causes whether or not people stay or they leave. It's really fun. Like once, I work with lots of, you work with lots of companies. It's really interesting the patterns that you actually start seeing. So boundaries are really important for that middle chair, because for any high performing individual and a high performing team, if you don't take care of those boundaries, you're going to burn out. So it is not a suggestion, it's a requirement for high performance. So how do you do it? There's lots of different ways, but as a team, if I was a manager of a high performing team, well, I am. So here, one of the things that we will do is we'll talk around I want to help my team set boundaries. We will set boundaries on what times emails go out. We will set boundaries around when we're supposed to be responding to emails. We will set boundaries around, how much time we're actually taking care, time off. There's even a boundary around who's responsible for it. There are emotional boundaries as well as time boundaries, right? So boundaries is like a huge topic. But if you can kind of think about boundaries is critical for high performance. And so it's learning what am I going to say yes to with what am I going to say no to. And at the time, some people are going to get upset. That's okay. That's kind of part of life. But we're going to kind of focus on really with what's the most important. And it's hard, but it gets easier the more people actually do it.
It's interesting. It creates more freedom for the team to function at their best. And as I was waiting for my mouse to come online, I was flicking through TikTok and I learned a new phrase called quiet quitting. I don't know if you've heard of this.
No, I haven't.
And it's millennial and Gen Z, this idea that they're not going to quit their job, like outright quit it, but they're going to stop putting in any effort above and beyond what they're asked to do. So no more staying late, no more leaning in, no more hustle, grind, all this other stuff. And a good manager with high EQ will recognize this shift. The poor managers aren't going to notice that they're losing an entire generation of the workforce to this concept of I'm just going to take my paycheck and I'm going to skate by until someone realizes I'm not performing and I'll deal with the consequences later. That to me signifies that boundaries haven't been drawn in an effective way in a lot of these company cultures. We're asking so much more. This work-life balance is off. And now we're hearing more and more about burnout. We're working with more and more clients who are experiencing it. And I know it's a big part of that recognizing and managing the stress component. So in a high EQ environment, and especially a high EQ leader, if you start to recognize team members burning out. So I think a lot of times it's really easy to recognize when we're burning out because the signs and signals are very obvious to us. And sometimes it takes a spouse or friend or family member to recognize it. But often it's difficult to see when team members are burning out or quiet quitting. What have you learned over the years for those leaders who want to keep their team members from burning out, or what to do when they recognize team members are starting to burn out?
It's a great question. And so there's a few different signs. The first thing is you're going to start seeing a flat energy. So the energy is they're not as engaged. They're there, but they're not really there. They're not coming up with a lot of great ideas. They're kind of they're just flat. I call it flat energy. So you're going to start seeing that. The other big thing is that they might start making mistakes. This is a big piece to actually burn out, is that they'll start making just really simple but bad mistakes. Because their decision making, they're just not sharp, right? They're kind of not sharp. They'll probably, in terms of start being absent, they'll start kind of having some more sick days. They might start talking negatively around kind of just, different things that are actually happening in the office. And so it kind of comes out in different ways for different people, or maybe they just withdraw. Some people just kind of really, like what you're saying, they kind of withdraw. You're not seeing it with the social functions kind of anymore. And I think, for everybody listening, if you're going to have one takeaway from our call today, it would be great managers who sit in that middle chair, they care deeply about their team. They really care for their team. This is not just a job. This is it's they're almost like a shepherd to their sheep. They take care of their team, and they want their team to be balanced, and they want their team to thrive, and they want their team to be successful. And so when they see their team not setting boundaries and working too late, and they see the price tag where they're exhausted or they're emotional or they're not handling feedback well or they're making mistakes, that's the time as a manager, you will get so much loyalty, especially from the younger generation. If you lean and say, I'm concerned. I'm actually concerned with what's happening. In the last, there could be personal things. We had an employee years ago. We've had an amazing success around managing, hiring millennials and retaining millennials. And one of our employees years ago, she had a hard time setting boundaries. And I remember sitting her down and I said, she's like, Karen, it's so hard for me. I said, I know it's hard for you, but I am deeply concerned. I'm concerned for you. I don't want you to be emailing back at past 5. I want to help you set the boundaries to care for yourself and in your family. Because that's the thing about boundaries. If we say yes to everything, we are indirectly saying no to other things. We're saying no to our health, right? We're saying no to our family, our spouse, our performance. And for senior leadership teams, when I'm coaching them, if they're like, I don't know about this, like burnout, high performance, all you have to do is look at the science. And if you want a high performing team, you have to set boundaries, because people are humans, they're not robots. So they need to protect that emotional energy in order for them to kind of perform. And so the great managers will really kind of lean in and help their team members really learn how to do it and model it. And it's hard, everyone listening, like it's really hard to set boundaries, especially if we're maybe not good at it or we didn't see it modeled growing up. And then we have a manager that's not good at it. So all of a sudden we have this basically this unspoken culture is like they talk about boundaries, but they don't really mean about boundaries. So to really set this up properly, managers, you have to show them how to do it. And one of my favorite ways to do this, is when I work with senior leadership teams and I explain to the CEO and the senior, this is the science on high performance. If you want to perform at this high level, you have to set boundaries, and here's how you do it. And when it comes from the top down and all of a sudden becomes this cultural shift within an organization, those are my favorite kind of clients. Because you can see it all of a sudden, spouses start getting the attention. Kids start thinking like, wow, Dad, you're not so stressed out as before, right? They're starting to go to like the soccer game, and then because they feel so filled up, then they kind of have more burst of energy at the beginning. And so it has this massive domino effect, but culturally it's so hard for so many of us. So it does, the more that can be injected within cultures and companies, the better.
There's no intentionality to a lot of the tasks and decision making that they're doing. And I think that also contributes to that burnout. If you had a why there that was important to you, if you were making decisions based on your values, well, then you're doing something, and there's a benefit to that, to why you're doing it. It enhances life. You're engaging in something that's important to you. You're going to feel better afterwards. That makes setting up boundaries to do those things that much easier. But if you don't know why, and where you're like, well, then it becomes, well, why not? And if it's why not, then you've opened yourself up to doing a bunch of things that you don't need to be doing, that is taking time, effort, and energy away from you.
And the why is so critical. I mean, I love Simon Sinek's work, and I just love the focus on the why and the purpose. Again, that's another big value based for the millennials. They have to understand what their purpose is, what their meaning is. But, for anybody who is hesitant around boundaries, it feels awkward, it feels uncomfortable, it feels like you're not being a good employee. The why is look at the science and the research. And in the book, I talk about a lot of the data around high performers set boundaries, period. They said that's how they do it. And you can set the boundaries different. It doesn't have to be, the boundaries have to be like 9 to 5, depending on the organization, the type of culture. We work with companies around the world. And so you've got different time zones. So sometimes boundaries look like working from 8 to 12, and again from 7 at night to 10 o'clock, right? Depending on the time zones. And also, different people will have different kind of boundaries. Sometimes they're like, okay, you know what? I'm good to kind of put in longer hours in the weekday, but weekends I'm out. I'm done, right? So I think, again, thinking about a great manager and developing a high-performing team, talk to your team around, let's talk about boundaries. Let's talk about what's the benefit. What's the benefit when we actually start setting boundaries? And how can we kind of help each other so that we're all protecting our boundaries? And the why, to Johnny's point, the why is because we're going to perform higher and we're going to have lower stress. That's why we set boundaries. So higher performance. Lower stress.
That's
Everybody wants to do that. It is. The secret is boundaries. And then it means you're going to produce better work, as well as you're going to have a healthier life outside of work in terms of your relationship and with your kids, if you've got them. It benefits right across the board. But what's really interesting, I'm working with a company in Alabama right now, and when I got the entire team to kind of work on their boundaries, a lot of them said, Karen, it sounded so good until I started practicing it, and man, was it hard. It was hard because it's so ingrained in us, but then once we got a few days in, and then we started receiving the benefits, and then kids started saying, wow, Mom, you're like a new person. Why are you so calm? You're not so stressed out. And I was able to go to my first kids' baseball game. Like all of a sudden when we start receiving the benefits of the boundaries, then we get hooked. And I often tell people it takes usually about 2 to 3 weeks. 2 to 3 weeks of really sticking to it. Then you can see the boundaries, and then people get hooked on it.
We love asking every guest what their X factor is. What do you think makes you unique and extraordinary, Karen?
I think my X factor, I've been told this by lots of people, my X factor is my expertise is wide and it's deep. Like, look how we talked today, right? We talked about emotional intelligence and leadership development, but we're also talking about families and kids and parenting. And so I've been doing this for 25 years. And so the fact that I can talk about family systems and organization systems and how they all interconnect, and then we can go deep, you know, and I mean, we could have talked for like another 10 hours, right? I mean, like there's just so much content that we can keep going with. So I think I haven't met anybody else who does what I do, that I'm a leadership and relationship expert. And so, and it's fun for me because when I work with business leaders, you know, we'll talk, you know, for half an hour about business and managing millennials. And by the way, can we talk about my wife? And because I'm not understanding my 14-year-old daughter, I'm like, sure. And so, you know, because it's all part of the same toolkit. It's just in a different way. And so for me, I think that's what's made me unique. And it's just something that I love people, and I love helping people really make positive changes. So I think that'd be my answer.
Thank you for joining us, and we'll link everything up in the show notes, but where can our audience find out more about your free quiz and assessment and all the other great stuff you're doing?
Awesome. Thanks so much. So the best would be go to our website, which is www.dkleadership.org. DK stands for Dr. Karen. And then on the site, you're going to see all the freebies. You're going to see the Leadership EQ scorecard. Like I said, print it, give it to your team. You'll see the free parent report card, which is a really fun resource. You'll see kind of a link to my TED Talk that I did about the 3 chairs. We just hit 500,000 in the last 3 months. We just got word yesterday. We are, I think, number 18 globally right now in the top 10, the top TEDx TED Talks in this year, which has been really exciting. So that's a great free resource. You can actually also, teams can actually watch the TED Talk, and then we have free discussion questions. Again, what we want to do is inspire into meaningful conversations, right? So people can watch the TED, and you can actually watch it with your family, and we've got the discussion questions on our website. And then there's also a link to my book. You can go to Amazon as well to get the 3 chairs. You know, hopefully people listening are feeling inspired and a lot more equipped and educated to take this to another level. And that's what I'm really passionate about.
Us as well. Thank you again for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
In this lecture, we're going to be talking about emotional intelligence, how to control and manage your emotions. A lot of you are familiar with the term IQ. What if I tell you that nowadays there's also something called EQ, your emotional IQ in a nutshell? This concept of emotional intelligence that back in the day wasn't that important is becoming one of the most crucial factors when it comes to our daily lives. In one of the best books written by Eckhart Tolle, The Power of Now, and you might be familiar with it, I was reading the book, and then there's something about emotions that really grabbed my attention. The author says emotions are disturbance. Whatever you want to do, whatever you want to say, if it's affected by emotions, it will be completely different. I gave an example in previous lectures where my marketing professor said, if you ever feel depressed or sad, of course, depression is not an emotion. When we talk about emotions, we talk about fear, anger, sadness, joy, disgust, surprise as well. So in this case, we're talking about sadness, for example, or anger. And what the professor said, don't work on anything related to marketing if you're feeling angry or sad. And the reason why is because when you're having these emotions, they block your creativity. When you're stressing out about something and you keep thinking about it over and over and over again, even if you're writing a test, even if you're trying to study, even if you're trying to write a book, you have days where there are things that whatever you do, you can't stop thinking about them. And the reason why is because they are triggering emotions inside of you, which is causing disturbance. It is disturbing whatever you're doing. It is disturbing your tasks, of course. It's disturbing your stream of thoughts, and it's disturbing your body chemistry. If you have feelings of joy, you're going to feel a dopamine rush inside your body. You're going to feel euphoria. When you feel surprised, you might have feelings of being overwhelmed. You might, if something surprised you in a scary way, your heart might be beating fast. Of course, when you have the emotions of fear, you might get sweaty, you might start trembling. All of that to make you understand that emotions are not just random feelings that you get. Emotions are powerful. They can change everything. If you wake up every day feeling emotions of joy, no matter what's happening in the world, you wake up and you're feeling joy, your life would be so much better. But if you wake up every single day and you have emotions of sadness, your life is not going to be as good. You're not going to have the same motivation, the same drive, the same work ethic that you would have if you were feeling happy, if you were feeling emotions of joy on a consistent basis. And the thing about emotions is that, to an extent, you can't always control them. But what you can do is that you can be intelligent about it. You can know how to use your emotions to your advantage and control them to an extent. Nobody will have emotions of joy when they break up with somebody they love. Of course, unless the relationship was toxic and they wanted to break up. But if the person was in love and they wanted to stay with the other person and then they break up, you can't avoid feeling a bit sad. Even if you have a lot of emotional control, it gets to a point where you're going to feel some emotions, but you need to know how to be smart about it, how to overcome it, how to not let it affect you. Now, adding to that as well, organizational behavior theories and research that basically deals with all the factors that can contribute into having a better organizational structure, keeping the employees happy and keeping them effective and efficient so they can finish the work really well, finish the work faster, and at the same time be happy and be comfortable where they are. And when I was going through different organizational behavior studies, I ran across something really important. In organizations, and of course, in life, there's a difference between emotions and mood that people usually mix up. Emotions are short-lived feelings that come from a known cause, while moods are feelings that are longer lasting than emotions, of course. And there's no real starting point for its formation. Emotions, as we said, can include sadness, joy, feeling happy, feeling sad, while moods are kind of different. You either have a positive mood or you have kind of a negative mood. And sometimes you can experience both of them at the same time. Even when you have a bad mood and you feel like you don't want to do anything, you're being very negative about everything around you. And then your kid or your partner or your friend looks at you with a genuine smile and you feel happy, you feel joy for a second. You feel this warmth in your heart. Even though you're in a bad mood, you still feel the emotions of happiness, even if it's for a brief moment, but you did. And of course, in contrast, when you're in a good mood and something bad happens, you find out that the exam that you wanted to get an A+ on, you got an A-. So you're kind of a little bit disappointed. And even though you're in a good mood, you might feel a little bit sad, but your good mood will help you boost it up. And usually, you can explain your emotions. You can explain why you're sad. You can explain why you're happy, because you know what's going on. When you feel emotions, there is always a source where these emotions came from. There's always something that happened that triggered these emotions. But moods, when somebody is in a bad mood and you ask them, why are you in a bad mood? Most of the times, the answer is, I don't know. Most people don't even know why they are experiencing this bad mood. They have absolutely no explanation and they can't seem to control it most of the times. And because moods cannot really be linked to any specific cause, at one point, a lot of people mix between being a moody person, which means a person whose mood fluctuates a lot, and somebody who suffers from bipolar disorder. People can't explain moods where it got to a point where they put them on the same equivalency as a mental health disorder. A lot of times, I know a lot of people who referred to people who have a lot of mood fluctuations as people who are bipolar, when in fact, it is not true. Mood fluctuates a lot. Of course, some people experience it more than others, and this, of course, is linked to different factors. That includes the environment where you're living, even lights. A lot of people during winter, they get these bad mood phases because there's no sun and they feel like everything around them is dead, especially when it's cold and there's nobody out in the streets. They feel bad moods, and they can even experience a lot of emotions, like they might feel sad, they might feel lonely at one point. And to top it off, there's also a difference between emotions, moods, and feelings. There is a difference between being angry and feeling angry. There's a difference between saying, I feel cold, and I feel cold. One of them is physical, and the other one is emotional. Feelings are usually things that we feel. We feel on a physical level, not just on an emotional, psychological level. And another thing about feelings is that it can be influenced by your own personal experience, beliefs, cultural beliefs, and memories and recalls. And the worst part is, most of the times, it's subconscious. Your personal experience, your beliefs, and your memories are not things that you're consistently conscious of. They're things that are in your subconscious mind that you can't really control or see unless you do a lot of introspection. And what happens when you have some emotions that are triggered, then your subconscious mind spurs out all of these personal experiences, beliefs, and memories that are related to this emotions, I mean. Your brain will spur out all the memories, personal experiences that are related to the emotions you're feeling. And based upon that, you will start feeling. Your brain will interpret these emotions and turn them into a physical phase. And of course, this is where neuroplasticity steps in. We have our mood that is influenced by a lot of factors. And of course, the influence of all of these factors on your mood depends on past experiences, on how each and every one of these experiences is wired in your brain. If every single thing, every single experience that you went through in your life triggered feelings of joy and excitement, nothing can put you in a bad mood. Of course, we're not talking about body chemistry. When we talk about body chemistry, you might get to a point where we're talking about mental health problems, and that's a completely different issue. When it comes to people who are suffering from mental health issues, and we are not talking about some very rare examples or cases. Mental health, let's go according to statistics. We're going to go through the statistics of Canada only. The Canadian Mental Health Association states all these different things on their website. Mental illness indirectly affects all Canadians at some time through a family member, friend, or colleague. I'm going to include this article in the course for those of you who are interested in knowing more about it. Moreover, in any given year, 1 in 5 people in Canada will personally experience a mental health problem or illness. And approximately 8% of adults will experience major depression at some point in their lives. To top it up, about 1% of Canadians will also experience bipolar disorder or manic depression. The total number of 12 to 19-year-olds in Canada at risk for developing depression is at a staggering 3.2 million. And unfortunately, only 1 out of 5 children who need mental health services would actually receive them. And the problem is not the health system. In Canada, there's a lot of mental health awareness. and all the health services are free. You can get a psychiatrist, a psychotherapist, or a psychologist for free. And I know that this is not the case for a lot of countries. There are a lot of countries who culturally disregard the concepts of mental health illnesses, who consider mental health illnesses just as any mood or emotion and feeling, and can't really differentiate between all these different factors that can have different experiences on the human brain and the human body. So for those of you who are experiencing some symptoms of mental health disorders, if you have feelings and you feel like you just can't control them, you feel depressed and you feel switching in mood that is abnormal, you need to see someone. It's for your own good. Otherwise, you will live with this problem for the rest of your life, not being able to change it. Sometimes, very rarely, a change might happen without any use of medication or without talking to a doctor. It just happens through experiences and, of course, wiring. There are a lot of experiences that can affect you that would get you out of where you were. But the safest and best way to deal with it is to see somebody who is a specialist. Mental health disorder can disturb your emotions, your mood, and of course, your feelings. Now, going back to our topic of emotional intelligence, question is, after 30 minutes of talking, what is emotional intelligence in big? What is the big picture behind emotional intelligence? Well, it's basically the capacity to be aware of, to control, and express one's emotions, and to handle interpersonal relationships in an emotionally intelligent way. So emotional intelligence is not just about your own personal emotions, it's about the emotions that are coming from external stimuli, which means the emotions that other people are emitting. When you walk by someone who is angry, you can feel the emotions of anger. You can see it in his eyes sometimes. But when you pass by somebody who's smiling, has his head up, listening to some joyful music, well, you know that this person is probably experiencing emotions of joy. And the thing is, we're not going to go through feelings and we're not going to go through moods because both of them are mainly affected by emotions and experiences. By dealing with your emotions, you will deal with the experiences, and then automatically your feelings and your mood will work accordingly. So by now, you know that neuroplasticity is affected by emotions, big time. And we talked about this before. First time experiences. What kind of emotions you felt during this first time experience. This has a huge impact on what this first time experience will do to your brain. This plastic brain that is vulnerable, especially when it comes to first-time experiences, if there's a huge load of emotions involved, there's going to be a strong wiring right there. And now the big question is, what kind of emotions did you feel? And we gave the example of going to the zoo before. When you went to the zoo and you got bit by a snake, you got emotions of anger, fear, maybe sadness. And what that did is it developed two fears. First, a fear of snakes. Every time you see a snake, you will have emotions of fear. And of course, emotions of doubt around zoos. You're not sure if it's a safe place for you anymore. And most probably, whenever you go back to a zoo, you'll feel uncomfortable. That's if the emotions were so strong, you might not even want to go to the zoo anymore. You might feel such a high level of discomfort that you just don't want to go at all. And the second idea is, it's not just about first-time experiences. And I know we already talked about this before, but for those of you who were not paying a lot of attention back then, this is crucial. And really, if you didn't listen to it before, go back and listen to it again and again until you really grasp the concept. Emotions are one of the most important concepts when it comes to neuroplasticity. So emotionally charged situations. I'm going to give a really far-fetched example that is, of course, it's reality. In case you have somebody who's really close to you who dies. This experience will have a lot of emotions involved. This is exactly what an emotionally charged situation will be like. There was a huge fight between Mike Tyson and Douglas. Douglas's mother died a few days before the fight, and she told everybody that he's going to win. that he's going to win against Mike Tyson. When his mom died, and there's, of course, a lot of articles and YouTube videos that talk about this experience because it's absolutely inspirational. After his mother died, he was so emotionally charged in a positive way. He didn't dwell and get sad. He felt a lot of motivation. He felt like he needed to make his mom proud. And in fact, he beat Mike Tyson. And afterwards, when reporters asked him how did he do it, he said, before my mother died, she told everybody that I'm going to win. And when I was in that ring, I had one of two choices. I either die with my mom or I live on to make her proud. Even though it was just a few days before his mother died, in these 3 days, a situation that is highly emotionally charged can start wiring your brain. And now, one of the obstacles that might stand between emotions and neuroplasticity is emotional instability and failing to keep up a consistency. And of course, we talked about this. Not being consistent will fail to ensure the linking between the different neurons and ensuring proper neural networks forming because of it. But emotional instability, which is exactly the opposite of emotional intelligence, is also one of the biggest problems, and it causes problems with consistency. When you have a lot of different emotions and you're unstable emotionally, you will experience a lot of different behaviors from yourself that can stand in the way of consistency. Now, emotional stability can be caused by current situations, by stress and anxiety and thoughts that you're having in your mind, so problems that you have to deal with. And of course, it can be caused by mental health issues, and we already talked about this. You need to find a professional that can help in case you feel that the problem is bigger than just controlling your emotions and it's something deeper, it's something on a mental health awareness level. But if it's something random, something that's causing you stress and anxiety, something that you're experiencing because there's a certain problem that you want to solve, don't focus on working and breaking your head over finishing work when you're feeling emotional instability. Deal with the problem first, finish the problem, and then move on to work. And in case you can't really find a solution for the problem, maybe you're waiting for something and you're anxious, you don't know what the result is, I would highly recommend a book called How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. The biggest enemy of emotional intelligence is worrying, and which of course brings us to emotional instability. And this 352 pages book cannot be summed up in a few simple words. If you also feel like worrying is one of your biggest problems, getting this book would be a good idea, or looking at some articles to help you cope with this problem can be also a really good idea. I'm going to include an article that also talks about worrying and how you can overcome it. But I read the book, How to Stop Worrying and Start Living by Dale Carnegie, and that's why I'm recommending it. One of the best practices in the book that I always use is to ask yourself the following question. How bad can it get? Or what's the worst case scenario? Now, once you know what the worst case scenario is, you can't overthink it anymore because it can't get any worse than that. This is how bad it can get. And you need to know and understand that it can get to this point. And of course, you need to accept and understand, especially if it's something that you can't do anything about it. If you already wrote an exam and you're waiting for your grades, you can't do anything at this point. So look at the worst case scenario and accept it. This, of course, works when there's something that you're not very, very worried about. But as I said, the article will give you way more information and will help you way more if you want to cope with worrying. Now, once you really understand the concepts, the techniques, and the exercises of emotional intelligence, you can use emotions to your advantage and ensure emotional neuroplasticity enhancement. If you want to try to make working out a lifestyle, and every single time you go to the gym, you have emotions of sadness and irritability, you're most likely going to drop it and not go there because your emotions are not helping you. They're wiring bad ideas, bad experiences, bad emotions to the idea of going to the gym. But if every single time you go to the gym, you have these positive thoughts in your mind, how you want to look, what's your goal, where you want to get, and you keep this image in your head. When you have a certain body and you have a certain aspiration, a certain future body that you want to attain, keeping that in your head, thinking about it, thinking about how you would feel about it, having these emotions of joy and a lot of motivation linked to it, then you'll be linking neurons in a different way. Your neural structure and network will actually start to encourage you to go to the gym more. That's exactly why, before the gym becoming a lifestyle that you don't even have to think about, you're going to experience days where you just say, you know what, I don't feel like going to the gym anymore. But because you have a lot of emotions of joy involved with it, one of two scenarios would happen. One scenario would be that because the wiring is already starting, you will not stop going to the gym. You will just say, you know what, I don't have to skip, I can't skip, I have goals and I need to attain them, I need to achieve them. That's why I'm not going to skip and I'm going to go to the gym. And this is mostly willpower. Neuroplasticity is more automatic. When you're thinking about it and you have different ideas in your head, should I go or not? You did not reach a point where neuroplasticity has been perfected and working out became a lifestyle. Now, the other scenario, and this is also not linked to neuroplasticity, we're talking about the phase before neuroplasticity, you trying to reach the point where you're using your plastic, flexible brain to make out of exercising a lifestyle or a consistent automatic behavior or habit. So in the second example, you feel emotions of sadness, you feel down. And when people feel down, you're not being lazy. That was the first case scenario. You were feeling lazy, you didn't want to go to the gym, but you used your willpower to go there. Now, in this scenario, you're feeling emotions. You're feeling emotions of sadness, emotions of fear, anger, whatever it is. And you just say, I don't want to go to the gym. These emotions will give you feelings, and the feelings might put you in a certain mood. And then you don't have the motivation and the willpower to go to the gym. And when that happens, this is exactly where emotional intelligence would step in. You have two solutions. One, you say, okay, I am sad. I don't want to go to the gym. I want to sit at home, watch Netflix, and eat ice cream. And the second scenario would be closing your eyes and thinking about why you started going to the gym, thinking about your why. Nietzsche says, he who has a why can bear almost any how. There was an entire book and an entire field of science based on the question, why? There's a book written by Dr. Viktor Frankl. The book is called Man's Search for Meaning. It's one of the most fascinating books you can ever read. It sold millions of copies, and it talks about prisoners' experiences in concentration camps and how the people who survived are the people who had a why. In concentration camps, usually you can't have positive emotions. You're always feeling anger and sadness. You're always having these bad emotions that would affect you in a negative way. What's the only thing that can give you good, positive emotions at a concentration camp? Your why. What is your why? And just like worrying, figuring out your why is not that simple, especially when we're talking about the big image, the big question of why. Why do we exist? And of course, this gets us into existentialism, and it's an entirely different field of study as well. It is one of the most common problems nowadays. People are thinking about their existence and they're asking themselves a lot of questions. Back in the days, religion was way more reinforced, and the why was always explained through religion. But now that a lot of people are switching towards atheism and other stream of thoughts that don't follow religion, they started asking themselves the question, why? Why do I exist? What am I doing in this world? And when they don't find an answer, of course, they will feel empty. They'll feel like there's nothing to do in this world and they're just going to live and die. And then a lot of people would suffer from depression. Some of them would even get to suicide. When in fact, it's not that complicated. From my experience and from what I've read, and I can assure you, I read a lot about a lot of books and a lot of articles, and I watched a lot of videos that talk about the question of why in life. Putting the concepts of religion aside, having a why in life, not just to know where you're going, but to know what you need to do every single day. But on a smaller scale, you can always figure out what your why is. Why do you have problems in relationships? Well, maybe because you're not ready to be in a committed relationship. Maybe you had past bad experiences that are still affecting you. You can figure out what your why is. Why are you going to the gym? Maybe you want to have a better body. Maybe you want to prove somebody wrong. Maybe you want to just improve your health and take care of your health more. Whatever your why is, when you go to the gym, you have a why. There's a reason why you're going to the gym. People do not just wake up and say, oh, I should go to the gym for no reason. So when you feel these emotions of sadness, close your eyes and think about your why. Letting go of the scenario where you would just sit at home and avoid going to the gym. And this is where most people, when they do this, they say, I don't feel like going today because I feel sad. Their brain gets adapted to it. The thing about neuroplasticity is that it's happening every single second. So when you drop the gym, when you say, I'm not going to go because I'm feeling sad, this is wiring your brain in a way that affects your willpower in a negative way. This will not give you a better mental state for you to be able to go to the gym tomorrow and be way better. In some cases, in some very rare cases, it is when there's highly emotional charged situations that you encountered that day and you just couldn't focus and just couldn't go to the gym. It's fine. But I'm talking about people who just do it as an excuse. When you close your eyes and you think about your why, you will start having feelings of, and emotions, of course, of joy, of hope. And what you do is you just go to the gym. There's a lot of exercises that we're going to talk about in the section where we talk about habits to be able to push yourself and go to the gym. One of them, and of course we're going to go more through details later, the bracelet technique, where you have an elastic band on your wrists. And every single time you feel like you're trying to establish a habit of going to the gym and making it a lifestyle. And every single time you have a feeling that you don't want to go to the gym for any reason, you just close your eyes, you think about your why, and then you snap the bracelet on your wrist in a way that it hurts a bit. Of course, you don't want to cut yourself, but in a way that hurts a little bit, and then you just go to the gym. You stop everything, whatever you're doing, whatever you're thinking, you just stop everything and you go to the gym. And I can assure you, if you do this, if you have a goal of going to the gym and you have a why behind it, and you had feelings of sadness, you didn't want to go to the gym, and you were thinking about skipping, close your eyes, forget about the bracelet for now, just close your eyes, think about your why, think about it and feel it. Try to generate emotions from it, and then go to the gym. And if, when you finish the gym, if you don't feel at least 1% better than how you were before, keep it in mind that you did not skip and you're ensuring the plasticity to be working effectively. If you did not feel any positive emotions or you did not feel any better out of it, then you need to look at your why again. Sometimes your why is not strong enough. If the answer to your why is, I want to go to the gym, it's probably not a strong why. But when you have a reason, a why, and the answer is, I need to go to the gym. You don't just want, but you need to go to the gym. Then your why is on a whole new level. And when you have a why that you answer it with, I need to go to the gym, and you go to the gym, I can assure you, you are going to feel better. So what's happening right there is you experienced bad emotions, then you closed your eyes, and you thought about positive thoughts that brings you good, positive emotions. A big part of it is being optimistic, of course. Looking at things from positive perspective can sometimes be hard. Most people tend to be negative when it comes to a lot of different things in their lives. There is a blog that has a lot of useful information on how to become more optimistic, and I'm also going to include it in the course. So in case you feel like you're not really optimistic, you can always go look at it. But the big picture is, regardless of what you are, if you're optimistic or you're pessimistic, whenever you feel bad emotions, one of the best things to do as emotional intelligence is to close your eyes and block everything. Block your phone, block your computer, block everything. Sit down in your room, close your eyes, maybe add some music. If you have any music that would encourage you, that would give you some positive emotions, any music that is linked to positive experiences that you love listening to, you might want to put this music, put the song, and close your eyes and think about why. Think about your why, think about positive emotions, think about where you want to be and where this particular thing that you're trying to avoid would take you. See, the thing about the brain is, the brain cannot tell the difference between reality and imagination. When you close your eyes and you imagine yourself at the gym lifting weights, your brain can't really tell the difference between, are you actually there or are you just imagining lifting weight? Of course, your body knows because you're not lifting any weight, but your brain doesn't really tell the difference between reality and imagination. So just imagining yourself at the gym is a start. Imagining yourself going to the gym and reaching the body that you want to reach, reaching the goal that you want to reach. I'm giving a gym as a general example. You can apply this on every single aspect of your life. But these emotions would reinforce the links. These emotions would ensure neuroplasticity. Even though you're not at the gym, but your mind is still getting the connection of going to the gym, and there's a reinforcement. There's a link happening between neurons, and the link is becoming stronger and stronger and stronger. Now, of course, I'm not saying you should just sit in bed and imagine yourself working out every single day and then out of nowhere is going to become a lifestyle. This is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is bad emotions can be met with positive, reinforcing emotions, and then these would give you a little push, some motivation, some willpower that you need to use to go to the gym. And when you go and you actually do the experience, not just mentally, but also physically, because as we said, imagination is one thing, but your cortical map is linked to different motor skills, from the fine motor skills to the gross motor skills. When you go to the gym and you bench press, this is a gross motor skill. When you go to the gym and you do some exercises for the forearms, usually this is a fine motor skill. Your perception, hearing the weights drop, hearing yourself pushing the weights and then dropping them on the floor, smelling, maybe the dumbbells smell a certain way, your visual perception of everything that's going on, your touch on the bar, all of these things would reinforce the neuroplasticity. And to top it off, the emotions. And that's why imagination can be really different than reality for your neuroplasticity. Even though it can help a bit, but it's nothing compared to what you will get in terms of actually going to the gym. So having emotional intelligence, having a high EQ, having a high emotional IQ will ensure better social skills, better focus and concentration, better mental wellness, and better life overall. When you know how to use your emotions, when you know how to control them, every single aspect of your life will change, and you know it. The example that we gave before, where if a person wakes up every single day feeling joy, his life will be completely different than a person who wakes up every day feeling sad, or from a person who feels sad twice a week. It's just common sense, right? So using emotional intelligence to work on your social skills. If you have social anxiety or you feel like you don't want to go out because you're being lazy, then you close your eyes and you think about your why. Why do you want to improve your social skills? You want to have maybe a bigger connection, a bigger network so you can reach more people. You have a business and you want to reach more people. Maybe you just want to make more friends. Maybe you want to become the cool kid. What is your why? And when you feel lazy and you want to have better social skills, you close your eyes, you think about your why, you reinforce it with positive emotions, and you just go and do it. And then when you're there, you're using your emotions, you're using your sensory and motor skills, and you're ensuring proper integration in your mind. Eventually, the goal is to ensure neuroplasticity, and you're walking on the right track. Same thing goes for focus and concentration. When you're having bad emotions, you will not be able to focus and concentrate a lot. But then when you have reinforcing emotions, when you close your eyes and think about why you need to concentrate and focus on a certain task you're working on, then it's a different story. You might regroup your focus and concentration. And this, you can apply this to, as I said, every single aspect of your life, whether it's social skills, focus and concentration, going to school, going to class, writing a book, public speaking, anything. To be able to eventually ensure better mental and physical wellness. And once that happens, you are working on an effective and efficient neuroplasticity method. Now, moving on, we're going to talk about a few techniques that you can also use to ensure emotional intelligence. And the first thing is, plan A is not guaranteed. Having plan B or and C can prevent negative emotions in case of disappointment and failure. I usually listen to motivational speeches that always say, don't put a plan B and don't put a plan C. Put a plan A and put all your work into it to ensure that it works. And I admire these speakers and I admire every single word they say. But if we pause for a second and we think about it, isn't there a 0.1 chance that for any reason plan A might not work? This has nothing to do with being optimistic or being a pessimist. This has everything to do with being realistic. Now, the biggest achievements in the world were made when people weren't realistic, when they thought about what's impossible and they made it possible. So I'm not saying you should be realistic in that way where you shouldn't have high expectations and aim high. What I'm saying is, being realistic, we might know, and we know, that plan A is not guaranteed. Even though there's a very small risk, it might not work. But having a plan A where you're aiming for something impossible and you think that you can reach it, you think that you have what it takes to get there, do it. You need to do it. It's people like you who are going to change the world. People who believe that the impossible is possible. These are the people who will change the world. But if you don't have a plan B or a plan C, in case of failure, you will experience a lot of negative emotions. And not just from you, but for everybody around you. Nowadays, we live in a world where social media controls everything, where people celebrate their success on social media. People go out of their houses looking like absolute shit. Sorry for the word, but it's true. And then when they want to post something on Instagram or Facebook, they make sure that they look top notch, that they're wearing their best clothing, they look happy and joyful, even though they're feeling miserable. So having to deal with your own emotions of disappointment and sadness after failing, you also have to deal with your social image, how people will look at you, how you've been talking about your dreams and you're saying that you're gonna make it, and then everybody's gonna look at you and say, here's the guy who worked for 5 years and didn't make anything. Here's the guy who worked for 5 years. When we were in college studying, he was working on his business and now he failed. He doesn't have a degree and he doesn't have a business. When we have a degree and now we're going to find a job and we're going to start making money and life is good. This will make you feel bad. We compare ourselves to our peers and our friends without even noticing it because we live in a social media, Instagram, Facebook world where it's all about comparison. You see a new post, somebody posted something, it's your friend and you liked it, you would like the post, and somebody else would post something where they make you feel like they're kind of better than you and you won't like the post. It will make you feel bad. But if you have a plan B, then it's an entirely different situation. Plan A is almost there, but having a plan B and working on risk diversion is always good, especially when we're talking about emotional intelligence. Sticking with a plan A and not figuring out any plan B or plan C is you taking an emotional risk. You diving into a puddle, not knowing how this might affect your emotions in case of failure. And I'll give you a very quick example, a very personal example actually. I started working on my business, on my social media and marketing agency about a year ago, and I was still in school. And I met a mentor that gave me advice that changed my life. She was the one who explained to me how having a plan A and plan B is always a good choice for your emotional intelligence. I was talking to her. My business was growing and it needed a lot more work. And she knew it. And I said, I'm thinking about dropping out of college. I'm thinking about just dropping out of my program and focusing on my business. And then she asked me a question. She said, how positive are you that your business is going to work and make you a lot of money? I said, I'm very positive. And then she said, what if something happens that you cannot control and your business stopped working? Maybe you can't find any reason why your business might not work. But keep in mind, people who died never planned on dying. People who drove their cars at 120 miles an hour were not planning on having an accident and dying. They always thought that they have everything under control and that nothing bad can happen, nothing can make them die. But it's the things that you don't expect. It's the 0.1% risk that you don't look at that can actually destroy you. And then she said, carry on with your business and keep working on it, but don't drop out of college. Because if in 3 years your business fails for any reason, not saying that it might fail, but there is a 0.01 risk that it might, and if it does, you can have your degree and you can find a job to save some money so you can get back up and work again on your plan A. But if your business fails, you don't have a degree to get a decent job and get good money to be able to save. You maybe lost some money and now you don't have a degree. You need to find a job that's probably paying minimum wage so you can barely afford your living expenses. And you will find it very hard to stand back up and work on your plan A. Especially because when this happens, you will have emotions of anger, disappointment, and sadness. And usually, these are emotionally charged experiences. But when you have a plan B, the disappointment, the sadness, and the anger will not be as hard because you always know that you're working on your plan B to get to your plan A. I would never advise anybody to drop their plan A because usually plan A is what you want the most and you shouldn't stop working on it until you die. Every single person has a moral obligation to work on their dreams and their goals. These are the people who live life to its fullest. These are the people who, once they're on their deathbed, will not look back and say, I wish I had done this or I wish I had done that. So even though you're feeling down, even though you're feeling sad and you're feeling disappointed because you failed, you have a plan B that's supporting you. You go to plan B and you keep in mind your plan A. You're not going to stop. You know that you're not going to stop until you get and achieve plan A. So when you have a plan B, you will get back up, you will work again, and you'll be more likely to jump back into plan A and make it work. When I have a degree and my business fails, I can get a job that pays well, and I can invest money again in my company to make it grow, to fix the problems that I couldn't fix before, and then I can achieve plan A. And once that happens, once plan A is done, I have my business and it's working well. I always have my plan B in my pocket, which is my degree, which is the situation where for any case in the future my business failed again, I always have my degree to go back at it. And here's the beauty of it. Most people in college, they want to drop out of school because they want to focus on their business. But let's put it this way. Focusing on your business and going to college, and of course, this is just an example of plan A and plan B. Your plan A and B can be applicable on any aspect of your life, of course, just like emotions and experiences. So after following her advice, I was always in school and I was still working on my social media and digital marketing agency. And in fact, she was right. I got to a point where my business wasn't working the way I wanted to work. Things were not working according to plan. And I had to put some money into the business, but I couldn't because I was going to school, I was not working, and I was working on my business, and I had no source of income. But my plan B, the fact that I was pursuing my degree, plus all the experience that I got from building my business, got me an internship right away with one of the biggest marketing firms in Ottawa. And it all happened because I had a plan B. And once I got back into plan B, I was able to go back into plan A and grow it bit by bit. And now it's working well. It's not where I want it to be, but if I didn't have a plan B, maybe I wouldn't have the agency anymore. I couldn't get any money into the company and I couldn't grow it anymore, and then it would fail. So whatever goal you have, whatever you're trying to work on, whatever plan you have, sit down and figure out a plan B or a plan C if you can. Now, second thing is accepting the inevitable. Sometimes we can't control the situation. No matter how many plans we have, we can't fully control the situation. And then we need to adapt, we need to overcome and accept the inevitable. Because when something happens and you have no control over it, you have one of two options. You either dwell or you accept. And when you dwell, you're going to be stuck. You're not going to move forward when the rest of the world is moving forward. But if you accept and you move forward and you move on, you adapt and you overcome it, you will be wiring your brain in an emotionally intelligent way. You are learning to accept failure, overcome it, learn from it, move on, and grow from it. But if you dwell on it, you're going to learn that failure is bad, failure will make me feel sad, I want to avoid failure at any cost, and you just want to avoid failure because it doesn't make you feel good, and that's just our human nature. We want to avoid the things that makes us feel bad. And that's where most people would drop their dreams, where most people would not have such high aspirations anymore. They accept so little because they don't want to encounter failure anymore. And unfortunately, it becomes wired in their brain. The concept of not failing and the concept of security, it becomes hardwired in their brain. If your dad ever worked on a business and it failed and he dwelled on it for years and eventually started working full time, and you grow up and you say to your father that you want to start a business, he's not going to say, yes, go for it, it's going to be awesome. He's going to say, no, starting a business can be risky. You might fail, you might get disappointed. It's better to work on a degree and get a safe job. And did you ever pause for a second and ask yourself, why would he say this? He would say this because of the neuroplasticity process. His experience and the emotions that came with this experience, all the different motor and sensory skills that were involved and everything wired his brain in a way that he wants to avoid risk, aka he wants to avoid business because, well, business is risky. So even though you have a plan A or a plan B or a plan C, even though it's a very small percentage when you have a lot of different plans, but it might get to a point where all the plans didn't work and you don't have any more plans. And you need to accept your reality and look at your options. Look at what you can do to get yourself out of where you are and just start going back at it to go again to your plan A or to your plan B or to your plan C, or just change the plan entirely if you think that it's not working right. Moving on to the next exercise. Count to 10. A lot of you heard people say count to 10 before you say anything, or just take a deep breath. Nowadays it became just a slang that people would just say randomly. When they want to tell somebody to just chill down, they're like, dude, take a deep breath or count to 10, you know? But there is a lot of wisdom behind this technique. When you react based upon impulses, you are reacting based on your current emotions. And when you react towards your current emotions, you are reinforcing them. When you're mad at someone and they try to talk to you and then they start arguing with you, you know that the most probable result is that you guys are going to have a fight. If you start arguing back and you start screaming at him and shouting and having hand gestures, you're just going to get yourself more angry. The other person in front of you is going to feel also emotions of anger, maybe fear, or you might feel threatened. And you will also get affected by external stimulation. And before you know it, you find yourself having a huge argument a fight, feeling even more angry at the person, and you guys had a fight and now you're not talking to each other anymore. But if when the argument starts and you know that you're getting angrier, you're getting more upset, and you know that most probably an argument is going to happen and eventually a fight. You guys are going to stop talking to each other or whatever. But instead of arguing back, if you count to 10, you just stare, not at the person, just stare elsewhere, count to 10, take a deep breath, and be aware of the emotions you're feeling. It's a very simple yet effective technique that you can use on a daily basis to ensure emotional intelligence. I promise you, this is one of the techniques that help me personally the most. This also applies to different examples. The example that we gave about the gym. If, let's say, we put the scenario in a way where you're having a conversation with the gym. The gym is saying, hey, come here, work out. And you're saying, no, I feel sad, I don't want to go. But then you stare somewhere and you count to 10 and you take a deep breath and you really become aware of your emotions. You're going to see that you're feeling sad. Most people never get aware of their emotions. They get sad, but they're not aware of their emotions. But when you get aware of your emotions and you know that you're feeling sad, you have the chance to change this. So when you're arguing with someone and you get upset, you're mad, you're angry, and you count to 10, you take a deep breath and you realize that you're angry, and you know that if you're angry, you're having these emotions of anger. If you're going to talk to the person more, it's going to result in a fight. And once you know the consequences, you need to ask yourself, is it worth it? Is it worth it just because you're having some emotions? And as we said, emotions are usually short term. You have a fight with your best friend, 2 hours later, you guys text back and everything's working and everything's back to normal. So when you ask yourself, is it worth it? Are these emotions worth getting me to have a fight with my friend or getting the consequences that might happen? And most probably, most of the times, the answer is no. And once you figure out that the answer is no, think about something else. Think about something positive. Think about all the good things that the person did and not all the bad things that the person did. Think about why going to the gym would help, why going to the gym would make you get closer to your goals, and not why going to the gym might take a lot of effort and a lot of energy and I just don't feel like it. It's easy and it's quick. You're not feeling okay, you're not feeling comfortable. Usually when you have bad emotions, you don't feel comfortable at all. You feel uncomfortable. And then you pause for 10 seconds. You ask yourself very quickly, what am I feeling? And usually when you ask yourself this question, you're going to find the answer right away. Once you find the answer, you ask yourself, what's going to happen if I keep having these emotions? What's going to happen if I keep being angry at the person? And also, the answer is going to be like a light bulb that lights up. You guys are going to have a fight. And is it worth it? The answer is no. And now you know that you need to switch up your emotions to avoid the consequences. And instead of screaming at the person, you would look at them, you would smile, and you would say, can I tell you something? I was really upset about 1, 2, 3 things that you did, but I love you a lot, and you're my best friend, and I don't want to have a fight, and I don't want to argue, but I just want to talk about these things because I got upset, and I don't want to have these feelings again, and I'm pretty sure that as a friend, you would understand this. Boom. Completely different scenario that can change everything. Maybe the first scenario could have led to a moment where you lost your friendship. And just because you counted to 10, you took 10 seconds, you changed the entire stream of actions and controlling your bad emotions. And guess what that does? You guessed right. It works better towards your neuroplasticity. You are reinforcing positive emotions and therefore positive habits. The goal behind neuroplasticity is to wire everything that is positive in your mind. Positive emotions, positive thoughts, positive actions, and through everything we're going through in this course, this is where you're heading. Now, the next exercise is to learn to say no. A lot of people don't know how to say no. You can trace this back to failed parenting strategies. You can trace that back to past experiences. You can track that back to guilt trips that you went through for saying no. When your friend asked you to help him with his essay and you didn't have the time to do it and you said no, and then he failed the class and he says, if you only helped me, like I could have at least passed. This guilt trip that you went through, eventually, as we said before, our human nature wants to avoid all these bad feelings and bad emotions. So when you get wired, your brain gets wired at one point that whenever you say to somebody, when somebody asks you for something and you say no, a guilt trip will follow. Even if he doesn't say anything, just when you say no, you are going to feel guilty for saying no. There's even a book that I ran across at the library at the university, and the title is When I Say No, I Feel Guilty. And of course, as we said, the way it happens is that it becomes wired in your brain. But you need to learn how to say no, and most importantly, learn how not to feel shame when you say no. And how do you do that? You control your emotions. You can use the count to 10 strategy, take a deep breath strategy, do some introspection, and understand that you're feeling shame, and simply switch back to positive emotions. Think about all the good things that you were able to do because you did not spend 6-7 hours working with your friends on an essay. And of course, you shouldn't always say no. If your friend needs your help and you have the time, you have nothing to do, you might as well just help them. But the problem is when you have some things to do and you don't know how to say no because you feel ashamed, and then you say yes at work when your boss asks you to do something and you just can't say no because otherwise you'll feel shame and you'll feel that you're not working hard enough and you're too hard on yourself, and then you got a lot of workload, and before you know it, you find yourself staying at the office till 9 at night. Why? Well, simply because you didn't know how to say no. I will also include an article about this, how to say no without feeling guilty, so you guys can take a look at it if this is one of your problems. But one of the strategies that I use is kind of different. The way I look at it is trying to help other people because eventually they will help you back. When you take 6 hours to work with somebody on his essay, if you ever needed something from them, they'll be there for you. Most of the people, of course. Some people are just full of BS and they just won't help you, even if you help them over and over again. But what happens when you want to help someone, but you're running short on time? He needs you to help him for 6-7 hours when you only have 1 hour to spare. This is where emotional intelligence would step in. Instead of going through the roller coaster of saying yes or no and feeling guilty or feeling shame or feeling pressure because you said yes, you can simply say this. Let's imagine 2 scenarios. Your friend says, hey, can you help me with my essay? I have it due tomorrow and I had to write 3-4 pages. I'm not sure how long it would take, maybe 5-6 hours, but I just really don't know what to do. And you might say, look, man, honestly, I have a lot of things to do and I can't really help right now. If you're working on your emotions, you might say this and not feel bad about yourself. You'll feel okay. You'll just think that, well, this is my right. I have other things that I need to do and I did the right thing. People who feel shame about saying no needs to work on their emotions and look at the article that I included. But the scenario that I would follow is the following. He would ask me the question and I would say, of course I can help you. There's no doubt about it. Just let me know. What's the essay about? And then he would say what the essay is about. And then you showed genuine interest that you really, really want to help. And then you say, okay, no problem. I got your back. Let me check my schedule. I'm not sure what I have to do later on today or tomorrow, but I'll let you know. Just give me a couple minutes. And then just think about what you have to do today and tomorrow. Think about if you have the time to help him or not. And if not, if you have some time to help him, maybe you have 1 hour or 2 hours. But the fact that first, you didn't show emotions of negativity. We said before how powerful the word no is. When you say no to somebody, most probably they're going to feel a little bit sad, because if they didn't have a 0.1% possibility in their head that you will say yes, they would have never asked you to begin with. After checking your schedule, you might say, look, I only have 1 hour because I have this, and that to do. So how about I help you with the curriculum so you can know what you're going to write about, and then you do your research and you go from there. Now, he's not just going to appreciate that you're helping, and he's not just going to owe you, and he's going to help you in the future, of course, if he's a good person, but he will feel that you went over this to check your schedule and squeeze in your schedule, and you sacrificed an hour to be with him, and of course to help him with his essay. In this case, you feel good, you're not pressured, you had an hour to spare and you spent it with him. Next time you might need something from him, he will be there, hopefully. He didn't feel bad, he didn't feel any negative emotions. In the contrary, he felt really good. He felt like you're a loyal person. He felt like you're somebody he can trust. He felt like you're a true friend, and everybody is a winner. And even if you don't have the time to spare, you have a lot of stuff to do. After you say, yeah, for sure, man, just let me know what's going on. What's the topic about? Okay, for sure. Let me check my schedule. And you check your schedule and you say, look, I have this, and that I need to finish today. And you precise what the things are. You say, I have to write my assignment, I need to get the groceries, and I need to help my dad with something. Instead of saying, I have a lot of stuff to do. Being precise is always better. It gives you more authenticity, and you seem more genuine and more trustworthy. It basically just shows that you're not just saying no because you just don't feel like it. And even when you don't feel like it, you can also use this strategy because it's really helpful. And you carry on to say, I don't think I can help today, but I will try to finish things as fast as possible. And if I do, on the right time, I'll let you know, and then we can work on the essay. Of course, he's not going to feel as good as when you said, I have an hour and let me help you with the curriculum or with the outline of the essay. But he's not going to feel as bad as just saying, no, sorry, man, I can't. I have a lot of stuff to do today. And just try it. Next time somebody asks you to do something, try the first scenario, just say no bluntly and that you have a lot of stuff to do, and see how you feel and see how they feel. You feel negative emotions, just switch back, close your eyes, think about positive emotions, what you're going to do in this time, and move away from these sad and bad emotions. And try also the other scenario. Get excited, ask him questions, let him talk, let him see that you're interested, and then if you really have the time to spare, do it. If you have 6 hours, do it. If you have 1 hour, do it. Or if you don't have time, say, look, I have this, and that to do. I'm going to try to finish them as soon as possible, and then I'll help you. Then the person knows that even though you're not helping right now, but you have him on your mind, and you're going to try to finish things fast so you can help him. And even if you don't, he will consider it as not a person who said no, not a person who just refused to help, but as a person who tried his best, but he just had a lot of stuff and he just couldn't help. You can add to it saying at the end, if you didn't find any time, you can call him or see him and say, look, I still have this to get it over with. If I don't find the time, I'm sorry, but next time you need anything, just let me know and I'll see what we can do about it. This is exactly what emotional intelligence would look like. You are taking care of your proper emotions. You're taking care of the other person's emotions in a way that, of course, the other person's emotions, if they're bad emotions, they will affect your own emotions. And we already talked about this. So you're being emotionally intelligent with your own emotions and with the other person's emotions as well. Now, going further more into emotional intelligence, some concepts that we already talked about and some concepts that are kind of new that we need to discuss real fast and that you need to keep in mind because they're also a part of raising your emotional IQ. And first things first, stop blaming others. When something happens and you blame others, you will feel helpless. You will feel that the other person had the control over the situation and you had no control over it. The reason why this happened is because of what other people did and not what you did. And you can never change what other people did, but you can always change what you are going to do. So if you got a bad grade and you just say, the professor just doesn't like me, or the professor is just too hard on the students, even when you're studying for the next exam, you're going to have these emotions where you're just going to think that even though you're going to study hard, and no matter how hard you study, the professor is not going to give you good grades. And this, of course, will affect the quality of your studying. But if you used your emotional intelligence and said, no, I don't want to blame the professor, I want to blame myself. Maybe I didn't study hard enough. Now, in this case, when you want to study, you're going to have emotions and a mentality that's saying you need to work harder, you need to study harder for you to get a better grade, because it's all up to you. And this will affect the quality of your studying in an absolutely positive way, and you know it. You can control situations way better than other people. So stop blaming others, take responsibility yourself. Even when there is some blame to put on other people, try to work it out yourself, because as we said, you have more control over yourself than over other people. And with control comes stability, and with stability comes stable emotions. Now, working in an emotionally intelligent way will help you get these positive and good emotions and wire your brain in the way that you wanted it to be wired. Second thing is avoid making excuses. And this is interrelated with stop blaming others. When you blame others, you are usually giving excuses. But it's not just about blaming others. Making excuses can be you saying, I can't go to the gym because I can't afford supplements. This excuse right there, you're committing emotional suicide. Because first, you're not going to the gym, and this will hurt the process of wiring and making out of exercising a habit or a lifestyle. And then you're getting more bad emotions in by saying, I don't have money. And all of this just because you wanted to make an excuse. But if you did not think about excuses, you want to go to the gym and you want to make it a habit, you don't look at excuses, you just look at executing. You just look at going to the gym and you make a habit out of it, even though results are not going to be the same, for example, without supplements. But in 3 months, when you save up some money and you buy supplements, you're not going to start from scratch. You're going to start from 3 months into the gym. You have good power, your body's getting better, you can lift more, and the supplements will help you even more. Third is learn how to communicate. And one of the most important techniques to learn how to communicate is, of course, to count to 10 when you're having bad emotions that might cause bad consequences that we already talked about before. And another way to deal with it, if you find that you have a lot of problems communicating with people, you might want to get Dale Carnegie's other book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. It's one of the best books I've ever read when it comes to influencing others, communicating, and building trustworthy, authentic connections on a daily basis. It would also help you avoid these arguments and all these situations that would actually hurt the relationships and affect the way you communicate in a negative way. And because this is also a very important topic and we communicate every single day, if we don't know how to communicate properly, it can cause us a lot of problems on an emotional intelligence level and furthermore on a plastic brain level. So there's going to be also an article regarding this problem. Now, the next technique is to embrace change. Most people are afraid of change. Sometimes people are excited to change, but most of the times when a sudden change happens in your life, you will not feel comfortable at all. And these bad emotions that comes with this unexpected change, you need to be aware of them, and to be emotionally intelligent, you need to switch them into positive emotions as we talked about before. once you become aware of them. And this will bring us to the last technique that we have, which is focus on introspection. Focusing on introspection is basically you becoming aware of your emotions. Every single time you're feeling uncomfortable or you have some feelings that are making you feel bad, look into your mind and ask yourself, what's going on? What kind of emotions am I feeling? And then deal with it. Switch up these bad emotions into positive emotions that would actually help you. Look at change as an opportunity to increase your neuroplasticity. You have more experiences. That's one way to look at it. If you just look at change as an opportunity for you to enhance your neuroplasticity, to enhance your brain and build more connections and more neural networks, this by itself will make you embrace change instead of dwelling on it. And lastly, being optimistic. As we said, there's going to be an article about it to know more information about it, but it's one of the most important aspects when it comes to emotional intelligence and just kicking away the bad emotions. Being optimistic is just looking at the positive, and the positive would always give you good emotions. And this would bring us to the end of this lecture. Mastering these techniques. You need to make out of emotional intelligence a lifestyle that supports you, not drag you down. You need to use these techniques in neuroplasticity, reinforce desired actions with emotional charge and protection, and avoid network disruption by using prevention and adaptation methods. All the techniques, methods that we discussed in this lecture, if you use them and you understand them and you look into them in an emotionally intelligent way, it will not just help you on a day-to-day basis. It will not just help you with your mental and physical health, but if you are putting in the right actions that you want to wire in your brain, it can change your life when it comes to neuroplasticity. You will find yourself wiring all these actions way easier than you would if you were having bad emotions. The goal is to understand how important emotions are, and of course that reflects in all the different examples that we gave, and to understand how to use it to your own advantage, which basically means how to be emotionally intelligent and how to focus on the good emotions to reinforce the desired actions. And a huge part of it is to also use bad emotions to prevent undesired actions. So when you want to stop something and every single time you do it, you enjoy it and you love it and you think about every single thing that you love about it and not the things that are actually hurting you, you're not being emotionally intelligent. When you want to stop smoking and every time you smoke, you have emotions of joy and that seems that you can't really control when in fact you can, you are not being emotionally intelligent. But if when you smoke, you feel shame of yourself, wanting to stop and you just can't, you feel shame about what you're doing to your body. When you're smoking and you imagine the smoke getting in your lungs and ruining them, when you imagine yourself getting a chronic disease that will hurt your health a lot, and you do all of these things while you're smoking, instead of having these emotions of joy, you'll have emotions of anger, sadness, disappointment. And the more you do it, if every single time you smoke, you think about these things, as we said, the human nature wants to avoid bad feelings. Bit by bit, you will start to wire this in, and every single time you want to smoke, you will have these bad emotions and bad feelings. And because the human nature wants to avoid it, this will help you if you're trying to quit smoking. Now, physical dependence on the nicotine is a different story. And it can be hard, especially when you're suffering from withdrawal symptoms. You'll feel a lot of discomfort. And you're going to learn way more about this in the habits section. How when you have a physical dependency on something, how your body on purpose would make you feel discomfort and would make you feel like the only way to feel comfortable is to go back to the thing that you're withdrawing from, the thing that you have physical dependency on. And that's where most people would give in and they would just go back to smoking or whatever habit they're trying to stop. But for now, this is more than enough for you to understand and be emotionally intelligent. Work on these techniques and be consistent, and you will start seeing results in no time.
Good morning. How are you guys doing? Everybody got their coffee in hand, ready to go? Yes? Okay. Today we're going to be looking at the general idea of the science and the art of teaching. But I'd like you to turn this around and think more about the art in the science of teaching. A lot of you already are very wonderful artists in this craft of ours, in the science of education. But what we want to try to do today is link that into the science. Where is the neuroscience perhaps behind some of this information? Before I start, I want to extend an invitation. I'd like you to write down my email address and this website in case you want the slides. You can take all the pictures you want, but if you want slides, go ahead and just write me. And also for follow-up. Hopefully this is a partnership. This is an alliance. We're all trying to do the same thing, reach this high-quality education. And sometimes along the way, we have questions about different parts of our jobs or the way that we can apply certain types of methodologies. Or what I'd like to do is extend the invitation that if you are willing to take the time to write and explain things to me, I always write back. And if I don't have the answer, I won't lie to you. I'll tell you, here's some information. Can I point you in the right direction? So hopefully you'll take me up on that invitation. But I also want to use this as a teaching moment. Does anybody know why I'm asking you to write something right now? Why do human beings write? I'm going to give you a really big hint, a nice idea to start the morning off. There is no learning if you don't have well-functioning memory systems and well-functioning attention systems. Those are two vital pillars to all of learning. So now if I ask you, why are you writing? Why did I ask you to write something? Hopefully it gets you to pay attention, but mostly it's going to extend your memory. Our memories are very fragile, and so if you write nothing down, you probably don't pass it into long-term memory. Therefore, you're probably really not going to learn very much from the experiences you have. So please do write this down. I hope that that's something that's now intuitive to you. And I'm also going to ask you to keep those pencils out or those tablets out, because at the very end, I'm going to ask you to do a bit of a reflection. In order to sort of see, did this make a difference? I want to challenge you to see or think about, is there anything I'm going to say to you that would be new? something you haven't heard before, perhaps 3 things that you didn't know before, and then also 2 things that you're curious about now, that you want to know even further. You want to know a lot more about this, and that's what I hope you'll write me the email on, right? But perhaps the most important thing is, are you willing to do something differently based on the information that we talk about today? Would you actually change your practice as a teacher to do something slightly different based on the information we share, okay? So it's sort of a heads up. I'm going to be asking you this at the very end, so hopefully you'll be able to write these things down. In the course that I teach at Harvard University Extension School, it's called The Neuroscience of Learning. It's an introduction to mind, brain, health, and education. We do 3-2-1s after every single encounter. And it's a really powerful thing because at the very end of the semester, we pull all of these things together and share them. And people realize, wow, I did learn a lot. And yes, I am so curious now about these aspects about the brain and learning. And these are things, these are promises to myself about how I'm going to better my practice. And so I just want you to know that this is one of those very powerful tools. I hope you guys can also incorporate that into your own courses as well. So I'm going to start by saying thank you so much for the opportunity to come back to Oahu. Some of you might have known. My dad grew up in Aiea, and so basically we came back here every single summer ever since I was really little. And so I thought I would be nostalgic and take the opportunity to show you a couple of pictures. It's also the chance for me to also sort of publicly call out my cousin, and publicly embarrass here, and also my auntie, public school teachers here on Oahu who are really exceptional. But the other thing I want to do with this picture is tell you a little bit about my dad, who is probably one of the best teachers I have ever known. And I get the chance to actually observe literally thousands of teachers around the world. So I wanted to tell you a little bit about him because it's going to help us illustrate what we really mean about the art in the science of teaching. Before we start into my dad, the first thing we're going to talk about is values that have sort of transcended going into the science, understanding neuroscience, what's going on in the brain, really, and how it learns. But what does this do about the things we already value in great teachers, okay? The second thing I'd like to do is to share 6 principles, just 6 small things that a large group of neuroscientists have agreed this is good information for teachers. Because unfortunately, in general settings and through popular press books and sometimes in professional development, teachers receive a lot of information about the brain that doesn't have evidence behind it. And there's actually a group of people, 41 different experts from 11 different countries. In reflecting upon this, they actually could only agree on 6 things that we should tell teachers. And that's what I want to share with you today. And then additionally, I want to leave you with 4 ideas, hopefully big ideas that might be a little bit more transformative, and to think about how you might incorporate that into your own life, okay? So if we talk about my dad was a teacher for years, but he began not as a teacher. He actually left Aiea. He was given a scholarship to study nuclear physics, from ROTC scholarship, right, in UC Berkeley. What he didn't realize is that when you get to Berkeley, nuclear physics in the 60s was not like the thing to do. So there was a bit of protests and things like that, and about in the 2nd year of college, you know, love child, we were born, my sisters and I, and he shifted gears drastically. He had a real change of consciousness. He started to think, what does it really mean to serve your country, to be part of the greater fabric of society, to contribute, to give? So a lot of his friends were off to Peace Corps and stuff like that, but he said, no, I'm going to do something bigger and bolder. I'm going to be a public school teacher. And not only that, he decided that he was not only going to be a public school teacher, he was going to teach math in public schools. And not only was he going to teach math in public schools, he was going to go to some kind of crummy neighborhoods where kids had a lot of trouble, broken homes, drugs, gangs, things like that. So he's going to be a public school teacher teaching math in a bad neighborhood. But to top it all off, to make sure he set himself the biggest challenge possible, he decided to do this in middle school. So he took on this very big challenge, and I watched him develop. I mean, it was a beautiful thing. He actually developed beautifully as a teacher, and I can say that because literally we were born when he was 19, right? So I watched him grow into his career and to see how he really developed in that. And some of the highlights that I'd like to point out, because when he finished being a teacher, I kept thinking, what made him so great? What was it that got kids to stop on the street when they were adults to say, hey, Mr. Toke, good to see you again. Yeah, that's what they called him. I know, 60s, well, anyways. So they would come up to him, they would send him wedding invitations, and they would say things like, you changed my life. And I thought, that is the greatest profession on earth. You get to actually change people's lives. So if I were to sort of list out some of the things that he did that were really important, I'd have to say, I'll give you a handful of them, right? And you guys tell me if you agree. This still makes a great teacher. He really believed that his students could learn. He believed in them. He also had a personal connection with them. He never stopped, knowing everybody's name and talking to them very directly. He also let everyone in that whole classroom feel like they mattered. This group matters. It's not just the individual, it's the collection, right? He also understood their backgrounds and their histories. He knew that they didn't come from some easy households, and he took the time to understand where they were coming from. Some of them were immigrant families. At that time, it was mainly Vietnamese immigrants that were coming into the country. But they were coming into Chicano, into Mexican American neighborhoods, and so there were all these clashes with the gangs and stuff like that. He also knew that different people were bringing different gifts into that classroom. In addition to that, he came to know, he didn't know this immediately, but he realized that they could not learn if they were highly emotionally stretched, if they felt anxious or depressed about anything. He knew that these strings of these really extremes of emotional feelings wouldn't allow them to learn. But he also knew some other things, that the kids who had to work 2 or 3 jobs after school to help their families, when they hadn't slept or eaten very well, they also couldn't learn, right? But he has his finger on the pulse there. He also knew that different kids needed different interventions at different times or stages of their growth, which means he didn't just say, oh, we're all going to do problem-based learning, or we're all going to do this kind of motivational activity. He realized different kids reacted to different things at different stages of their own development. But probably the biggest thing is that he knew that he had this power in the classroom. He could get these kids come in and all spaced out and all over the place, but he had this way of capturing them and getting them to focus, right? So if I look at all of these characteristics, I thought, this is really fascinating, because when I began to look into more about what is going on in the brain, it all sort of fit really cleanly. So one of the things I want to share with you is if we talk about the art in the science of learning, if we go now, I was talking, the title is The Science and the Art, but I want to look at from the artistic part going to the science. Is there a connection here? So when I say, he really believed in his students, well, today you might hear bantered about this idea of a growth mindset. He believed that they would be able, that learning was fluid, that they were going to be able to learn. And when we talk about this now in terms of the brain, we talk about neuroplasticity. Your brain can and does learn throughout the lifespan. So he basically intuitively knew something that we now are calling one thing, but we can actually prove and have evidence at another plane about looking at the brain. When I say that he also had this personal connection with the students. Many of you have heard in some of the presentations about Hattie's work and the effect size. Well, one of these stronger effect size is basically student-teacher relationships, right? But this is actually manifested as understanding that learning is completely social as well as cognitive. You just don't have those things isolated from one another. When I say that this fellow transmitted to everybody in the room, you matter. You are an important part of this learning community. He was being very inclusive. For the kids that had all kinds of different difficulties, he was being very inclusive in what he did. He was also, I told you he's a math teacher, this is the best formula he ever taught. 1 + 1 is 3. You have a good idea, and I have a good idea. But the minute we exchange those ideas, we're gonna have something even more powerful than any one of us could have come up with by ourselves. And he let the group know that. And he also took advantage of what we now call theory of mind. The way people begin to know who they are is by knowing the other. The more I know you, the better I understand myself. So these things are maybe common terms you've heard of now, but this is actually manifested in this general concept of understanding that all brains are unique, but in addition to that, a great appreciation for human variance. Different people are going to be bringing different things to the table, and that's really important because each of those different kinds of pieces is going to help us create that bigger vision of what it is in our learning dynamics of the classroom. When you talk about the idea that he valued the histories and the background of those kids, he didn't lament that they're not all the same. Oh, you know, this kid is coming from this background, this other background. Some other kids, this kid has lost 2 years of school already. This other one still doesn't speak enough English to be in his class, but he's got to now learn higher math or whatever it is. He understood their backgrounds. And this is when we talk about understanding the kids well enough to be able to teach an authentic learning context. He was able to create math problems that fit their reality. That's authentic learning. But this also means, from a neuroscientific perspective, that we understand and appreciate that all new learning passes through a filter of prior experience. There's nothing that you will learn that's new that your brain doesn't first say, well, it's a lot of energy to learn. Let me first figure out, do I already know something about this? And all of you who are great teachers, you all really realize that if a person is learning something totally new, the best way, if they can't really grasp or relate it to something that's prior experience, you use an analogy. Analogy, something that's an analogous situation, something that parallels the new concept. That's the #1 best way of helping a brain learn that doesn't have any idea about what you're talking about, especially related to math. So he understood that. He also understood that different kids needed different things. This is now called differentiation in our schools, right? But this also goes to this idea of grit, of helping kids understand and realize it's not just your starting point, man. Stick with it. Perseverance. You're going to be able to get to it. It's just that right now, it's easy for this guy because he's had a lot of prior experience with this, but you're going to be able to do this. Hang in there, right? So this is understanding that different people have different types of potentials because of what you're born with. But how many of you have heard of this concept of nature versus nurture? Nature versus nurture? We don't say that anymore. We now say that you are who you are because of the genes you inherited. That's nature, right? You have this genetic potential, right? But only a fraction of that is actually potentiated by your environment, okay? So you are nature via nurture. But here's a very big finding that's coming out of resiliency studies. There are some kids who are born with like not too great genetic makeup, and also in a really bad zip code, and they still make it. So in resiliency studies, the big idea was to try to figure out what is playing there. It's not nature, it's not nurture, what's going on? So now we say nature via nurture plus free will. You get to choose what's going to happen. You get to maximize your own potential. And this is one of these very big, powerful things that maybe back in the 60s wasn't naturally intuitive, but I think it's something that my dad really had his finger on. In addition to that, he knew that students could not learn if they had these really extreme emotional states, if they were sad, if they were angry, if they were depressed, if they were anxious, or if they felt bullied and intimidated. If we understand that, we also understand that there's a very big connection between the mind-body connection, right? You guys know the difference between emotions and feelings? And an emotion is something you can't really control. It's of the body. It's a hormone, a neurotransmitter, a chemical that will release, that will make your body have that tight knot in your stomach, or your fist feels like punching somebody out or whatever. Whereas the feeling is of the mind. You get to choose how you react to the emotional state, right? So understanding this balance between mind and body was important. But he also had his finger on the button there of understanding social emotional learning. And this gets to a very big point that we now understand in neuroscience, is that cognition and emotion are inextricably linked. There is no learning without emotion. So if we know all of these things now that we can actually measure that and show that. But the very powerful thing is if you can help teachers understand what is that exact kind of trigger that makes that kid feel that way or have that emotion, how can you now help him feel in a different way? And he also knew that he could not, the kids could not concentrate if they were distracted with something, or if they had not slept or eaten well. So also of the mind and of the body. And this leads to a very interesting idea, which I hope is filtered to your schools. We think we have an epidemic of ADHD in our society. What I think is we have a real big problem with sleep hygiene. When you look at a kid and you diagnose and you say, what are the symptoms of ADHD? And then you look at the symptoms of not sleeping enough, identical. So we quickly diagnose and say, this kid has an attention problem. Well, he can't pay attention because he hasn't slept well, right? So this gets us to sort of rethink the way we diagnose things. And the big idea is to begin with the physical. Has the kid eaten well? Has he slept well? Number one. Then from there, if you could say, yeah, he has. Okay, now let's go to the psychological. Are his parents fighting incessantly at home and he's totally distracted because they're about to get divorced? Is it psychological? Then, if none of that's in play, then think about the neurophysiological. Could it be he has a chemical imbalance that's actually causing him to have some kind of an attention problem? But you don't start with drugging that kid. You start off scaling it up. This is a different way to think about how we diagnose things. And this is because my dad really understood something that I tried to express to you about writing, that there is no learning without attention and memory. And attention and memory systems are extremely fragile, and they're impacted by a lot of things in the environment. How well we sleep, how well we eat, our emotional states, all of that influences whether or not we're able to learn or not, okay? He also knew that they had to be totally focused to learn. Learning math problems, especially out of context, how does the quadratic formula fit into my life in the barrio, was really hard for a lot of kids, right? So he understood very clearly about concepts of mindfulness, of being centered and focused and being able to use attention systems to their best. But this also is now being measured through something called the default mode network or the default mode mechanism. We can actually see in the brain what happens when it's slightly quieted and it's focused. So we can now measure some of the things that were intuitively part of the way people teach. And he also knew that different tools were helping different kids at different moments, was what we talk about as far as differentiation is concerned. But he also understood the cycle. Learning is not A to B, and it happens really quickly, okay? It's almost like taking a step up a spiraling staircase where you do 2 steps forward and 1 step back, and 2 steps forward and 1 step back. Because there's something happening in your brain. It's called synaptic pruning, where you're actually refining neural pathways as you go forward with the information. So this means that appreciating the general cycle of learning. It's not just that a kid, but he knew how to do this yesterday, what's wrong with him today? The truth of the matter, that's totally normal. A consolidation of the information as you go along, reconfirm it, use it in a new context, solidify it, prune it. Now I have this refined neural pathway. It makes it quicker to be able to react, right? So we know that there are constant changes in the brain. How many of you have ever taught a little kid how to read, or an adult? Have you ever taught anybody to read? A room full of 2,000 educators, and nobody has taught anybody to read. That's what's going on in Hawaii? Oh, no, okay. Okay, we got a couple of you there. You weren't a parent? Yeah, okay, okay, so have you ever noticed that when you teach somebody to read, right, You teach them symbol to sound, you sound out words, you animate stories, you put your fingers on the words, you do all this days and weeks and months. And one moment, he reads. Did he learn to read in that second? No. There are at least 16 different neural pathways that need to be primed before that kid can actually read. And when they're all ready, then he can read. So one of the bigger ideas that we have here is that appreciating this learning cycle and also understanding there are constant changes in your brain, but most of them are invisible as far as behavior is concerned. So some of us get totally frustrated, right? It's like, oh, I tried this, I tried that, I tried the other thing. This kid's really dense, he doesn't get anything, right? And you think, oh, what is wrong with him? The truth of the matter is you are making headway. You are slowly but surely creating what's necessary to have all of those neural circuits ready so that somebody is able to then execute a behavior or an activity or understand how to add or read or whatever it is. But it's very complicated. It's not just like I do one thing, it results in something else. I have to reinforce multiple pathways before that kid will learn to read. So this is understanding and appreciation that there are constant changes, and to understand that cycles are not A to B. They're very much sometimes going backwards, and that's totally normal, right? I guess the big and final point is that he knew he could change the mood. He knew that he could have kids that came in sad or angry or ready to beat each other up, and then he could have them in the same room and he could make them work together. He knew, I'm going to ask you guys a quick question. Do you think that you smile because you're happy, or are you happy because you smile? Yes. Both things. So interesting. We know that even like blind babies will smile, so it's an innate thing. When you feel pleasure, you'll smile. But your brain is now so connected to the idea when this combination of muscles is happening, that means I'm happy. So basically, you can make yourself a little bit happier by smiling. But the other thing we know is that when I smile at you, the likelihood is you're going to smile back. And when I see you smiling at me, that makes me even happier, right? So he knew this without anybody telling him the neuroscience. He knew that his mood was contagious. And this gets to the point as far as the brain is concerned, it's called contagion or cognition. First, you have to know what's going on in your brain, what's going on as far as the atmosphere, and then you have to be able to manage it. Am I aware of these social interactions and what it is that is happening here? And then can I actually manage that? Can I change that? And that's really at the heart of all of emotional intelligence or social emotional learning, is actually understanding what is the social dynamic that we have, how is it that we interact with each other, and the dynamics of the classroom. So standing back from that, basically it's sort of like maybe an over-analysis of what I think was great teaching. My dad was a great teacher, you can leave it at that. But I believe that teaching is teachable. And so having people understand what leads to what is actually happening in your brain is a very powerful tool for teachers to have, okay? So why should we overanalyze this? I want to ask you, how do you start questions? What are the words you can use to start a question? How, why, who, what, when. So if all of these are the types of words we use to start questions, I think Sugata said this yesterday, there's some level of questions that if Google or Siri or Alexa can answer it, it's kind of low-level information. It can be found somewhere, right? The joy of learning really comes in being able to tackle these more complex questions, things that are more critical and creative. And so actually getting to the theory of why, if we can ask why and how things work, how is my brain really doing that? I was just at the Punahou schools and Kamehameha schools and loving when you have interactions with kids, they ask the best questions. The best questions. And usually it is, I want to know just how sometimes the memory gets in there and sometimes it doesn't. Brilliant. How does my brain make a memory? Brilliant question. Because they figure if now I know how to do that, what would I do better the next time? How will I approach that learning a different way? So when we talk about the past, maybe 50 years ago, we really were acknowledging this is great teaching, what we do, and what we call it. Okay, that's important, and that's telling us basically what works, right? So if I say that my dad believed in his students, and we now call that, understanding and fostering growth mindsets, that's very good. And a lot of you are going to be happy to stop there. But I'm going to extend this invitation to some of you who are willing to sort of go beyond just tell me what to do next in the classroom, tell me an activity. And those of you who want to go to the why questions, if you know how your brain works, then you understand why it works. And once you know why it works, it empowers you to now make better choices about the activities and the interactions you have in classrooms, okay? So this is kind of the push to get you to why ask why. And this is very philosophical debate, like we have all these articles from like the 80s, talking about the heuristics of attributional research. My own personal theory is much more aligned to Elmo. You ask why because that is what the brain does. It's insatiable. It's always a 3-year-old mentality. But why? But why? But why? That's brilliant. And if we can sort of recapture that in our own formation as teachers, that's really the essence of why we all became teachers, I think. At least for me, I became a teacher because it's the closest thing to being an eternal student. It's so cool to learn new stuff, right? So hopefully we can recapture that, and I can convince some of you guys to tip in this direction. So in summary, then I'd say basically, the essence of great teaching has not changed that much. I think that my dad would still be a great teacher right now if he was still teaching, because the things that he did, that artistry, I think are still valued. What has changed is our better understanding of what influences student learning outcomes. So we now have more longitudinal studies. For example, education is only about 150 years old, but now we can actually compare whole cohorts of kids who grew up and some who did something and some who didn't do another. For example, those who did brain gym and those who didn't. And we follow them for 14 years, and we realize there's absolutely zero difference in their abilities after they've gone through that program. So this informs decisions about what we choose to do and how we spend our time in our classrooms. We also now have internationally comparative scales. This means that we can look at and understand what is true about all human brains, and then what things are changed due to cultural influences, especially things like artifacts like writing. For example, how many of you know what that says? Niju ichi, right? That's 21, okay? In Japanese, very interesting. If you write in Japanese, you have 2, 10, 1. Totally logical, right? Very interesting. It's kind of like the way we used to write Roman numerals, right? You have you have the 2 10s and then you have the 1. But these days, when we use the Arabic numerals, sometimes this doesn't make the same logical sense, and actually it's a distinct neural pathway in your brain that is hanging on to that piece of information, which is very interesting because stylistically it's changed. But did you know that original Arabic numbers actually were totally logical? You just had to count the number of angles. Do you see 2 angles? 2 has 2 angles, and 1 has 1 angle. So think about 3, same thing. 4. So the numbers used to be more logical than they are now, but this changes the way that you have neural pathways in your brain for sort of storing things like numbers and letters, okay? And we also have information that is methodologically comparative. We can now compare scales. Before we used to think, oh, that's qualitative research, that's quantitative, or that has to do with developmental trajectories of a kid, or that's a classroom intervention. But now, thanks to this wonderful work of John Hetty, you're able to actually compare very different things and look at their effect sizes. What is really worth doing in classroom settings? So the idea would be to understand the things that do harm, try to stay away from the things that are just developmental. If you just sit there, you're going to learn something because you're going to mature, and your brain cannot not learn. Your brain is going to take in something, even if you do nothing else. Or having just, an average teacher, or really having exceptional teachers. We can now look at this and make decisions about the types of things we incorporate into our classroom activities. So this means that I'd like to propose to you now a change in education that incorporates Mind, Brain, and Education Science. And I say that we need to do this now is because we've been trying for about 150 years to figure this out, and we haven't quite mastered it. Is there anybody here who is really sure that they maximize the potential of every single kid in their classroom every year? We haven't really mastered this craft yet, right? And so my suggestion is that we actually have to embrace a slightly more complex way and a more comprehensive way of understanding the brain and how it learns, and that is offered by Mind, Brain, and Education Science. The brain is the most complex organism in the universe, and it's your organ of work. We have to know a little bit more about it. Answers to education cannot be simplistic, which is why I wrote a book. It's on neuromyths. It's really a fun book. It actually talks about, well, why do we think people use 10% of their brain? Or why would you think that there are different types of abilities in the right and left hemisphere? And why would you think that boys and girls are different? Well, it has a good history. We understand why we used to think like that. But now we have some new information. Now, how should we think about that? So this tells us that we have to learn a little bit more about the brain as teachers and teacher education. So that's sort of my pitch to you, is that we've evolved a bit in our understanding, and it will make us better practitioners. So silently read this, soak it up, take a bunch of pictures, make it your screensaver. Leslie Hart recommended in the early 80s that if you are going to pretend to design an educational experience, help another learn, it is almost like saying, go ahead, can you please sew me a glove? And if you don't understand how hands are made or structured, it'd be impossible to make that glove. He suggested back then that teachers who pretend to design educational experiences without a better understanding of the brain are going to be handicapped. You might sort of by descriptive idea get some kind of an idea, make some kind of a glove. Or you might create some kind of a lesson that hits some kids sometimes, but you're not going to be able to maximize the potential of all those kids in your room without a better understanding of the brain. Okay, so bottom line, unfortunately, after looking at worldwide studies from 2009 all the way until the present around the world, unfortunately, most teachers do not know a whole lot about the brain. In fact, most teachers have never had an official course, for example, about the brain and learning. And that's very unfortunate because most of them would actually say they want to have a course on this. So back in 2017, the OECD countries, I was lucky enough to be on this panel, that was making recommendations to all these governments, including the United States, that said, teacher education has to include more information about how the brain works. And that's sort of the change that's happening right now. So if we look at this from this other perspective, people usually buy into this. Most teachers, if you ask them, and this is a recent survey that was done of about, I think it was 10,000 teachers. It was done online, and they asked, do you want to know more about the brain? And most teachers say, oh yeah, I do. But they don't know what to believe, and they don't know what should be taught. So we decide, okay, yes, teachers should know more about the brain, but what should they actually learn? What is the information that would be good to start to share with them? And by the way, just parenthetically, if you see things that are brain-based learning and all the rest of it, and it sounds a little bit too easy, there's a really high probability it is not founded in evidence, nor will it work. Unfortunately. So I'll talk a little bit more about the study that we did. But if we created what was called a Delphi panel, which is a panel of experts, right, in a field. So we asked a lot of educational neuroscientists, we asked people in cognitive psychology, educational experts. We asked them to review information. And the reason we used a Delphi panel is because it's not just my idea, it's not just your idea, it's not one author's vision. It was basically saying, here's a bunch of really smart people who know a lot about this topic. Let's see if they have consensus about what we should tell teachers, okay? And that's why we use a Delphi panel, because it seeks consensus. And we compared information from a Delphi that was done 10 years ago to one that was done now to see what they believed. What we wanted to ask them is there anything that is really true about all brains and human learning that we should tell teachers? And then are there things that are also true, tenets, but that might have a huge range of human variation? For example, do you guys think that motivation is important for learning? Yeah, but what motivates you does not motivate him. So saying, oh, let's do a motivational activity, it's like, for who? For who? Because different people are motivated by different things. So we know this is very important in learning. Motivation is very important. But what motivates one person might not motivate another. There's a huge range of human variance, right? So there's some things that are true for everybody all the time in all contexts. And there's some things that are true but have a huge range of human variance. So those are principles and tenets. In addition to that, then, we also asked them a bunch of other questions, but we're not going to have time to go into that right now. But if you want, on the website, there's a video summary of all of the findings that are there, and also the 600-page report if you want some light reading over the weekend. Okay? So what are the things that came out of that? We sent 109 invitations to all continents, and 41 people responded and participated from 11 different countries. And they were some really tough cookies. Like think of the greatest names you've ever thought of. The experts on childhood development, the experts, Jack Shonkoff at the Harvard Center for the Developing Child, Mary Helen Mordino-Yang, people who are great on emotions. We got all of these really tough cookies to get together to see if there was anything they agreed on. And we looked at all of the things that teachers were exposed to in teacher literature and professional development things. Basically, that children had to drink a lot of water, right? Or their brains will shrink. Or that mental capacity is hereditary and it can't be changed by experience. Or that children have attention spans equal to their age +1. Interesting. Or that listening to classical music would increase their reasoning ability, or that people use 10% of their brains, or that brain development hasn't finished by the time somebody's in puberty, or when we sleep the brain shuts down, or that some people are right-brained or left-brained. We asked them this, we asked them more than 100 different things. And they couldn't just say, I agree or disagree. They actually had to provide evidence. So they say, well, here's my evidence. We do not use 10% of our brain. That's just due to poor brain imaging back in the 90s. Here's my evidence, looking at neural networks. You're using so much more than 10% of the brain. Here's my paper, my research. And we created these nice folders of all of this evidence. And then we sent it back to the whole group. Well, 98% of you believe that neuroplasticity exists, and here's the evidence. Do you agree on how it's worded and how we should share it with teachers? And so we went back and forth to get consensus, right? Unfortunately, what we found out of those 100 different things is that there were more myths being floated in teacher education than there were truths. And there was a lot of stuff because, unfortunately, a lot of people believe in myths because it makes it easy. We like to be told, just paint your room a light green. We have evidence, prisons, when they're painted light green, there's less fighting, therefore paint your classroom that way. It's like, no. If it sounds too easy or too good to be true, it usually is not true, okay? So coming through with that, we have now some published reports in case you're interested in having a look at that sort of summarizes this. But understanding the myths is a really big part of teacher education, getting away from those myths and then hanging on to those few good things. So over the past 10 years, teacher education has evolved a bit. What's fascinating is that the science has only been confirmed. 10 years ago, we thought that there were only 5 things we should tell teachers. Now there's 6, which is very interesting. But 10 years ago, we only had like 29 myths, but now we have more than 70 myths. This means like a little knowledge is a dangerous thing, right? People know a teeny bit and they start to run with stuff and they make stuff up, right? So this leads to a kind of a pathway. How should teachers be formed in the future? Number 1, we got to get rid of the myths. We have to get rid of this right and left brain discussion. And then we can teach the few good things that are true, these handful of things that are true about the human brain. Then we can get into the subtleties. This is also true. Motivation, for example, sleep. All these things are important for learning, but guess what? There's a huge range of human variance, so I can't dictate exactly how to do it, right? Then we must take into consideration the cultural contexts in which this is occurring because of those things like the cultural artifacts I was mentioning to you that do slightly change things a little bit, right? And after we've done all that, then we can talk about, okay, this is a great activity for your class, or something like that. But we shouldn't jump to say, what should I do? I want to do brain-based stuff. Tell me what to do. Again, a little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing. We're going to talk about some of those myths in just a second. But this means actually embracing things that come from all of the learning sciences. This means understanding a little bit more about how nutrition influences learning, or how sleep can change potential to learn. And also understanding things about what's going on in people's brains are working a little bit differently. Every single person's. Now, what's going on in this kid's brain, right? Understanding a bit more about neuroscience and psychology. And actually reaching this midpoint, everybody is studying how the brain learns. Mind, brain, and education science tries to study how we should teach to take advantage of what we know about how the brain learns, okay? So it's a slightly different vision of how we should undertake teacher education. The beauty of mind, brain, and education science from my perspective is that different researchers are doing things at different levels. So there's some people who are really looking at this molecular level. How are cells changed? How are neural networks built, right? But other people in mind, brain, and education science are looking at a kid. Why is this kid who's got a twin so different from his twin? We look at individuals and how that works. But mind, brain, and education science is very complex, and it takes on actually things like the classroom, which are lots of groups of people, individuals with billions of neurons and all kinds of firings, and tries to understand the dynamic of that space. For example, the Brain and Behavior Institute in Queensland in Australia is now doing this amazing study looking at a real lab situation. So they create a lab school where they observe these kids, and they come for 6 to 7 weeks to do things like study science, 7th grade science, with their real teacher. But they're wired up. They have something on like a Fitbit that measures their blood pressure, heart rate. They're microphoned up so that they can hear all the conversations. And every once in a while, they'll lick a little piece of paper, and so you can get a measure of cortisol to see what level of stress they might be experiencing based on what's happening. And this huge analysis is helping us understand the messiness of a classroom and how one kid can tip all these others into doing something wrong or whatever. How does this dynamic work? And that's all part of mind, brain, and education science as well. But then there's this additional field that looks at global comparisons, and it's called cultural neuroscience. We're looking at seeing how different groups of people, whole societies, might differ from others in the way their brains are actually taking on information. So mind, brain, and education science is beautiful and broad. It's got a lot of different angles to it, but this would be part of the start here. And this means basically asking us to have a new model. It means taking mind, brain, and education, understanding information, for example, that comes from visible learning, good, concrete educational research, and then coming up with a different way to think about teacher formation. A teacher is a teacher is a teacher. Unlike every other profession on the earth that sort of has a hierarchy, you can be somebody who's a newbie, like you just got out of teacher college and you're called a teacher. And you can be somebody like Robert who's been teaching for 45 years and you're still a teacher. What do they do in England now, which is very interesting? They have a 5-tiered approach. They say, look, you're newly qualified, that's interesting, but then we want you to become more proficient, and then you're advanced, and then you might become, hopefully, someday you'll be an expert, and a handful of you are going to become master teachers. And that's really cool, because then they recycle the master teachers. When they're about to retire, they keep them on for 2 more years to accompany the new teachers. Because we lose a huge amount of excellent teachers in the first 1-2 years of teaching, because it's like, oh no, they didn't teach me that. They get to the real classroom and the reality is so hard. But instead, this idea is that you accompany them throughout their profession. So you go deeper into your profession, right? You learn more about the brain, you learn more about techniques and different activities, but you don't learn more stuff, you also go deeper. You become more deeply understanding of your field. And this means moving from education to actually now becoming learning scientists. And I just want you to take 1 second to think to yourself, am I willing to go there? Many teachers say, look, I'm happy, I'm a teacher, just, I don't want to get into that whole brain stuff. And that's okay. That's okay. But I just like to put out the plea. At this stage of the game, we really need at least a handful of brave people who are saying, I am willing to become a learning scientist because I understand that education alone has not been able to answer all of the questions I have about how to tackle all of the kids in my class and help them learn to their best potential. It's moving on. It's a different vision of how we think of education. And this means in teacher education programs, there's a new kind of a curriculum. Teachers will learn a bit more about things related to neuroscience and psychology, not just how to do a lesson plan, but actually how do people become motivated? And what is consciousness? How do memories get solidified in your brain? You say, oh, I did this perfect activity. How come they just didn't remember it? How does that happen in the brain? When and how are attention spans, called upon? All of those different things have to now become part of new teacher education. And there are groups doing this. If you haven't heard of the Deans for Impact, it's a powerful group. It's teacher colleges a consortium of teacher colleges that have decided to embrace more information about the brain for their teachers. They realize this is a necessity. So going back to this, looking at neuromyths, looking at principles and tenets, I just want to mention a handful of each of these things so that we can be a little bit clear. Using the OECD criteria of things that have good evidence, some things that are probably so, but mixed evidence, some things that are intelligent speculation, and things that are just myths, we come to the conclusion that everything you see on the screen right here is a myth. And these things are myths because back in the day, maybe in the 80s, early 90s, when we only had these little cartoon drawings of things, it was a good approximation of what we thought we knew. And it sells books. There's a fellow I've presented in similar conferences, very interesting. His books sell like hotcakes because he suggests you do things like sit in circles and pass around a candle because boys need contact with flame or fire before they are focused. Okay, cool. But guess what? I bet every kid in that room is really like cool, So I don't think it's the flame thing. But anyways, people promote all kinds of very interesting things, okay? Everything here is a myth, and if you want the research on every single one of these, we have volumes discrediting things that are up there, because we begin to know slightly more about the brain. We know that the brain is also you don't have a learning style, guys. Everybody is visual, auditory, and kinesthetic. But if you tell a kid when he's 10 years old, oh yeah, and you are totally an auditory learner, and I'm visual, that's why you didn't learn very well. It does harm to that kid. But if you tell him he's an auditory learner, actually he will spend the rest of his life looking for auditory cues. And he will actually become better at that because he's sort of narrowed in on that modality. But if you give your brain the chance, it really wants to learn through all of the modalities. It's always trying to get all the information it possibly can. So there's no such thing as learning styles. You cannot multitask. Ta-da! All of you who think that you are now correcting homework and listening to me, you are not. Your brain can only do one heavy cognitive load thing at a time, okay? If something is habituated, like chopping the vegetables and talking to your sister on the telephone, you can look like you're doing multiple things because it's low energy on your brain. It's a habituated task, right? But if even one single high cognitive task occurs, like your kid runs in with a bloody finger, or your sister starts to tell you something really traumatic on the telephone, you have to stop everything because your brain pays attention to one heavy cognitive load task at a time, okay? Multiple myths that occur, okay? So multitasking does not exist. And the reason we want to get rid of them is basically neuromyths simply do harm. When you tell a girl she doesn't have the right kind of a head for science or logical or mathematical things, you do harm, okay? When you tell a kid, you only use 10% of the brain and, you're full. Oh well. That does harm, okay? So we want to get away from this because of the reason they do harm. And now we have this more complex understanding. You can measure the brain, how it works electrically or chemically or by oxygenation or different types of increases in white matter track. All of these different things are ways that we can measure the brain. And this kind of beautiful complexity, even if you're not attracted to brain scans, makes you appreciate just one thing. I want you to hopefully write this down. Your brain does not work by saying, oh, let's stimulate the reading part of your brain, or something like that. Or math or logic is in this part of the brain, or whatever. It's actually composed of incredibly complex networks. There is nothing your brain does that's only one hemisphere or another. It is always an integrated system, always, okay? So now, I don't know if any of you have seen these newer scans from the Connectome Project, but the Connectome Project actually combines all of these different types of neuroimaging. It shows you the electrical, the chemical, the white track, it puts them all together so that we can have a more complex appreciation of just how the brain really works. And based on all of this information, we can now say, okay, yeah, maybe there is a node. A node means a place in the brain where the signal passes through multiple times during a specific activity. Maybe there are specific nodes, but that's not where language is. That's not where reasoning is. It's not in a single part of the brain. That's called localizationalism, and it kind of went out of style in about 1895, okay? We don't talk about this piece of your brain does X, okay? It's a much more complex system of different types of networks. And one of the brilliant things that we've been working on, for example, with Punahou teachers and literacy, is if teachers can understand there's at least these 16 networks that have to be primed. When the teachers understand that, they become better at analyzing and diagnosing what the problem the kid has, okay? So they realize, is this really a working memory problem, or is it semantic recall? He doesn't remember the meaning of the word. Or is this a problem that he's not able to combine all of the symbols correctly? So he's not a fluid reader, but what does that mean, right? So breaking those down into their smaller parts, we can make more accurate interventions in our classrooms, okay? So based on this information, I want to ask you guys some quick true or false. And they're not really true or false because there's no such thing as truths in science. There's just more evidence or less evidence. So it's really, is this really strongly evidence-based, or is this probably so, or is this intelligent speculation? For example, it's intelligent speculation to think that men and women's brains are different, because from the outside they look a little bit different. But there's just not enough evidence to say that there's any difference. There's only about 5 physiological differences in the brain, and there's no studies that show that that actually manifests itself into different behavior. There's a lot of studies on hormones, definitely, that changes behavior. And men and women share the same hormones, but in different proportions. But it's not because their brains can't do something. So maybe there's only one study on children showing that there's a slight advantage to boys learning spatial activities, but if you give girls 4 repetitions of new training, they do it better than the boys. So it doesn't really matter. There's no dominance of skill sets based on gender. It's an intelligent speculation, but it's just not true, okay? So I'm going to give you a couple of questions, and I'd like you to tell me where it falls. Is this true or false? So test your own knowledge about the brain, okay? Human brains are as unique as human faces. First of all, what does that mean? Ask the person at the table next to you if you think you agree on an answer to that. Human brains are as unique as human faces. The bottom line idea is this, right? You have 2 eyes and 2 eyes and 2 eyes, and you have 1 nose and 1 nose and 1 nose, and you have 2 ears and 2 ears. Everybody's got the same parts, right? Same thing about the brains. We all have the same parts of our brains. Does anybody have the same face in here? No way. And this is the same thing about your brain. What changes the brain? What makes the brain unique? What makes the brain unique? Let's just even put it farther. If you have 2 identical twins, their faces look the same. Are their brains the same? No. Why are their brains different? Experience. Development. Experience. Experience changes the brain, okay? So the uniqueness of the brain, this is the wording, by the way. I didn't have this confluted word. The experts agreed. It was very hard to parse words to come to something that 41 people would agree on. But this is the statement that these 41 neuroscientists agreed on. This is true. Tell the teachers this. And if you tell the teachers this, it has implications, doesn't it? What does this tell you about teaching? If you know that brains are unique, what does this tell you about sort of like testing requirements, or think about standards instead of mastery, or using other things like universal design for learning as opposed to other curriculum structures? It tells you a lot and makes you think. And hopefully some of your policies might change based on that single idea about the brain. How about this one? All brains are equally prepared for all tasks. No, this goes to the point based on the different potentials, right? Thanks to the good genes you got from your parents, thanks to the wonderful environment you grew up in, some of those genes are potentiated, and thanks to your own decisions about what to do in your life, you have different potentials for different types of things, different activities. Now, if you know that's true, what does that tell you about teaching? What does that tell you about differentiation or inclusion learning? Or does that tell you anything about, how we send homework? Do all kids need the same thing? One of the easiest low-hanging fruits that we can do in schools is differentiate homework. How many times does a brain need to see something before it knows it? If you dare to answer this, it means you've listened to a neuromyth. The answer should always be, in education, whenever somebody asks you a question about the brain, what should it be? It depends. This is my friends over here from Punahou. Okay, it depends. It depends on prior experience. If this kid has a really strong foundation in addition, I can probably teach him to do subtraction in 10 steps. He sees a new thing, he sees the difference between subtraction and addition, he has past knowledge, he can do it fast. But if this kid is weak in addition, I'm trying to teach him subtraction, it might take him 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 reviews of the same concept, right? Differentiating homework for those kids is probably one of the lowest hanging fruits that we have to be able to attend to different potentials. How about this one? Past information influences how you know something new. Absolutely. Your brain is so smart. It does not want to expend energy where it doesn't need to. So the first thing that your brain will do is that we'll look and try to understand, what do I already know about this? Before it tries to learn something new, it first passes through the filter of prior experience. And this is huge. If you write nothing else down, write this down. The more you know, the more you can know. Because things pass through the filter of prior experience, the more experiences you have potentiate different types of connections, which means at some point you could connect things to other things that you might not have connected before. The more you know, the more you can know. And all new learning passes through the filter of prior experience, okay? We need to know our students well enough, though, to take advantage of that. How about this? The brain changes constantly with experience. Do you believe that? Absolutely. And usually this occurs, though it can occur beforehand, normally changes occur at a molecular level before you see it in behavior. Remember the example of the kid reading? A lot of these changes are slowly occurring in the brain before you actually see the kid has done something that shows you an activity, that he has actually learned something, okay? What about plasticity? You guys all buy into the idea that your brains are plastic? Yes? When does your brain stop learning? When you die. Very good, yes. You learn until the day you die, okay? And this is a really big and an important idea to take into consideration. Many people think, oh no, it's all downhill after adolescence, right? Oh no, it's too hard to learn when I'm an adult. Guess what? There's some truth to this. The energy it takes to learn something new when you're older is slightly more because you basically have to unlearn an awful lot of things before you have the new learning. So it's almost twice as much energy because you're having to decouple things. So it's always better to learn it the first time around. If a kid has learned through habituated behavior that it's okay that his dad hits his mom and he begins to hit his girlfriend, in order to break that, you actually have to unlearn a behavior to learn a new thing, which takes more energy than just doing it right the first time, right? Okay? There's no learning without some form of memory and attention. That's the very first thing I was hoping you guys would remember today. Okay, so memory and attention are vital to learning. Okay, so we talked about these well-established things. We mentioned some of these neuromyths, and just so that you know, this idea of the tenets. The tenets are things that are true for all human brains, except for there's a big range in human variation. We all have bodies, but they all are a little bit different, right? We all sleep, but we all have slightly different patterns, right? Those things are totally normal. We found 21 things with the experts that are true, but there's a huge range of human variance, which is why you can't dictate. You can never tell, oh, you're a 9-year-old, therefore you should sleep. Let me do the calculation. X amount of time. Doesn't work. It is normal for a human being to sleep between 4.5 and 12 hours. That's normal. The average person might sleep 8, but it's normal in this range. Know thyself. People have to understand themselves to be able to measure what's correct. So these are the 21 things, and we don't have time to go into them, but there are some summaries about this information on the website if you'd like to look into these things and the implications they have for teaching and learning, right? The big idea is that if anybody tells you, oh, I have an attention-getting activity, or I have a motivational activity I'm going to teach you, tell them, it's like throwing spaghetti at a wall. Some of it's going to stick with some of those kids, and some of it's not. Different kids need different things at different times. Remember that, okay? Okay, so looking at these different tenets and motivations, the only thing I just wanted to share with you is a couple more myths. Read and weep. There are more than 70. I'm just throwing up a couple of the more common ones just so that you're clear on this. And if anybody wants to talk to me afterwards, we do have a Q&A session. I'm very happy to go deep into the research on each of these points. But just sort of want to call this to your attention because these are things that we see in the popular press. These are things that we see all the time, but we have to break that before we can actually get to the good information, okay? I'm sorry, I told my editor, it's like, oh my gosh, what are you doing? And they said, no, this is for millennial teachers. They really will like this whole like comic book angle. And I'm like, oh no. This is the cover of my very serious book, okay? Anyways, okay. And we said that myths do harm because we know that one of the greatest influencing factors in student success is what a student thinks of his own ability to achieve. And all myths do harm. They lower that potential. They lower the ability, the thought process of the kid, I can do this. Okay? So we have to get rid of myths because of that. Okay, so I can see a lot of you here, a little bit of nerves or whatever. Hopefully most of you, what are the possible outcomes? Many, hopefully most of you are going to say, terrific, I feel totally vindicated, I'm doing this right. And that's great. We're going to have a lot of happy teachers. That's pretty good. I think that's going to be the majority of this group, right? And then some of you, though, are going to feel a little confused, and maybe some of you are going to feel even attacked. Because if I tell you something like, Brain Gym doesn't work, and you are a Brain Gym representative, you're probably feeling really bad right now, right? And then there might be some of you who are actually feeling a little bit panicked because you're about to present something and you have to run out right now and change some slides. I presume this is going to happen, but I really hope happens. And I was always taught, instead of saying the word but, you should always say and it doesn't really change the meaning. It's much more positive. Is that true? I don't know. And I hope that everybody leaves. 100% of us are going to leave with this kind of tickle about feeling, oh, this is cool, but I don't really get it. And that's a healthy confusion, right? And that it leads to intellectual curiosity, and that hopefully that intellectual curiosity will lead to better knowledge. But the whole idea is this, it doesn't stop at knowledge. There's a big saying in Latin, right? To know is not enough, right? Knowing stuff is cool, but it actually means nothing in our profession. You can know a lot of things, but unless you operationalize it, unless you use it, unless you take advantage of it, It makes no difference to our profession. So to know is not enough. You have to go beyond knowing and actually buy into doing something. And I would recommend, if you guys have the chance, this is the penultimate slide here. There's a very simple thing that all teachers could do, and I don't think we realize this. Did you know that teachers do more experiments in one day than a neuroscientist does in their entire life? Did you know that? This is the most important profession in society. But to move into this field of learning scientists instead of educators, learning scientists, I'm now using evidence, we have to become better at documenting things. And I know you do this in your head already, but just get a notebook. What did I plan to do? What did I really do? Did it work? Why or why not? Just that small piece of reflection at the end of the day will make us all better teachers, okay? So remember, I promised you I'm gonna make you go to work here. I don't know if I did or not, but I will feel successful if you can tell me, I learned these 3 things. At least I learned 3 things, okay? And there's 2 things I wanna know more about, and there's 1 thing I might change. Can I give you 1 minute of silence before I wrap this up? I would like you to do it now, because if you stand up and walk out of this room without writing it down, I promise you, it's gone by lunchtime. Please write it down right now. 3, 2, 1. 3 things you didn't know before, 2 things that you're curious about now, and 1 thing that you think you're going to change about your professional practice based on the information we shared today. And then I'm going to give you my 4 big ideas, and we can compare notes, okay? And it's totally not cheating to talk. Did she really say whatever? Oh, did you get the same thing? I mean, it's okay to talk. That's part of learning. 1 + 1 is 3. I would like to motivate you to do the same exercise on any of the sessions you go to today. And this is kind of like putting your finger on the pulse. Was this worth going to? I learned something new. I'm curious about something now, and I'm going to do something different. That's a big deal, okay? So in summary, I told you I was going to leave you with 4 big ideas. This is the last slide here. Mind, brain, and education is very cool, and in general, it confirms best practice teaching. For the most part, we can actually find direct correlations between what we know goes on in the brain and what teachers do in this beautiful art that they have of teaching, okay? Mind, brain, and education is also a transdisciplinary vision. It sort of trains you to always look at things not only just from an educator's perspective, but what's going on from a biological perspective or a nutritional perspective or psychological perspective. And it's superior than just looking at one vision. There's no problem you will ever face in life that is better attended to by just looking at it like a mathematician, a historian, an artist. Transdisciplinary thinking is really much more superior, okay? The third idea is that I'd like to challenge you to take on this idea that you are learning scientists. And this moves our work into being not only art, but also evidence-based. And the 4th idea is to not just come to conferences like this to ask, what should I do next? But ask, why does it work? Get to the why, okay? I hope those are things that have also jumped out at you today. I will leave you with the same kind of an invitation. Please write to me if you have any doubts or questions. I love talking to people who care about this topic. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the show, Dr. Aprilla West. We would love to hear you share a bit of your incredible and diverse work that you do, as well as your background with our audience.
You know, I came to psychology actually a little later in life. I've had a pretty diverse background. Started out in politics as a speechwriter and a press secretary, and then actually transitioned from policy work to music and ended up being a staff songwriter at Warner Chappell Music and an artist for a while. And then from there moved into doing some nonprofit advocacy work around campaigns like the Darfur genocide and also some civic reform issues, and got really interested in human psychology there, which led me into getting trained as a mediator. And then once I got into mediation, I was like, whoa, I want to go deeper with people. I really want to be able to understand, conceptualize, hold, and work with anything that comes into the room. And that's what led me into psychology.
There is a lot of skills going on there. And I, just for my own curiosity, I'm kind of wondering, how did you go from writing speeches in the political sphere to writing music?
Yeah, well, it's actually a more natural transition than it might sound like, because in both spaces, we're really figuring out how to evoke emotion in people, right? Whether it's activating people around a certain cause or policy direction, or whether it's really bringing them into the deepest experience of heartbreak or new love or some of the other peak experiences that we have in life. So for me, it didn't feel like a strange transition. The cultures are definitely different in politics and in the music industry, but it felt natural.
So it sounds like emotions played a big role in your career, and that naturally leads to emotional efficacy. And Johnny and I believe that emotional intelligence and communication are really key to building successful relationships, but also your career. So could you unpack for our audience what emotional efficacy is?
Absolutely. And by the way, I think you just said it really well. But emotion efficacy in its simplest form is just being able to do what matters most, even in the face of intense stress, challenge, or pain. Now, this is a lot more difficult than it sounds because, as I outlined in my most recent book, there's a glitch in our code. Our emotions tell us about everything from fake news to what really matters most to us. And so if we don't have the skillfulness to decode what kind of messages we're getting from our emotions, it's really hard to figure out how to choose wisely.
I'm kind of curious on the emotional efficacy tip. For myself, I tend to find the music that most pushes my emotional buttons. And it changes from my mood or what's going on in my life, but the more emotional, the better. I mean, it just drives me in so many ways. When I listen to today's music, I find it devoid of any emotion, especially, I mean, it's not to say that there aren't artists who are doing that, but on pop radio, it's empty, at least to me. Did you find that in the same way, or were you working in an area that was writing quite emotionally stirring music?
I'm not sure that I struggled, because in order to write music, you have to tap into something that is evocative for you. If you're bored, you're not going to write a good song. Mm-hmm. You really have to find a subject, a topic, a moment, a person who, brings out all the emotional stuff to take advantage of that, to put that into music.
Johnny's not being honest in his fandom of Taylor Swift. And there certainly are pop musicians who do know how to play those emotional buttons. Unfortunately, a lot of it is with technology and EDM and other forms of evoking those emotions. But, circling back on what you were saying earlier, it just feels today like our emotions are being evoked from so many different places, on screens, friends, family, work from home, uncertainty, the news, politics, everywhere we go, all of these emotions are at play. And it feels like many of our conversations are now emotionally charged. So it feels to me like emotional efficacy is more important than ever, to be able to sort through like what really matters to you versus understanding, hey, this person is actually just playing with those emotions, or they're trying to evoke these emotions to get me to act in a way that isn't really in line with my values.
Yeah. And what you're bringing up is a great intro to this idea of the emotional default world, which really is where we are in this trance of reactivity, where we're moving from emotional reaction to emotional reaction, and we lack the spaciousness or the curiosity to really think about, what is it that I'm experiencing? What is this other person experiencing? To step into more perspective around what's happening. And it's so easy because by design, our emotions want to suck us in. When you think about it, our emotions are responsible for us surviving. And so we are born into this world with an emotional reasoning bias. That means that we tend to believe everything we feel. Our emotions are by design super sexy, super seductive. And it's hard not to get into that emotional mode, that what I call the emotional default world. In order to unplug from that world, we need to increase our ability to be aware of what we're experiencing, to see ourselves as separate from the emotional messages that are always coming at us. We need to learn how to tolerate unwanted or uncomfortable emotions so that we can even see that we have a choice about what we do next, about whether we react or whether we design our next moment and how we show up.
It's fascinating to me, as I just spent some time traveling and didn't have good internet connection and was unplugged from a lot of these emotions that you feel online through work email and Slack, and then of course social media, TV, news, all of the like. And it created some space for me to actually tune a little bit more into my emotions. And I felt that was a magical opportunity. But many of us don't have that opportunity to travel. Let's be honest. In the Western world, we're working more than we're on vacation. And yet we find we wait until vacation to unplug, to clear through some of these emotions. So how do we do this in our day-to-day life, create that space and diffuse from those emotions that feel such a strong part of us?
I appreciate what you just said there, the last piece. It's an opportunity for me to clarify that we're not really trying to distance from emotions, and we can't do that. That's just a fool's errand for us humans. We can't get rid of our emotions. What we can do is become really skillful with what we do with them, how we interact with them. And you're right, like when we travel, we have more of that spaciousness to just kind of slow down and sit with what's going on for us. But we can do this in any moment. Even right now, as I'm sitting here with you guys, I could slow down just a little and drop in, and I can notice what's happening in my body. What are the thoughts I'm having about what you guys think of me or what I think of you? I can notice those thoughts. I can, notice an urge to, slow down or to speed up. I can label my feelings of curiosity and excitement and appreciation for the conversation. And that right there is me unplugging from the emotional default world, leveraging some awareness, leaning into some of the discomfort even that is here in this moment with us.
I think at this point, we should go ahead and define what emotional default world is for our audience, because it is incredibly important. And I always say that a lot of the work that we do here and with our clients is pattern recognition, and whether or not the patterns are pushing them forward or holding them back. And those patterns are based on these programmed emotional default modes. So please go ahead and explain that to our audience.
I'd love to. Twist my arm. I love talking about the emotional default world, and I actually developed a model to help people understand what's going on when we just have sort of automatic reactions. And what I designed is this model I call the 3 Bs. And the 3 Bs are your biology. That's what you're genetically programmed to do in response to certain stimuli. Your biases, which in this case include the emotional reasoning bias, that we believe everything we feel, the confirmation bias, that we look for evidence to support what we already think, and the negativity bias, which keeps us looking for any potential threats around us. That's the second B. And then the third B are our beliefs, and specifically our beliefs about emotions. All 3 of these Bs are shaping our behavior in any moment, and they're trying to help us index for safety, certainty, coherence, and comfort. And that is our default mode. That's what pretty much all of us are on some level doing. If we were able to like tune into everyone's most inner world, we would sound a little bit like cave people going, ooga, ooga, me want safety, or ooga, ooga, me want certainty, right? That's kind of what's at the heart of most of our default reactions. Now, that's not always helpful in every context. So this is where we really can imagine an evolutionary upgrade to our emotional coding. Right. Like I say in the book, there's a glitch in our decision-making code when we have, on average, 35,000 choices a day, and 98% of those are actually not authentic choices. Not that every choice has to be authentic, right? I don't want to decide whether or not I have to pee. I want to just know I have to pee and go pee. I don't want to do a lot of inquiry around it. That's nice and helpful. But there are times where it's not so obvious what choice is going to move me. Like, AJ, I think you were suggesting, or Johnny, maybe it was you, saying that, we want to move in the direction that matters to us.
So I think comfort, certainty, that resonates, but this cohesion piece, I think our audience might be a little lost on.
Do you mean coherence?
Coherence, sorry.
Yeah, we like things to make sense. It's uncomfortable when we can't make sense of things. So, our minds are really meaning-making, problem-solving machines. And again, for good reason. We have to solve problems. If there's a big bear standing in front of us, we have to figure out how to survive that. What's really difficult for us is we have a lot less physical threats now in the time we're living in. But what our mind has done is it's gone from identifying threats as sort of threats to our physical survival to threats to our social survival. So now we tend to read threats as like, what does someone else think about me and how do I think about myself? That's usually what's at stake when we think about, navigating threats on a daily basis now.
And in our experience, a big part of that is the bias to personalize a lot of the response that we see in others and then have the emotional reaction. So you have someone that you're trying to get to know and they don't respond, and immediately you personalize that lack of response to, I did something, they don't like me, they're not going to want a second date, etc., when maybe they got in a car accident, maybe it had literally nothing to do with you. And I even fall into this trap. So I had a really close friend and I had reached out to him a few times, hadn't heard from him. And then I come to find out he was in some major legal trouble and I didn't know. He was keeping it from all of us and he was very stressed about it. But I had personalized it. Oh, what did I do to him? Oh my God, why is he not responding to me? He normally is so responsive. So this personalization comes up again and again when we think about those social threats.
Absolutely. And that is a powerful threat, right? Where we internalize and we're taking responsibility for things, even in the absence of any evidence that it has anything to do with us. And that is, in the emotion efficacy model, one part of emotional stuff, which are thoughts. It's our thinking. It's how we're languaging our experience.
So let's talk about those different parts, because obviously thoughts jump out at us for sure, but what are these other parts of emotional efficacy?
So if I were to ask you guys right now in this moment, what are you feeling? You would probably be able to tell me, yes? Maybe at least one feeling. So. Okay. If I then asked you to tell me why you know you're feeling that, what comes up?
Past experiences of labeling those emotions and feelings.
Okay. So you're comparing it to other times where you've had the same experience. But how do you know that you're experiencing the feeling you're experiencing right now?
I would most likely look to physical cues and
okay,
stories, experiences.
Okay, so sensations in your body, that's definitely one part of it. Yep. And then you're also mentioning stories, which is thinking. So that's another part of stuff. Yeah. What else?
What I'm compelled to do because of how I feel.
Yes, exactly. Urges. Perfect. Yeah. And then AJ, you also mentioned labeling, the experience of being able to label your experience. So you guys, well done. You've basically outlined all 4 parts of emotional stuff. And stuff is an acronym that stands for sensations, thoughts, urges, and feelings. It makes it really easy to remember. And this is always happening for us. Even more basic is the answer to the question, what is emotion? In our culture, especially in English-speaking cultures, we tend to conflate feeling and the word feeling and emotion. Feeling is actually just an interpretation of your sensations and thoughts. Emotion literally means energy in motion. It comes from the Latin word emotere. And all of this stuff is energy in motion. All of your sensations, your thoughts, your urges and feelings is energy in motion. That's the basic model for emotion efficacy training. And it's sort of the jumping off point for people to become more aware of, like, when I say I'm feeling something, what's actually going on?
Right. I notice in that, for many of the clients we work, they're with men. So they tend to shy away from or try their best to distance themselves from expressing those emotions to others. And there's a bit of an internal struggle there of not wanting to showcase too much emotion. And then it leads to a lack in expressing that emotion and vulnerability and certainly harms their relationships. So are there differences to the experience of those emotions for men and women? Is that something that you've seen in your work?
I do see it a lot. And this actually fits into the 3 Bs we were talking about. What are those default shaping forces in our lives? Because part of our beliefs about emotions have to do with what we've learned, not only just in terms of our own levels of comfort with emotion, but our family of origins, beliefs about emotions. And then also what our culture tells us is okay or acceptable for people who identify as male or female to express or even feel. And so I do think that there's a lot of rules that have been made up about what's okay to experience, especially for men, as you're saying.
Why is emotional efficacy so important?
Well, if you care about how your life unfolds, then you want a powerful relationship with your emotions. Because even in moments where we're not aware of it, our emotions are our primary motivational force. So I've been watching with great curiosity the rise of interest in Stoicism over the past 5 years. And it's really interesting to me / amusing because why is Stoicism so popular? It's popular because it feels good. It's an emotional experience to feel like your emotions aren't controlling you. At its core, it is still an emotionally driven interest or desire to, be able to observe your emotions without being controlled by them. So even people who are identifying as being more rational or stoic are really just embracing a pleasurable emotional experience. Emotions are just at the heart of all the choices we make and the actions we take, making it so fundamental to quality of life and thriving.
I think it becomes quite apparent as well if we're faced with 35,000 choices a day and 98% of them are in default mode. Well, there's a lot going on there that is probably covering up issues that would be getting us to where we need to go if we could focus in on default mode or patterns that are keeping us in that same place.
Exactly. The source of most psychological suffering that we're finding now in the research is going beyond symptoms and really looking at what causes psychological suffering, is the inability to tolerate and allow uncomfortable emotional experiences. And this leads to all kinds of suffering. I mean, we see this in people who struggle with drug and alcohol abuse or addiction. We see it in relationship patterns that are unhelpful. Anytime we're moving away from something that we don't want to experience, it's possible we're also blocking ourselves from connecting to what really matters.
And those emotions actually connect all of us because they're universal. So a lot of what we're seeing in society is categorizing and labeling and making emotions good and bad and things to avoid and things you want to pursue and chase. But all of those emotions are universally expressed across all cultures, across all humanity. And we've found in a lot of the work that we've done with our students is there's also a lack in emotional vocabulary. So with this labeling goes good, bad, I feel okay, and you don't have quite the range of expression of emotions when you start labeling things as good and bad and things to avoid and things to share and not to share. So what have you found in your work around labeling and how does that impact our emotional efficacy?
Well, if we can't describe or language our experience, it's almost like being a baby who can kind of like look around and notice their surroundings and has sort of this maybe ambiguous sense of what they're experiencing, but can't make any meaning out of it. You know, what human doesn't love coherence and certainty? So just being able to put labels on what you're experiencing is very regulating for humans. So that's one of the benefits of it. The other benefit, which you're, alluding to, AJ, is that we all experience all the feelings. And being able to share what we're experiencing is how we get close to each other. It's impossible to experience real intimacy without having a certain level of fluency around your experience. So I think that makes it super important. I also just want to say I love what you're talking about in terms of needing all the emotions. I think I recently posted on my Instagram that some negativity is essential for thriving. But we need to know what doesn't work for us. And the way we know that is through our emotion messages and being able to read those clearly. Positive vibes only is not a recipe for thriving in life. If you're only experiencing positive vibes, then you're not really in life. You're not taking risks. You're not loving hard enough to be disappointed when there's a disconnection or rupture in that love. We really have to experience a full range of emotions to thrive in life. And so I've been pretty concerned about a lot of the cultural messages that are encouraging people to try and only focus or only even have positive thoughts. It's not even possible.
Feels like the through line between Stoicism and hedonism of this desire for certainty around emotion. And it's easier to chase the positive emotion with hedonism, just go towards the positive vibes, YOLO. And then with Stoicism, to have this certainty that you can control and manage emotions and use them to your advantage when you see fit.
Yeah, and both of those are a setup from my perspective. We will never be able to only experience positive vibes, and we cannot control our emotions. We only can control how we engage with them, how we relate to them, and how we respond to them. So it's more like a keto than it is a black and white, skill.
I also feel that a lot of times because of these cultural forces to hide or not show the full range of emotion because, hey, you don't want to let people down. You don't want them to see you in the negative. And obviously the highlight reel that social media creates, we're lacking this ability then to recognize in others when they might be feeling what we label as negative emotions, and also to feel them in ourselves because we don't feel comfortable expressing those negatively labeled emotions. And that is not healthy.
Right. It's not healthy. It's not helpful. There's also a belief that we perpetuate there that negative emotions are somehow undesirable or ugly. And I feel sad a lot of times that people don't have the experience of joining in someone's sadness and really celebrating that we have the ability to celebrate/mourn together. We're losing a lot of rituals around the experiences that are less positive in our culture as a result of that. And that also means a life that has less meaning for people.
Well, thinking about Johnny's music selection, sadness is often a driving force of some of the doom metal that he listens to. And it is a very powerful form of music, is sadness. And it's funny that pop culture now has labeled this as a negative emotion to run from or avoid.
Well, it's funny you bring that up, AJ. There's another thing that I had connected it to. And there's a certain scene for what is called doom metal. And it's just very slow. It's very sad and it's incredibly emotional. And when I hear it, I get lifted up. I revel in it. I get stronger. Somebody who's not used to it hears it, they're getting mowed over. And I remember the first time I played some stuff for AJ and he's like, whoa, I don't even know what's going on right now. And one of the things that I had connected it to why it feels so good, I've also lived in the Southeast and played within the alt country scene as well. And really sad country songs to the untrained ear, is it puts people in a place where they're squirming and they're trying to get out of it. But folks who understand those sad country songs are being lifted up by the same music. I really enjoy how people are experiencing that. And I also know that they could easily fall into the joy that I'm getting out of it as well. But their first guttural, visceral instinct of hearing that is they're uncomfortable with the overwhelming emotions that it throws onto them.
Well, I mean, so they're being true to their wiring, right? Which is to index for comfort, certainty, coherence. I will say, I remember when I first started writing songs, and for me, country music was the least interesting. And then as I began to appreciate it more as a craft and, the stylizing and things like that, I got more interested in writing it. But in the beginning, I did feel like it was pulling me into something that felt a little too obvious or too simple to hold my interest. I think it's very contextual for people. That's why we like different kinds of music, right? And different things like, blow our skirts up.
And certainly different time periods. I remember growing up, my emo phase, and listening to that music now evokes fond memories, but I don't necessarily want to be in that emotional state all the time, like my teenage years. Mm-hmm. So are there any clear signs or indicators that we might not have high emotional efficacy and it might be hindering our success, our wellness, our health?
That's such a great question, because I think, first of all, yes, there are signs. And secondly, I don't think that people even know to ask themselves that question. What else is possible for me? Yeah.
I feel many of us overestimate our emotional efficacy. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I have that. And we hear this too. I'm highly emotionally intelligent. I can recognize emotions in others. And then through some communication with them, you go, well, I'm not necessarily clear that you actually do have the level that you believe that you have. So it sounds like a buzzword that everyone would want to over-index on, but how do we know maybe this is an area for development?
Yeah, so a lot of my coaching clients tend to be really high-functioning tech innovators or creatives, and they fall exactly into this category where they just don't realize what they're missing that they could create in their lives, right? The opportunity cost that being plugged into the emotional default world creates can be really big, because you're not thinking about what is possible. You're thinking about navigating just from one moment to the next based on what feels usually most familiar and is the path of least resistance for most people. So one of the inquiries you can do is to ask yourself a question. If I had no fear, what would I be doing differently in my life? And if you come up with anything other than what you're doing right now, you probably have some room to grow with your emotional efficacy. Most people I know would be able to come up with things. Even for myself, I did this with myself last week, and I came up with 3 things I would be doing differently right now in my life. And so, I see my own ability to grow there and in facing some of what feel like insurmountable challenges or stress, that once I commit and I see why I might want to move in that direction, I then see the opportunity in front of me. And this is the kind of thing you would just miss going along in life, maybe being, reasonably content even. But it does allow you to stretch for what's possible. It's not just for people who struggle with chronic emotion, over control or under control. It's also just for people who want to tap all of what's possible for them.
Well, there's certainly that aspect of aspiration and goal setting. And if you're setting proper goals, those goals should be outside of your comfort zone. If they weren't, you should have reached them already. But if they're real goals, you're going to have to step outside of your comfort zone and you're going to have to work. And what comes from that is an overwhelming of emotions that you're going to have to stir through, of frustration, anger, to being elated and joyful that you've reached those goals. So we have everyone who comes through our programs, that we have a program called Unstoppable, which basically sets everybody up for the journey that they're going to take. And it sets up with basically allowing our clients to learn their own triggers and mechanisms to their psychology, so that when they understand that they're in a heightened emotional state, they are turning towards challenge rather than turning away, again, to understand their default mode and where it has failed them in the past, the decisions that they made or what they default on. And now we're going to begin to install new habits that allow you to face towards that comfort zone of breaking that and being out there. You're going to be battered with emotions. And one of the words that I heard you use was emotional surfing, that I love, right? Of riding that wave, reveling in it, enjoying it, learning about it so that you can manage it.
Exactly. And this is why I think goals can be so problematic. They're very abstract, right? To reach a goal, they're also something you can check on or off your list. But as human beings, we are more than human doings. When people use goals to guide their lives, I find that they come in a lot more frequently with burnout and overwhelm. It's really, for me, what helps with motivation and leaning into discomfort and doing what matters is being really clear about your values. Because values, you can derive goals from values, but also values are what give you the secret sauce. Values give you the willingness to do hard things. There is no way I would do my physical therapy 3 times a week were it not for being willing to do these boring exercises that only serve to remind me where I'm not, that I'm not where I want to be physically yet. If I weren't connected to my value around strength and health and all the things that will come from that for me.
Again, for our clients to discover those values is incredibly important. And that's part of that program. I know how much that idea changed my life completely and just how I attacked the day. I went from dreading going to sleep because I knew I'd have to wake up and do a bunch of things that I didn't want to have to do and bitching and moan about it, to I couldn't wait to go to sleep because now everything I'm doing is tied to the values that enhance life for me.
Even if you don't like some of the activities around them, right? It's connected to what matters for you. Exactly.
For a lot of our clients, the other challenge with goals and what I call box checking is the influence that others have on those goals. Marriage, kids, buying a home, safe career choice. I mean, a lot of these things are passed down through our families and culturally as the safe, comfortable route to success. And then many of our clients find us having reached those goals, checked those boxes, and still feeling an emptiness, feeling a lack of connection with others, and a wondering and a regret around, did I make the right decision living my life based on these goals?
Yeah, exactly. And so you're referencing the third skill of emotion efficacy training, which is values-based action. And in that part of the training, we're looking at what part of what you organize your life around are shoulds, things that you've learned or internalized you should do. What part of this are just values that your family or your culture has? What part of this could be old values, things you don't care about anymore? And then what's left that you really do care about? What are your innermost interests, desires, and yearnings at this point in your life? And that right there is, for a lot of people, a huge inquiry that doesn't happen in one session. It's a constant inquiry because our values change over our lives, and they change from context to context. So it really is this active inquiry that if you're going to practice high emotional efficacy, you can always be asking yourself, even right now, right here in this moment with you on this podcast, what matters most? Is it me continuing to talk? Is it me making space for you guys to bring me as your guest into the context of, your show and your programs and your audience? So it allows for so much more flexibility, intentionality, and creativity in life.
That word flexibility, psychological flexibility, a big part of acceptance commitment therapy and what we do with our clients is just so important, because a lot of this regret, self-doubt, inner criticism comes from that lack of flexibility and the rigidity that comes with these goals and checking boxes and timelines that life just doesn't always work out that way, as much as we try, as much as we force it to.
That's another nice way of talking about the default world. Is it's essentially like a set of rules that govern our behavior instead of being freely chosen and authentic. It does not lead to vitality and meaning.
So can we walk through these 5 steps to increase our emotional efficacy? I think we did a great job of really convincing our audience that it is important.
There's really, 5 steps to emotion efficacy. The first is just becoming aware of your emotional experience, which I kind of walked you guys through earlier in this podcast. Just becoming aware of emotional stuff, sensations, thoughts, urges, and feelings. And right there, just by even being able to drop in and notice that, you're already unplugging from the emotional matrix because you're disrupting any reaction that's happening. Then the next step is what we just briefly mentioned, which is emotion surfing. And emotion surfing adds to emotion awareness, hanging out with the uncomfortable emotion without acting on the urge. So that's why we call it surfing. It's almost like being on the wave without being overtaken by it. The third step to increasing emotion efficacy is being really clear on what matters to you in any moment or context, and then being able to design actions that are aligned with what matters, with your values. And then the fourth step to emotion efficacy is when you try to surf an emotion wave, but it's a huge tsunami and you find yourself pulled under, maybe even choking up gobs of salt water. Sometimes we do need skills, which we call mindful coping, to dial down the intensity of emotion or regulate your emotions, not for the purpose of getting rid of emotional distress or pain, but just so that we can get clear again about what matters and how we want to show up in that moment. In the training, that all the skills are practiced in activated state, because to borrow a quote from Morpheus, it's one thing to know the path, it's another thing to walk it. So we do, everything is experiential, the practice is experiential. It's really easy to know what you think you should do when you're in a moment of choice, when you're stressed or triggered. It's a whole other thing to actually have access to doing something different.
Identifying, labeling, and becoming more aware of these emotions certainly gives you more control that you've had in the past. And AJ brought this up earlier, that everything is now triggering, from the music that we're listening to, the messaging that we're seeing. You go on Twitter and it is built specifically to rile you up. And it's coming from everywhere now, because now everyone has the tools to be a marketer and be effective with this stuff. And one of the things that I tell people, I'm like, if you're online and you feel yourself in a heightened emotional state, ask yourself 3 questions to work through it before you just lose yourself in how mad you are, which is, what's the message? Who is this message for? What do they want you to feel? And what do they want you to do? If you answer those 3 questions, you can see it for the marketing and advertising that it is, and it kind of gives you some detachment from it. And then you can see like, oh, well, this is for this group to feel this and to do this. Answering those questions is enough to allow you to calm down a bit and see it for what it is.
That is a nice slowing down. And I would just add one last step to that, which is, how do I want to show up in the face of this marketing? You know, maybe it's even marketed to you. Maybe it says something that's really offensive to you, or something that feels very threatening. And maybe you can or can't see their agenda. But ultimately, what you do next is about your ability to design your actions, how you want to show up.
And with this high emotional efficacy, what does it actually look like on the other side, having developed it, for those who do have it?
That is such a good question. I'm going to give you a couple of really different examples. It can look like someone choosing not to take their life because they know that what they feel is not all there is, that feelings can come and go and can change, and that what they're feeling in this moment might not be what they're feeling in an hour or 2 hours or a day from now. It can look like someone learning how to listen in conversation with their partner, where they may think they already know what the other person's going to say, but they decide and get clear that what matters most is being open and respectful and showing the person that they do care what their experience is, even if they think they already know it. And it can look like a CEO in the middle of making a deal to sell their company. Instead of choosing to react by being offended at the first number that's put on the table, being able to stay curious and open, noticing their feelings while staying focused on what matters most to them, which is making the deal happen.
All of those are in the face of a level of uncertainty, right? Each one of those examples is working through that uncertainty.
Threat and uncertainty, and often incoherence. Like, I'm not really sure what's going on here, maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
What strikes me in all of this, and Johnny and I have talked about this, is this loneliness epidemic that we're facing. So even as the COVID numbers come back and the amount of people who passed, took their life, and the amount of loneliness we all collectively felt being disconnected from the social fabric, it seems to me that emotional efficacy is one of those key areas of focus to create these relationships, to bring the level of vulnerability that adds depth, that protects from the loneliness that might lead you to those suicidal thoughts, that might lead you from feeling disconnected and in pain and suffering. And yet this isn't taught in schools. This isn't widely available, which is so frustrating to me and Johnny. And many of our students who come to work with us, they want simple tricks and solutions and strategies. And they also see, and they're confronted with, we've talked about not only triggering marketing messaging, but also this false ideal that emotions are something that you need to be able to control on a whim. You need to be zen in the face of that wave, and you can never let that wave of emotions overwhelm you to the point that you need coping mechanisms. And all of that seems to just be working against this healthy state that we need as humans.
No, that's a dangerous belief, in my professional opinion, because again, we can't control or even stop what we experience emotionally. What we can do is get really good at how we respond to it. And, to your point about loneliness, my hope is that people like you and me, who have some kind of public platform or ability to will model vulnerability, that we will share, when we are lonely, because the more that we normalize that as a healthy, acceptable experience, the more people will feel comfortable calling someone up and saying, having these thoughts that are really scary, I need support, or I just need to share them, or I need to feel like someone cares about me today.
And that's one of the keys, is just being able to actually share those thoughts, right? It's very easy to feel trapped by those thoughts when you just keep them inside internally. And sometimes the simplest share could be a journaling practice of just actually writing out what you're thinking and feeling in the face of those emotions, or that tsunami of emotion that's knocked you off that surfboard.
Even if you have one or two people that you can be that vulnerable with, that's successful relationship. You have deep relationships. In fact, there's a lot of people that don't have one or two people. And then the opposite side of that are the people who just floodlight mass audiences on social media, which is like, well, you're being vulnerable, but are you really? Because I think that vulnerability is sharing space in those emotions with somebody else. When you're just floodlighting your platform and an audience, you're not sharing in that with them. You're not there with them. They may be feeling it for you, but you guys aren't sharing that together.
It's harder to have that kind of quality sharing and connection on those big platforms. I have seen some people successfully share on bigger platforms, and I think it's made a difference for some people. But in general, what we're talking about is really getting that sense of like, someone's a witness to my life, I matter on the most basic level, and that usually happens in much more intimate kind of settings.
Absolutely agree there. I think the other piece to this equation on the emotion front that I know we have shared a lot on the show is understanding that even in this state, you might be labeling and feeling negative emotions opening yourself up to new experiences, new opportunities is a big part of the work that we do, so that you're not just in this constant environment that might be the triggering environment. And it's very easy right now with devices and social media and the messaging that we're seeing to feel trapped in this environment, in this emotional state, and to not have the ability to maybe step outside. So for me, on a weekly basis, I've shared this with our audience, I have a men's group, and a lot of what we do is body check-in, talk about the sensations in our body and the emotions that we're feeling, and we create space to hear from others. And then I also have a daily gratitude practice to try to ground myself in some things that I am grateful for in the face of whatever negative emotions I may be feeling. Do you have any daily practices that you recommend, or things that we can do and our audience can use to start to work on these tools?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, my favorite one is a really brief just inquiry, which is in any moment, just check in with yourself and ask yourself, is what I'm doing right now in this situation what matters most to me? It's just, I call it an intentionality check. And it's something that pretty much anyone can figure out without a lot of training. I love your gratitude practice because what that does is it helps offset our negativity bias, right? And it's really easy in this culture of increased emotion activation or reactivity that we're living in right now to be more attentive to all the threats in our environment. So it's really helpful. I do this too at the beginning of my day. I always write down at least 3 things that I'm either thankful for or that I appreciate in my life, because it helps me also maintain a balance between attending to things that feel scary, that I don't necessarily want to be overwhelmed by, and then also things that I really do want to open to and enjoy and appreciate that I might otherwise miss.
Love to hear the answer to our favorite question of every guest. What is your X factor? What makes you unique and extraordinary?
Ooh, wow. I was so not prepared for this, which I love, actually. I'm just noticing in my body a little bit of fluttering in my stomach, a little bit of tensing up, some thoughts like, what's the right response? And then like intentionally going a little deeper and asking myself, what is an authentic response to this? So I think that my X factor is how much I freaking love helping people stretch for what's possible. Like, I can hang out there all day. I never get bored. I find it energizing. I truly love it. It's, it is a very generous contribution, and it's incredibly selfish for me because of how much I enjoy it. So I think that's what I would say.
I love that. Thank you so much for joining us. Where can our audience find out more about your latest book and all the great work you do with your coaching?
Yeah, thank you for asking. So the most recent book, What You Feel Is Not All There Is a self-help book. It's available on Amazon and across the interwebs. And if you want to find me, I am on IG at Dr. Aprilia West. That's APRILIA WEST. And then I also have a website where I have a lot of professional offerings. I also have a quiz if you want to take a quiz and find out what your EEQ is, your emotion efficacy quotient. And that is at www.draprilliawest.com.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. You guys are fun and thoughtful, and I can tell you're making a big difference